I mean, I still think this is good for Furia, though. I mean, Furia have obviously leaned into the wall denial, you know, Bandit and Cade, and the Tub, and then in return, ENX thought, right, we need to bring in the Maverick, we need to bring in a Thatcher, obviously the Hard Breachers need to come in, but how do they deal with the Clash now? This plays into the win con for Furia. Thatcher had used all of ZMPs. That is a good way of countering the Clash, because, again, it disables that taser effect of the shield. But with no Thatchers left, how on earth are they going to get through that? All they've got is 2 nades, and we know that nades aren't the greatest against Clash because you just move out the way. So, yeah, I think this Clash is going to be the downfall here for ENX.
Well, with only 40 seconds left and still some Goyo canisters to watch and burn out, Leapbox has found himself a small pocket of space, but I believe there's an opening just on the wall above him, so yeah, it's the Maverick line waiting and watching for the rotate. He's stuck, but 30 seconds, he's wasting time and more utility. The flashes just to clear him out from drum. He's able to get some of the damage dealt, but not enough. 25 seconds now, and then he's trying to clear out top statue and clear out the opposite side, get Dragon under their control, which KZ is trying to contest and gets the drop. Now they can swing their way back in. It's JV92 locking it down for Minibar. Could just pop that Goyo if he wants to hold on to, but he's more than happy with the fight. Gets dropped from behind. KZ with the last onto Sexy Cake.
Yeah, see, again, he had the Goyo for the win con, but he thought, I'm going to play for the kill. that's something very on brand for Fury, is that we know that the players and just killing machines, aren't they? You kind of think about teams, you think, oh, look, they have a Terminator. No, these guys, they've got 5 Terminators, so it does cause some issues. All different brands, of course. What's the most advanced one these days? Whatever it is, KZ's that most advanced one.
Yeah, I mean, they love a scrap. Sometimes to their detriment, most of the time to their benefit, because they're really pretty bloody good at it. Obviously, as you said, it sort of came down to the time. They weren't quite in the control that they wanted to. The Maverick was good to get them these couple of openings. They've sort of brought it back.
Just too slow.
Yeah, I think that's... But you could also see how they utilized the Maverick as well, right? It was the whole team went to get house wall and top of the house stairs wall. The whole team went towards the double breach wall, and then the whole team, apart from one person, went over towards the black stairs. Like, it's just not quite wide enough an approach on a map that requires more.
Attacker's objective is to defuse a bomb. I dare you to come closer. I dare you.
Here we go again. And for ENX, Maverick, Thatcher comes into play. You've got Hard Breach gadgets from the Sophia. They have brought in the Nomad, which, again, is going to help a lot for this Clash. I mean, it should. In theory, you just slam the air jab. It denies the Clash just from walking out on that balcony and causing issues. I would say for ENX, it'll probably be a similar thing of what they did the first time round, where they want to try and take in control of Office, then kind of push their way across in through Dragon, but it's the timing for me. They really need to start speeding things up, and here we go again. Look, Urds is out on the Clash. No air jab to deny him. Again, it's not being brought in for that reason, it looks like. Which is surprising. Very, very surprising, just to allow Urds to gather so much information. You know, he's able to call out, there's 3 of them on this balcony. All of his team now can rotate in and look for this fight.
Yeah, I think it's sort of surprising, right, how they haven't angled towards it. They know it's been a constant. They know it's been a constant problem. And they also know that it had always been sort of the forefront of the holds. The Sophia is good, unless they can just do this. That's a stun, and all they had to do was slightly dip around the corner and they're fine. There's still all this support around them. There's somebody on a crouch walk far off in the distance, maybe hoping to push up Brown and try and cut the hold in half. But at this point, you know, without anything to force them off, they're just going to keep stipping and almost lost the Thatcher. There he goes. Down he's sort of found. There's a trade out from Botk and Nade. There's that rotate up Brown I called, but Nigel was well predicted. Now it's a 4 versus 2 and they're still focused on a Clash.
It's just very flat, isn't it?
Yeah.
They're not getting a tune out of it whatsoever, the way that they're trying to play. I mean, again, the Clash was able to give so much information. Furia were then playing off that info and really aggressive, swinging because they knew how many players were towards that side of the map. So Nigel attempted just a solo push by himself using Dokumi Call. That was it. It was just by himself, nobody with him. And ENX, 40 seconds to go. barely any map pressure. You've got the Nomad outside of Black Balcony, still with 2 air jabs, by the way, and there's still a Clash walking around.
Well, now they have none. Because they are dead. And Sexy Cake has nothing to try and run apart from a pocket hard breach, but unfortunately that's not going to help them swing into what is just a Clash-watched death brawl at this point. Sort of waiting for the inevitable. Ooh, and Furia do hand one. This is when sometimes Furia get a little bit silly. Oh, they get clashes. Surely not. 5 seconds. That got close.
Oh, silly season. Silly season's here. He connected 1 or 2 shots there with a pistol. If it was a headshot, oh boy. But still nades. Clutching up for his team. Still won that round, which should have a lot cleaner, but still, it is what it is for Furia. But, for ENX, it is just the time for me. They are doing things so back to front almost. You know, like, we've got players trying to push into the site, while the other half of their team is still trying to get in towards office. It feels very kind of lone wolf style, where everyone's just trying to do their own thing. And if you're going to try and play against like Furia, you're going to need to try and beat them in the gun department. I'll tell you this for free. I'm not even going to charge you for this information.
Whoa. It's a demo deal.
They don't.
Oh.
They don't. They do not have the same killing potential as what Furia do.
I can't. I'm
Crazy.
surprised.
Or should I
I'm
say
shocked,
crazy?
I tell you. You're telling me the roster with 2 of the current record holders for kills in a series is better than
You're telling me the
rosters?
Grand Slam champs can't shoot straight?
What?
You serious?
Crazy. I mean, 2-1, yes, obviously the Clash is gone. That's one way of dealing with her. Should have done it better, could have done it worse. We are where we are, it's 2-1 up. It's a problem that is sort of exacerbating, as you pointed out, the main problem. They're just taking too slow. They do not have the pace that they need to lock in towards this. The Maverick is the sort of removal there. And yeah, it caused a couple of problems on one of the sites. Otherwise, I think it was a boon in some places of just, again, the laser focus on ENX of this is our attack plan. Maverick is not a quick man. And... well,
he's a free speed.
no, well, okay. He's quick. Utilizing him to take control of all of the different aspects of the map the way they were on a map like Skyscraper, he's not quick. They have Deimos the Ying, calls of Dockerby, might give me a little bit of a hope that they do something a bit punchier, a bit quicker this time, Demo.
Yeah, much better lineup. I think Dockerby and Deimos, we know the information you can gain. I mean, that's risky from Hurge. Whenever that floor gets open below you, you can't really go for that, and he's risked it, and yeah, hasn't paid off for him. So down goes the Bandit, wall will be opened up, and, you know, the info now starts coming in, Dockerby called, give them some map control. Deimos, of course, will start looking for players who are going to be in some tricky positions that you may want to maybe look for some floor bangs against. It's one thing you always look at Deimos, it's that pistol, can shred through floors really, really well, but at the moment, it looks as though he's more turning his attention towards the site. Rather than trying to go above and try and help this team, at the moment, we're actually coping pretty well. With the players currently on that roam game towards office, is Buck has been able to get one, and still he's got all 4 Candelas in his pocket, so the Ying is going to be great for that last minute execute if they need it. Even if they want to go for a Geisha as well, there's still a player up there who of course has that hatch to buy anyone wanting to walk in towards kitchen. So a minute left, Furia gonna need to try and get a little bit jiggy and go for some picks. And well, Philippox will start that. 1 pick on the Nigel.
Yeah, used almost every single bullet to get it done, and I mean, Nigel is, well, okay, Deimos is an operator, it only really takes 1 shots from either of them to get it logged in, but it's the risk of pushing with the UMP. Philippox now is going to rotate around the back and get a second. There's a fight here on towards Drum Door, it slow peaks, there's the reveal in 2! It's a team kill! Sexy Cake gets Angels, Nade gets Sexy Cake, and ENX had the best possible start and the worst possible middle. Can Bok try and get a fairy tale ending here? You know exactly where he is. Gifted a fight. 1 off to his right. He's about to be swung on. He does recollect the kit, get himself rotated around. 10 seconds though. One on the prep line, one above. And no, Furia won't hand him all the engagement.
Oh, ENX. I mentioned that I kind of looked at the team and I thought they're playing very individual. And I think that's a perfect example of the round. You get 2 picks, they're starting at 5 versus 3, and then people just start going off and doing their own thing. The Deimos should always be seeing if he can just rotate towards his team. Find out, okay, what room do you want next? Okay, we probably want Geisha. Find out who's in Geisha, track him, kill him. He sat there trying to just get creative and just trying to walk into sight. He gets caught out because of that. No flank cam as well. How is he allowed back up that lobby stairs? How's Fleetpox gone to that position? Just mistake after mistake for ENX again. And Furia, we've mentioned before, you give them an inch. They won't even take, they'll take 2 miles off, you not even just the 1.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Well, Furia get themselves that little bit extra. And, you know, you sort of harp round to how that first round played out as well. It could be a 4-0 at this point. It was a fight back from ENX, but at the same time, the mistakes are being punished, and they're much more obvious. They're much more blatant on your attack. Sexy Cake on the role of the Monty. Is it a panic one? I always leave that to you. The master of what is a panic Monty and what isn't.
It's not on my script right now, hold on. Did you say, did you give me the wrong script?
I did,
Line,
I'm sorry.
quick, line, quick.
Sexy Cake is a historic Monty player, but the team could utilize this well.
Sexy Cake is a historic Monty player, and the team could utilize this well.
It's true. Sexy Cake is a great Monty player from history, as long as the team gets behind them. As you said, the way they're playing separately right now, it's sort of causing problems, right? And yeah, the accidental problem was they shot someone in the back of the head when they did try and group up, but at this point, Furia, because they're being so aggressive, because they keep trying to step up into these engagements, if they're baited into the fight of a Monty and you're smart with the NX, you can punish this. You have the Capitao and the Monty and someone else just coming in towards top black as well. Not entirely sure who that is, but here, in the Goyo, the surround, this is kind of what we wanted to see from them. It's quicker, they're putting pressure on towards Furia, and they're trying to operate together.
Yeah, better pacing. Whenever you know you're against the Goyo, you need to. You know, you need to hit the ground running right from the get-go, start going through the util. Don't allow Furia just to have the win con based on the explosive canisters. So, yeah, good. Much better from me next. And obviously for Furia, we're going to have to fall back at some point. Well, maybe not, because Fleetpox, look at where he's positioned himself. Jumped up, beside that reinforced wall. He is going to die here. It's just a case of how many players is he going to take with him.
Yeah, that's it. Like, they'll know he's in this position. The first thing he sees is the Monty. Oh, and he wants to swing right onto them, but there it is. And it's just been an ENX close down here. They're entirely surrounded. And for everything that we talked about there, and for the... Sorry, let me read the script. Everything we mentioned about how Sexy Cake can play that Monty came true. The team worked together. The team had a push together. They got internal. Then they did it quite quickly. 3-2.
Yeah. See how easy it is whenever they just assess together, what they want to push. Okay, we're going to see if we can pitch this guy into the drum, kill the guy inside the dragon. Let's go for it. That's all they've been missing. It's just a little bit of teamwork and pushing together with a coordinated attack. And there we go. How easy it is, the Monty, yeah. Very powerful operator just for that information that you can gather. And they're going to go for it again. They know that that recipe works. They're going to go for it again. Now for Furia, how are they going to counter that Monty? Now, you look at the lineup, they've got a few things. I mean, they've got a C4, obviously, that they can maybe try and set up a C4 from below, maybe. If they can maybe try and pinch that Monty if he comes in through the office side, for example. You've got the smoke, you've got the Legion, there's still ways around that Monty, of course. But I think the main thing about the Monty is you need to try and play with a team. This is just a little tip for anyone. If a Monty's coming at you, don't panic. Just call for a teammate over and just try and take that 2v1 if you can. Make things a lot easier.
Yeah, exactly. You can get yourself a support structure around it. You can try and be a little bit more active in how you want to put the pressure back on. They pulled themselves back over here, but getting the rotates round. And where is Sexy Cake going to try and drive in. Obviously, you've seen very common that Monties have just gone, I'm not going to say entirely rushed in towards top black, but draw the attention there. It might pull those loose Furia players back. You know they are heavily extending over towards the trophy side, over towards the opposite end of the top floor. So why not swing on to Samurai Window? Well, it seems like they still want to do that. And the Monty is currently alone, but they are at least trying to draw some of this focus elsewhere. There's the electrics gone, and pressure on towards Geisha. No! The grenade doesn't quite catch the claw, so now they've got to come up with a plan B.
Yeah, and also Fleapox is sitting ready with the pub canisters, so that would have wasted a good amount of time also. Obviously the Monty has the diffuser, so the push is going to have to come in via him, and at the moment he is located over towards the balcony, towards office, and Furia again still going for this early roam game, looking to see if they can contest and fight. Very traditional way that Furia like to play the game. And like I said about Legion, you know, the goo mines will come in handy. For example, Sexy Cake just cannot jump into that breach. You will get the goo mine in the foot, and it'll start chunking his health, you know, and make things really difficult for him.
Oh, all the things that we said were going to go so well previously with the Monty have unfortunately not come together this round. A minute 20. And all they've done is open a couple of angles and sort of sit and wait now. And you cannot just sit and wait. They've slunk themselves closer towards, well, nobody, really. There's still the Monty just jiggling this. There's still somebody outside the run-out. There's still just some pressure that might come around from a Deimos potentially underneath. Hertz is being surrounded. The Deimos is directly underneath, and Angels is the one that cements the kill, but the second player, who's KZ, is hoping to find a way out. But again, you know, it's one player left. He's able to escape. There's 50 seconds still on the sort of watch. KZ does get downed from the long watch, and Nigel finds Felipox. Okay, maybe suddenly Furia held on a little bit too long, allowed ENX a little bit too much space to set up. 30 seconds, though, and there's still the pressure of the plant itself. It's a 5 versus 2, but Geisha side still locked. At this point, Nade still has 2 smoke canisters. Ready and waiting on a bit of a long angle, but all big risk, no reward. And that leaves JV92 with everything to do. There's the first. But as the Monty's in, there's the second. The Monty's about to be toe-to-toe with him. And a fight over the top of gold, but ENX find the end of it. Close, though.
Very close. I mean, the Monty, again, working really well for them, I think, just based on the information. Monty was able to call out, you know, there's 2 towards office. They set up the guys in the windows. I think I agree with you with what you said, where overextend it for way too long. You know, I think once that timer kind of hit the minute mark, they should have ran away. You know, some of them just wanted to stay and fight and play for the kills, which they should have just took what they got, and that was 2 minutes off the clock gone. A lot of util. And at that stage, once you fall back, what do ENX have? They just have half the map. They still need the other half, and they still have to go for that process of going through that. You have the smoke as well. Fall back and use the smoke as your wing con. And don't forget, with Geisha Wall not being opened up, the only way that ENX could attack was via 2 doorways. And that's tricky. Very, very tricky to do.
3-3, and who would have thought ENX would be level pegging with Furia halfway through this skyscraper? Maybe they knew something we didn't, but it's a game of 2 halves, and Furia now get the opportunity to prove that they can be a bit sharper on this in terms of delivering their attack and delivering the sort of pressure against the team ahead of them. We've seen them have pretty balanced, to be fair, across the sort of recent set of maps. 54% attack win for them. So, you know, they're more than happy to set the pace. Skyscraper is a bit of an awkward map. We don't have direct on that. In the meantime, ENX, they were only on a 37% attack win before they came into this. Up to 45 on their defense. They're better on their defense. They're on a decent defensive side of map. Has Furia's sort of gamble of letting this go through actually been something that ENX punished all of us with?
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds left before insertion.
Look at the scores in the doors. I mean, Furia...
Scores on the doors.
Nobody really is excelling to the highest limits. No. You know, max kills currently is JV, and that's only 6, so he's got 1 kill per round, so... Certainly the kills aren't as big of numbers as what maybe we're used to with this side, of course. look at ENX. Really, you've got one guy. You've got a bot left and forward, doing a lot of the heavy lifting for his side, so it's still up in the air to see how this game will go. Still time, of course, for some of these players from Furia to turn it around and, again, try and hit those double digits, which is where we're oh so used to seeing them. Information from Furia, just based on their drone work, it looks as though that it's going to be probably a Black Stairs take along with Geisha, and then also filtering in a buck below to see if he can remove some important positions, i.e. any players inside of Geisha, for example. However, there's that man again, Boxera. Opening pick for him, puts him 12 kills now.
I mean, the one to watch was sort of highlighted there by Lynx at the start of this. Who knew that they could do desk work too? They're so talented. Boxera, 12-4. Absolute tear throughout this map so far. And yeah, the other players haven't quite been able to step in, but now that gives Boxera more to work with. They can be a bit loose. They can be a bit aggressive. And if they go down, well, they've already sort of got their trade. They've already got themselves in that position. The hop-in comes immediately. And if we wanted pace, well, there's... Oh, a missed moment, but it's picked up by somebody else. The crossfire there on towards Drum does catch it. It was the buck underneath that got the end of that kill from KZ. A great pinch on towards that player. They now have Geisha control. So, ENX, the warning signs will start to sort of pop off, and they're just going to try and eke their way in here. They're sort of expecting a fight on towards the buck, but it's the ace that gets punished by Boxera. Next, there's a close fight here, right on the shield, and another missed moment as the buck is just forcing these players out, but it's actually not quick enough. Florio has gone down. They haven't been able to confirm the kill as of yet, but they've got boots inside the site, and JV92 can go for a plant. They have the cover, they have the verticality, and they have the cross. So the cross has to be done inside Geisha, but here, it's still being watched from underneath. Where is the buck going? To the wrong place, because Boxera gets one more. JV92 does find Nigel and Sexy Cake, leaving Boxera alone in an ace round winning clutch situation here. Now they have a bit of a separation, gonna try and make their way over towards the teammate, maybe find a fight on the way. There's a spray through. They have a bit of a premonition on where the player is. Getting the player up, and their teammate is gonna make a lot of noise. There's the plant. JV92 is confirming this. There's not been a motion here from Boxera as of yet. But, oh, there's the end of Florio. Boxera almost gets him, drops JV92. And it is just Boxera versus KZ. Now, KZ can watch this from underneath. That is the big problem. Oh, he can just hold it. KZ's too far away. Oh, he's in Narnia demo. Boxera, now he comes off and gets the ace anyway. Shouted out on the desk by Lynx, but screamed out his own bloody name, demo.
How has he pulled that one off? I mean, he probably could have stuck it, but he thought, I'll give them an even better clip. I'll give them the full ace. Oh my. I mean, a horror story for Furia, though. The setup from Furia is looking really good. You know, you can see the game plan. It's have the puck downstairs, do a lot of the vertical work, take Geisha, have the guy in black balcony, try and get in towards karaoke and go for the plant. I think the pivotal kill, which, I mean, a lot of them seem as though they're pivotal kill, but I think the main one was they were able to pick off the player who was towards black balcony. That was the all-important pick. You lose that player who's going to lock down that corridor. It puts them in a really tricky position. They planted for a window, and again, it was a moment. It was a split-second moment that KZ needed to make. It was, do I play from below and use the verticality, but then obviously you risk that you could just get shot from your own holes? Or do I chance it and go for the long rotate, knowing that window will win? But you can see the timing. He took too long getting to that window. The diffuser was jumped on immediately. You know, so it's a really tough one though for the buck. Really, really tough call. But hey, he made his decision, and he has to back it, and sadly it didn't work.
ENX 4-3 up with an ace clutch out here, and Furia, well, not entirely beaten or bested yet. Obviously, it's been back and forth, but it's now been, what, 3 rounds? Since they were last able to clutch one, they were 3-1 up at one point, and ENX just turned on the gas.
As designed.
Now with a little bit more of a sort of timid position, a bit more of a thin sight. Boxera's alone, but at this point you kind of want to deal with him last. Get rid of the rest of the team and see where else you can try and get some bodies down. Now as an approach round on the opposite end, Furia gonna sort of group up here towards the... You can see some approach from the Gage side, but generally top black. Hot drone ahead of the player. Try and break your way past the castle barricades and see if you can get eyesight on towards the Drum Kaid, who actually just drifted out of the fight for a second. Giving themselves the rotates, they don't have to go flat against the door to instantly meet another castle barricade.
Going steady for Furia. Again, Skyscraper, it is a map of layers. Have to go through one defense into another. Again, you can see it's kind of filtered with the layout of the map. You split it almost in 3 sections. You have Karaoke and Tea, then you move into Drum and Dragon, and finally over towards Office. So, kind of got 1.5 so far done. They're now starting to knock on the door and trying to secure Dragon, but Furia next are not going to give it up that easily. This buck is below downstairs. Dugby call comes in, and he should hear the phone call. The player downstairs in bathroom is just about got out of there, and somehow Sexy Cake, light in his feet, picks off Philippox coming in the other way.
Nade finds Florios. They don't have man advantage for very long, so they're losing pressure underneath because Sexy Cake gets 2. That's the buck gone. That's that verticality gone. Taking a buck and a Dockerby in a 1 versus 2 situation there, Sexy Cake, and now they're just gonna have to try and force their way across. There's JV92 winning out against Angels, but taking a lot of damage. Sexy Cake has gone down in that exchange coming up the stairs. It's a very narrow margin here, and they're both out of bullets, but there's Nade with the secondary. Boxera in another 1 versus X situation gets himself a second. But look at the time, Demo. Herds on the Ash has to push for the fight. It's pre-fied. Swung round on Samurai side. Boxera can't just quite make it alive, and he gets out of there. How has it happened?
He is untouchable. You cannot beat this guy. You can't. Again, back-to-back hero for his team.
That would have been 3 for the round for him there as well.
I'll honestly, just say he did. What, just pretend we did, you know? He got another 1v3.
Dodge, duck, dip, dive around the bullets coming in from an Ash of Herds. Herds 1 to 5 as well. Struggling to get into this one.
It's your dodgeball champion right there.
18 to 4. Could be 19.
8 rounds, by the way. That 2.25 KD?
Horrifying.
Oh, 2.5 KD, sorry. The math was off.
It's a 2.25 KPR.
Was that right? Yeah, that's
2.25 KPR.
Yeah. Crazy.
The KD is theoretically better. It's divide 18 by 4.
Which is 4.5.
Unreal.
Crazy.
Either way, you gotta be frustrated if you're Furia at this point. You know, using the Dockerby scan early there, maybe to try and... Oh, the line scan even, to try and prevent anybody just going for a potential peek out or get some track on the motion. It's again, quick pace above. They've got to win this side, right? You're on the tertiary, you're putting pressure in. You know you've got to go back now to 2 sides that you've lost, and that alone would end the map. And it's not that they have not been yours, it's been 2 huge clutches from Boxera in a row. Said we wanted to see a little bit more of him, and we do immediately. Yep. Angels gone.
He needs to step up, doesn't he, Herds? It's always a player we look towards, and hey, maybe Boxera is his kryptonite. Maybe Boxera is to him what Alamau is to Herds. Maybe it is. I think that might be the case.
Boxera, he finished off his kill from the last round. He gets himself again another one for his team, and he's just feeling it. And that is a powerful, powerful thing. So they've lost now the IQ, which means those Valcams much more prominent, much more powerful if they haven't otherwise been found already. Philippox Goes for the hop in and the handover, but not currently anybody that is in a position to contest. You can see that they're just having to check for these now. The C4 potential from underneath from Boxera is deadly, but as JV gets one, there's Florio getting JV back. It's trade for trade, and Felipox then gets Florio. It is a network, a daisy chain of kills. They have some eyes around the site at this time. It does look like there's a bit of a disconnect between the two remaining defenders. They're not a million miles away, but it's a lot of hard walls, a lot of corners between the pair of them. If that's something that Furia can operate on with a minute left, they have a lot of time. There's the Valk causing problems on the player above, just scaring them, seeing if they can try and put some of the fear. 50 seconds, and Furia, they do not want to scuff this landing.
It's more the fact that he's still alive. That's what you're worried about right now. If you're Furia, he's still up waiting for them, like a shark in the water, waiting for his chance to strike. Boxera does lose the C4 as he attempted it up in towards Geisha. 30 seconds left, and Furia, it's just about using that extra man, playing with that man advantage. Just trade off the kills and they'll win the round. That's all they have to do is trade.
Well, they're in. Oh, one's down. There's a swing round on the back. Boxera gets another for the tally, make it to lockdown. A 2 versus 1 demo. They didn't know about the player in prep. And Boxera's still going. Unstoppable right now.
Just oh my. Just
what
no
do
words.
you do? What do you do?
I mean, I'm out of ideas. I mean, it's just a case of one guy killing everything. He can do no wrong, and Furia can do no right. And this
There's
happens.
the timeout.
Just one guy on top of the world, and you cannot drag him down. 21-4.
That's unbelievable.
He has 4 more kills than his entire team combined.
That is 21-4 is unbelievable. I couldn't tell you if I've ever, in like 8 years of casting this game, I couldn't tell you if I've seen an active 21-4. You can have big
If
kill
we go
games.
OT, he could be breaking records.
He could be. He's what, 6 short?
27 is best on record yet.
Unbelievable. 6-3. Timeout used. Furia have just suffered the wrong side of a perfect site rotation. So now they've got to go through 3 sites they've lost. 2 of them they shouldn't have, because they were big moments there. Okay, I guess you could say the trophy side maybe a little bit close. It was a 2 versus 1, but they didn't have a lot of time and it came down to time. Fine. But still, you are Furia. And it's not that E and X aren't a lot of great names, but it's historic names and a lot of new names, and they've struggled this split. There is no 2 ways to deny that. However, the game is the game, brother. This is where we're at right now, and it is 6-3 ENX Furia, who were in 3rd, and we had conversations and musings of whether they could get in the top 2. Definitely no longer can, because even if they got to OT, it would be scrappy points. However, now they might fall down that table. They might fall as far as 6th.
Boxera kind of came in this thinking, look, I'm not walking away with a playoff spot, but I'm going to be walking away with someone's or multiple people's heads. I think he's achieved that, hasn't he? He's thought, I'm just going to see if I can Grim Reaper the living daylights out of Furia.
I mean, yeah, it's just been... I'm not sure if you can go... I don't obviously know the history of everybody's performances this split across the world, but it is probably maybe the best one, definitely within the top 5 of a single player's performance at this current moment.
Should we just watch bot? Do you need to watch anything else? Surely we can.
No,
just watch
because
one
part
guy.
of the magic. Sexy Cake gets Philippox. There's a part of me that wants Box to break the record, and that means the game has to continue and Furia have to win a round.
I want to see a 30 bomb. I thought we'd never ever see a 30 bomb, but I really want them to throw it just for that
so
opportunity.
Possible.
Oh.
It's so possible. Against Furia.
Sexy Cake, he's trying to ruin it. He's trying to make sure his team doesn't get the record. He just wants to finish it.
Yeah. Okay. They have the first, a 5 versus 4. Now we've seen these positions go away from them. Sexy Cake over the office table, trying to find a bit of a spray fight. It's a great gun for this kind of quick, snappy engagements. KZ, what are you doing?
Crazy.
It was already bullets that flew on that angle before, and it's just like they just so cavalier, uncaring.
It's so reckless. So reckless. You know, no thought behind it whatsoever. And minute left. They've only just, you know, gotten some important walls open, and now this is where the Goyos and the smokes and all they can start being brought into play, and it's gonna be pretty difficult now for Furia. But never mind, Nade's actually somehow in the bomb site, but finally gets stopped, and looks as though that we may be pushed on for one more round because somehow, some way, Furia have appeared out of the shadows. I don't know how Nade has been able to get in under the nose of ENX, but because of that, he has basically just won his team in the round with that full bomb site control.
Well, that's it. They have the bomb site controlled. I think they have a rough idea on where the vigil is, but it's a vigil, so it's always a bit rough and they made a lot of noise. One player on the window, one player planting. Currently. Behind the reinforced walls, they won't be able to get... Oh, no, they just swung anyway. We go again. Boxero got one more for his tally. He's, what, 5 short of tying the record now?
Yep. Somewhere, Paulo and Onigiri are just sat shaking in a corner.
I mean...
Paulo will be watching this game. He'll be hate watching.
He will
be. Die. Don't do it. Just die.
Yeah, I don't think I cast the Palu game. I cast the Onigiri game.
I think I casted the Paulo game.
Oh, well, this is why it's maybe happening.
Wait, did we?
I don't know. What was the Palu? Maybe I did cast the Palu game.
I think, did we? I thought me and you did. Maybe not.
I cast...
Maybe I'm tripping.
Maybe. There's a graphic somewhere.
Somewhere.
22 to 5.
That's... It was either us two or Happens turn up. I don't know. Yeah. I don't know who it was.
It might have been Happenstone, because I think he had that one and I had the Onigiri game as well. But either way, we're not there yet. 6 to 4. Furia have pushed around over the edge, and it was by a player getting in towards the site and fighting out. As you said, they sort of found a way to slip through, and Nade's gonna just double down on that theorem with a Blackbeard. You don't need to slip through, and you can just smash through. Here. They've kept the site rotation up. They're not going to double down. They're not going to see if they can try and make it stick. If this one goes away, then obviously they have the option to go back over towards the T side, if they do so wish. But an early breakthrough onto the side. Our Fury are just going to try and go a little bit heavy, a little bit fast. Here.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, the Ying gets brought in, you would assume so. But Angels actually picked a really good operator for that. I don't know, maybe if ENX were expecting this kind of lineup to be coming in. Oh my god.
Oh, he got the down.
But
if someone can confirm that kill.
I feel as though you're coping right now. He's only one kill per round now. I think he might have lost the mojo. But this always happens. Casters mention a kill record and it goes away.
They're going for the pickup, but JV92 is up. They had the cross angle. They had a good position on him. This point now, can ENX, without the man of all the magical moments they've had this round, this map, get themselves the difference? Nade, massively hurt. Gumine, so detrimental to him, alongside JV92, obviously as well, who went down, is picked back up. They have the pressure underneath. They're actually been able to get here without being traded out. Last time it was, 60k, 1 versus 2, down underneath to get rid of the buck and the Dockerby. They don't have that power this time round, so ENX have less to work with than they did before. See Furia just sort of encircling at some point, and they just need to try and make their way in. There's the spray through. Angels gets one. The grenades are caught and trapped all the way around him. There's a bit of a blind, and he finds himself a bit of shelter, but he gets the lockdown on the Blackbeard. There's two. Sexy Kate goes down, and Angels is traded out. They flood their way in, but Florio gets two from the minibar. It is all down to KZ in a 1 versus 3 to try and keep them fighting, to try and get towards OT. He's surrounded as he cautiously goes up the stairs. The blind will slow a player, but there's somebody on his left. Surely you'll expect it. In fact, no, that's the down player. It's a long watch from the Samurai rotate. 30 seconds. Maybe they have a read on where the other crossfire is. They've been able to get themselves up. It's one on Dragon. Not sure if they're waiting for contact, trying to bait the fight, but Nade's kill finally gets confirmed. Again, slips his way on through. He's sort of threading a fine needle, but ENX, they get themselves the win. A record for Boxzera this time. But I think it will be a map we remember for a long time, Demo.
Still 22-6. Incredible showing from him. I mean, that last round there was just sheer positioning, which I thought was perfect on the side of ENX. Angels made a big rotate in, took back control of the bomb site. Minibar player did his job. Yeah, fantastic work.
I mean, it's just been absolutely brilliant. So you got to give credit to Boxzera. You've got to give credit to the whole team there. And if they were full of themselves before, I'm curious to see what Lynx is going to say when we go over to our desk to break it down.
You know what, honestly, at this point, I'm perfectly content with just letting Lynx take the lead on this one. We didn't necessarily need a Boxzera coming out party because he was already doing pretty decently on this ENX squad before, and then 22? Is that what he finished with? That's just ridiculous all around.
22-6.
Yeah, no, it's an extremely ridiculous performance. And listen, I obviously, I will take credit for, predicting that Box or being excited about seeing how Boxzera would perform. But I also think I'd be remiss if I weren't accurate in my assessment of how Boxzera reached those numbers, because when you're a player, you have to win the gunfights in front of you. Of course, you have to be good enough to take those opportunities and run with them. But half of Boxzera's kills were on both sides, attack and defense. And when it came to the attack specifically, a lot of those kills were sitting outside of a window and taking 1v1s when Furia swung him individually, extending on a side of the map that they just didn't need to, often going for strats they just didn't need to do to succeed on the map. And obviously the defensive half speaks for itself, but Gabe, we gotta admit that a lot of this Boxzera performance was fueled by Furia overcomplicating things.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. But again, you got to give credit to Bach because you still have to win those gunfights. And Furia, as we know, they are very strong in their gunfights and their gunplay. But again, you got to give a lot of that win to Bach. But yeah, I mean, going back to Furia's point, this is the most defender-sided map, and I didn't give credit. I'm eating my words currently, seeing how ENX played this all, or Bach specifically. But again, Furia, what are you doing? You're playing Geisha, you're playing Gold. You don't have to fight for house. I mean, it almost felt like the second a round would start, you would just see Furia start getting aggressive. You see Furia start attacking the map before even ENX was even trying to enter the building. I mean, in some areas, I get it. I understand you want to apply that pressure early on, but understand you don't have to fight for a lot of this control. And then you're just giving body after body after body after body. I mean, again, great job for ENX to get a dub here. Ended on a high note. But for Furia, again, I already said I was worried for the fact that KZ, when he doesn't show up, they lose. Sure enough, he doesn't show up today. Granted, Nade, and I believe it was, who else was the other one that popped up? JV and Nade popped up. But again, now you're going into best of 3 after this. You fall down to 6th place here. I mean, just you need to be better. You need to be 100% better than what we saw today.
Well, and especially it's an 11-round game, and Furia only get 3 opening picks, 2 of them coming in rounds they then failed to convert. That is a massive warning bell for me, especially with Herds and KZ both falling off. Bach performed excellently. Sexy Cake also did very well in those opening picks too, especially on that defensive half. And they played the team against them, a Furia that was eager to peak, eager to take fights, and I think the thing we can commend ENX for is where many teams might get scared by that and might falter against it, ENX not only didn't break stride whatsoever, they were ready to fight back, and fight back did they, and specifically Boxzera did.
Absolutely.
Overall, I think having a performance like that from Boxzera, again, he was already one of the better performers on an ENX team that kind of felt like it was a little back and forth on who was meant to be a top performer on that squad. But he was also easily one of the bright spots of this team, especially given how close they've come in so many of these games thus far. Even if they had a game where they were getting shut out in a 7-1 fashion, Bach was still a guy who was going to perform at least a halfway decent level. So for them to pull out the performance they did is phenomenal. But I want to talk to Nigel real quick about this one. Not only do ENX finish out the stage with a win, which congratulations, dude, that win was fantastic. When you saw that it was Skyscraper, what did you think? Because Skyscraper is just not a map that you guys play in Brazil very much.
Yeah, Furia hasn't played that map with us a lot, so it was kind of a no info match for us, but we knew they were going to pick a lot, and well, our game plan really worked out well, because we got a lot of opening kills, if I'm not mistaken. Boxzera really carried this.
Well, Nigel, I want to say congratulations. I want to just, obviously, the stage didn't go how you wanted it to go. It didn't go as planned. Nothing really changes in terms of you guys being able to qualify. But I just want to know, from the beginning till now, like, what were some of the biggest things that you guys have improved upon? Like I said, from day 1 going all the way to day 9 here. What are just things you're taking away from this stage as a whole and that you're going to apply going forward into stage 2?
So the thing that we most improved upon, like last few weeks, was communication. We were a really new team because we actually just made the team like 1 week before Challenger even started. So we had to work really hard. So communication is a thing that we lacked throughout the stage, and we were improving. And I think this last game really showed our improvement with that. So hope we can continue to improve to the next stage. Hopefully make playoffs next time.
Well, don't make Bach work as hard. He was definitely throwing up some LeBron numbers.
That kid is special. He's really good.
Well, that's actually congrats on the win, but that's actually what I wanted to ask you about, because obviously when you pick up a player, you don't necessarily expect a 22 kill game from him. But what was the potential you guys saw in Bach that he could bring to this roster, and that when you were watching him play through this stage, what were some of the things that you felt he did especially good for ENX?
He's one of the hardest working guys I've ever worked with, because like that man puts in the hours. He plays like 1,000, 2,000 games a season of ranked. He plays every FPL lobby. He watches VOD like every single morning, night, whatever. If you invite him to watch something, he will, without hesitation. And yeah, that just speaks for itself, because he's performing really well.
100%.
Dude, it's showing up on game day, and especially today against a team like Furia. That's pretty ridiculous. Last one before we let you go. We're not going to see you guys again in a tier 1 lobby for about 2 months or so, right around the time when stage 2 begins. You didn't have a whole lot of time coming into the stage to get your team together. Like you mentioned, you'd only been together for a week. What are you going to do over these next couple of months to help prepare to make sure that stage 2 goes better than stage 1?
We're going to keep improving a lot on the communication aspect, improve our tactics, and just come as a more rounded team to stage 2. So yeah, just expect better things for us.
Hey, it was great for you to end stage 1 on a high note, even if the rest of it didn't quite go your way. Phenomenal final game, dude. Again, congratulations, and we'll see you in stage 2, man.
Thank you, bro.
So, ENX have now effectively secured the top 2 for both W7M and FaZe. So that's great. It means that match 3 basically has no stakes involved. It just happens to be between number 1 and number 2 as the very last game that both of them have to play, because their job's already done. They no longer have anything to play for. But now for Furia, it's a bit different, because they haven't dropped out of their 3rd place position yet, but Lynx, to your point from earlier, they absolutely could based on how the rest of the results go today.
Oh, 100%. I mean, like, if you forget, Black Dragons, Loud, and NIP are all on 13 points. NIP playing next against 9Z, a team that, while I will mention later that I think isn't as bad as their results show, it is still a team that has struggled, and NIP could easily find themselves in 16. And if you are thinking about how Furia might fare in playoffs, a 6th place finish after a string of really close games and a loss might end up being a bit too accurate foreshadowing, because we mentioned Herds has so far been the lowest rated player, and he was by far and away a huge problem in the lobby today, losing a lot of opening duels, losing a lot of gunfights as well. And is it a game that didn't necessarily matter all that much? Sure. But KZ, this is a guy who, Gabe has mentioned plenty of times, has made the stage for Furia, has been bailing them out of a lot of these 12-round, 14, 15-round games even. And if he starts dropping off too and Herds doesn't bounce back, JV's good. He's not that good to carry the whole team on his back.
Yeah, it's definitely worrisome for me. Obviously, Furia, when it comes to international, there's no question. They're a powerhouse. They just won Reload. Sure. But it's the fact of the matter. I mean, what we've seen from them time and time within their own stage, within their own region, is they aren't the powerhouse that we know them to be. And even this stage is even more showing that. Again, off the backing of KZ has really kept them in these fights. Again, today you see JV and Nade having their performance. But again, like you said, Herds hasn't been having that great of a stage. 3-8 today. Fellypox, their IGL 5-11, 0-4 on entry. KZ, middle of the pack. I mean, even when KZ's not doing well, he's not doing bad by any margins either. But this is a situation where we're seeing these teams at the top across all regions. All 5 players are playing extremely well within their own region. It's now just a matter, you still need to show yourself in playoffs. And so far, you're not looking great in best of ones.
No, and when you look at Nade at the top, 14-8, with only a 55% cost, that's showing what's usually happening. A lot of his frontline players are dying, and he's having to get probably a bunch of kills, maybe some multi-kills and rounds that he's already been set up to fail in. It's just another example of why these things aren't going for Furia. But Jacob, I don't really think there's any question who the MVP of today's game would be.
Change the logo just to be okay. Like,
literally, yeah.
Be
just
okay.
like Bach
Be
Esports.
Okay. Be okay.
And they were
Fair
okay.
play. I think, really it was just a question of when production was going to throw this up on the screen, because we all knew that it was coming. But if you think our commentary about Furia is scathing right now, the fact that they may end up dropping a couple of playoff positions when they go into the bracket, and when we start talking about playoffs next week, it might be a little bit more on the scathing end. But we'll get to that when we come to it. Again, Furia have already made playoffs. ENX, thanks a lot for playing. Interesting first time playing in Tier 1, but we're not going to be seeing them for another couple of months. But we are going to be seeing Furia, and I'm probably going to have even more of a deep dive breakdown on just how that skyscraper went wrong when we start talking about playoffs next week. But we could actually lock somebody in for playoffs in this next game, assuming NIP are actually able to stop this 2-game skid they've been on when they play 9Z after the break.
You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
The Ninjas have been trying to lock in playoffs for, at this point, more than a week now, but they've been thwarted at every turn. What looked like a surefire seat at the table in playoffs with their name written on it has proven to be a lot harder to secure than they'd like. But by the sheer luck of the draw, their last opponent in the round robin is the current 10th place team in the league. So their chances certainly look a lot better, but they still have a little bit more business to take care of. I'm Jacob with Links and Laxing. So for me, this is a little interesting because 9Z haven't really looked like a bad team, and NIP are on a really weird couple of game slide at this point, Gabe. So the job's still not done.
Yeah, job's still not done, but I mean, if you're comparing this NIP to the last stage, I mean, it's a night and day difference in terms of what this roster has brought after making their change and bringing a player on. But again, they need these points, and they make it even easier, obviously, with Furia not finding anything. They can topple over them. They can find themselves in the 3rd seed, then to play whoever the 6th seed is. So this is a very important game for them. It's their last game, and they can make it a statement, and they need to make it a statement after their previous loss.
And obviously, you know, their 2 previous losses weren't coming to, you know, any weak teams. It was a 7-2 loss against W7M and a 7-0 loss against FaZe, our number 1 and number 2 teams. So it is a skid, to be sure, but we should add proper context. These are very strong teams they're losing to. But before that, it was also a close 7-5 game against ENX. Before that, it was an 8-7 game against Los. Now, these teams have bright spots, but the skid, even in their victories, similar to Furia, has been lasting a little bit longer than just the past couple games, and even if Hates and Fancy are having a good time, some of the old NIP issues, such as pace, not exactly having a clear game plan by the end of the round, are still rearing their head.
I think a lot of what NIP's done this stage has been expected or over expectations for a team that had to retool themselves a little bit with a lot of existing players who had more time to practice than a team like 9Z did, because they put that lineup together after 9Z got confirmed to be in the SAL with very little playtime amongst their individual members. So the fact that they're even in tier 1 in the first place is a great story, and they've shown flashes so far, Lynx. Like that loss on against Liquid last week was another one of those times this stage that they've had close games, so they're just going to keep on keeping things like as close as they have been.
9Z very much are the story of a team with problems, but promise as well. They've had some really dominant losses. I mean, you know, a couple 7-2s, a couple 7-1, but for me, the bright spots are not only that Liquid game, but actually a game against Furia, the team we just saw lose to ENX. It was a game that went all the way to OT, and that 9Z actually had a chance at closing out in regulation and then ended up stumbling over the finish line. But it was a game where massive individual performances is from, you guessed it, KZ, gave Furia an edge where 9Z arguably looked like the better team. What has impressed me the most is when this team is looking good, they have some really, really nice executes. They can get the diffuser down, get a lot of the nice angles on maps like Bank, for example, on Kafe even in some instances. And is their floor kind of low at times? Yes, but that's what you'd expect for a team that is still trying to get their feet under them. You'd also expect a bit poor stats given that they have only unfortunately, one game inside of the SAL, but even in their regulation losses, many of which have gone all 12 rounds, this team has looked a lot more coordinated, a lot more structured, and against big teams, a lot more proficient than I think people give them credit for.
Lax, your thoughts on 9Z after so far 8 games and they've come really close?
I think obviously it's just game day reps. They need to get as many underneath their belt, and they are making strides. Obviously, again, it's a similar situation in ENX. They can't make anything happen here in getting into playoffs, but it's important to end it on a good note, on a positive note, that they are still making those strides. So when we possibly see them again going into the next stage, they are a completely different team.
Side swap for NIP. Remember when they played last week against FaZe? 7-0 on Skyscraper, and they weren't the 7, so Gabe, to be nice about it, it wasn't great.
Yeah, it definitely wasn't great. I mean, this isn't the NIP that we're used to seeing. Lynx already pointed out their games were relatively close, you know, with some of the weaker teams being Los, with being ENX. I mean, we need to see better, and especially going into today. Yes, playoffs is here. They need to be able to make it here with a convincing win, similar to almost Wildcard. You know, when I compared Wildcard and I compared Orglis, it came down to pressure. You're in the last game. Everything's on the line here. Pressure's built up. This is where I can see NIP really come alive and right their wrongs from the previous 2 matches, especially the 7-0. You realistically shouldn't be getting 7-0'd at this level. And when you look at the players on this team, that should never be a case regardless of how good FaZe is. But coming in today, they need to be significantly better. And 2 players in specific I really need to see come alive are both Fantasy and Hates, because both of these players really bring the hurt and the pressure on their attacking side, getting these opening kills, allowing and creating space for the rest of the team, for Pino, for Wizard, for Cons to be able to come in and execute flawlessly on those rounds. And then on defense, a big thing for me compared to last stage to now is they are a little better at just not moving as much, being able to play together. But what we even saw in the 2 previous games, well, I'm going to exclude FaZe. I'm going to go more into the W7M game, is they were moving around far too much. Just play your default, play together, play the position where it needs to have emphasis on. So again, coming from NIP, it needs to be perfect here today, or I certainly am convinced that we aren't going to be seeing them possibly in a better situation than they currently are now.
For sure. And at least for me personally, I think Fantasy and Hates are obviously worth highlighting. I'd be interested in seeing more from Cons when NIP were, to be fair, in the low point in this org's history, kind of over the past year and a half, Cons was actually one of the highest rated players, consistently number 1, number 2 even for NIP, on the same roles he's playing right now. Shields, more of a backline position. Now, maybe he still has a very good cost. Maybe, obviously, he doesn't have to do as much work as he did if he's got a better front line. But if Cons could also start heating up and Fantasy Hates put in some decent performance, that could alleviate a lot of the pressure off NIP's shoulders, because I know he's got it in him. I've seen it for a year and a half, 2 years. And if he starts popping off, NIP could look really scary.
See where they're going for this last battleground of the round robin to see if they can lock in playoffs right now without having to worry about potentially being overtaken by a pesky little Liquid further down in the standings right now. Again, possibility is still open, but we need to do a double check on maps first before we get to that point. Liquid are still on hate watch duty as they were last weekend, so that won't change for right now. NIP have spread out the map love with that loss on Sky now to 7 maps so far this stage, which is one of the most of any team so far in the league.
Oh, we're so bad.
We'll get a bank repeat. They've played it 1 time so far and won it. 9Z have played it twice and lost it both times. Lynx, I think I know who I favor on this one.
See, maybe it's a bit of emotion. Maybe it's a little bit of bias, but I actually feel a bit good about 9Z on this map. I mentioned that Furia game where they kept it really close, and that was on bank. That was a map where 9Z were setting up some really nice executes, having some really cool ideas and angles to make sure nobody could rotate through square when they were going for a Kafe plant. And I think, to be fair, Gabe, we always have to put this asterisk with Furia. Sometimes they can give the teams they play against openings when they don't need to. But both of 9Z's losses so far this stage on bank have been OT against Loud, who's in playoff contention, and against Furia, who are in the playoffs. These are losses they've suffered, but very close ones where they have looked very good, specifically on the attacking side as well.
Yeah, for NIP, I mean, starting on attack on bank, I mean, this is a favorable map for them. They did beat Furia at 7-5, like we were saying. But for me, again, when we just recently saw them come off of an attack streak against against FaZe, losing all of their attacking rounds, it makes me kind of question, why do you, I mean, obviously, if it's flipping a coin, you're going to have to pick attack here regardless. You're going to end up on it. But to allow bank to go through where Skyscraper didn't look too great, obviously, now it's bank, it's a lot bigger. You're going to have to be able to work together far better. And again, it really speaks into Fantasy and Hertz being able to actually really find success here. And for 9Z, I think I partially agree with you, Lynx. I think they are in a good situation here to be able to meet that aggression, to be able to slow it down and slowly start trickling back down to sites or these power positions where that's always his NIP. It's always been their Achilles heels. If you stop their initial entry and you just play the numbers game at that point, NIP always has struggled time and time again, year after year. They just will send body after body at that point. It's a less problem solving and just throwing bodies into the situation. So if 9Z really want to gatekeep here, or at least keep them stuck in that 6th place spot, it really is going to come down to just slowing down that aggression, slowing down those entry points, and not allowing those entry kills to favor NIP.
Let's drag Fluke and Demo back in here for a sec, because all NIP need is 1 point to make playoffs. But given everything that these guys have mentioned so far, specifically about 9Z, are we at all nervous for NIP, Demo? Because I feel like there might be cause to be that way.
Well, I mean, if they only need 1 point, Lynx has said that these guys love going to OT, so why should they worry? They should know it's going to go to OT. Look, I think NIP will come in here, they'll do the job. Rude Awakening, I think, from last week, very two difficult games. W7M into FaZe, not easy for any team. And I'll preface that by saying any team in the world. Those are 2 of the best teams that we've had in the past year. And certainly for NIP, they've shown some really good stuff. I think back to that game against Furia on Bank. Relax as mentioned. I think that was really where we started. This is a turning point for NIP, because this team for the past, I want to say 2 years, has been in the gutter. We haven't really seen them at international events. We haven't seen them live up to, former SI winners. They still have one of them on that team, don't forget, but we just haven't seen that. And I think for NIP, they're going to come in here, do the job against a lesser opponent, get themselves into that top 6, and move on into the next week.
We've just seen something unbelievable. What's to say it's not going to happen again? Everyone had a prediction of the last map.
I said Bach, and I'm predicting 9Z now. Y'all better watch out. That's all I'm saying.
All right.
Anybody in particular on 9Z you want to name drop or no?
No, I like the whole team. There's actually not like a star player there that I'm like super impressed by. It's really just the whole team.
Yeah, fair play. All right, so NIP could take an overtime loss, and that would be enough to get them into playoffs, but 9Z are trying to play a final boss, so let's head to bank and see if they can't pull it off.
Thank you very much, Jacob. And yes, we will find ourselves hustling towards bank once again now. who will be the one that sort of stands out? Because there's also obviously the idea, if NIP can get 3 points, yeah, you're not going to get the bye, but we could start to see a big shuffle on seeding now at this point. Who's going to be locked in, who's not? They want the single point to get there, but if they get 3 and suddenly they find themselves in 3rd place, theoretically, the seeding will then give them someone 6th to deal with. It will give them someone, it could be an easier game, it might not be. You've got a weird mix of names now in contention for these sort of final 4 spots here, or final 3 spots even. Demo now, Furia is obviously already locked.
Yeah, NIP, it's trying to see how much just pressure you can apply to everyone else. You know, NIP will be coming in here ready to go. They get the win, and depending on how well they win, then that, yeah, you know, Liquid will be under immense pressure. Of course, Loud will as well, because that is the game today. Loud versus Liquid, which I believe is our 4th game that we have. And yeah, you know, again, plenty of games to go for. Still have FaZe and W7M as well, which is going to be a fun one. Even though we know that both of those teams are already secured, 1 and 2. It's just who will finish, you know, the top dog after 9 play days.
Well, we start down in the basement with a clash and mirror removal and double hard breach. Yeah, makes sense, fair enough. On bank, you have the limitations, and whilst they sort of potentially have the Kaid up, which could be a 3rd removal later on, play this as your opening, get it sort of in there, get it locked down, and get it done, because otherwise things might get a little bit tougher later on. Oh no, wait! Demo, they don't even care about that. There's your sort of play in your role of how that sometimes operates. Teams will bring their own identity towards this, and 9Z's gives me an idea of a little bit hands-off. Sort of, yeah, you can get the hatches, you can do this. We've got the Fenrir ready for the swings if you want to push down green. I mean, they have the ADSs to try and hold on to blue if they want to do that alongside the smoke. It seems like that's where Tuku is setting themselves up. They're just going to try and slow down NIP in the gun game more than anything else.
Yeah, I'm quite surprised actually that the Kaid isn't just off the board. And yes, I understand that there is ways to work around a Kaid, i.e. the Maverick, which NIP have brought in. But it's just the fact that you have to go and bring a Maverick. You know, bring in that operator to do this one specific job. He doesn't really add a whole lot else. So that's why I think a lot of teams just ban the Kaid, because especially for the basement, you need strong operators. We see how treacherous this attack can be whenever a lot of defense are going to be revolved around time denial in the very last minute, which certainly 9Z, you've got the smoke, you've got the Tachanka, that is the name of their game. So yeah, a little bit weird banning phase there from NIP. Still got strong operators though. Capitao and Ying we know are great execute operators, especially for clearing away an area such as red. Just flame it up, flash it out. Really, really easy then for potential hatch drops as well. That's one thing I think to keep in mind for 9Z is they don't have the greatest of time with just denied access straight onto the hatch, mostly because they have only brought in 1 C4, whereas maybe if you had a few more, then you could have them in the back pocket ready for a hatch drop, whereas obviously with the smokes and the Chanka, they're only going to be able to really do the lineups for that single doorway.
Minute 20 left and they can get these hatches open, no problem. As I said, it will maybe be an attempt of wasting some of the time around server, but nobody's currently directly home. They've got the hatch open. Yeah, the turnaround made them a bit chilly, but chilly isn't going to slow down NIP. Now they've got this sort of tentative control. And this is that game that I talked about starting to come into play here from 9Z. Have they let them get too much ground in the hopes that they can slow them at this position? Obviously, there's the chance that the Tachanka's just going to bounce those over the top. It's going to come down to when NIP start to put the first bit of focus. The Fenrir can get an idea of swings. It's a heavy sort of server control and a bit of a just dead watch. There's the breach on towards the plant spot and the crossfight, and there is the start of those Shumikas. But 40 seconds here. No Goyo. They've got 3 smokes. They have a C4 and they have the Shumikas. If NIP just sort of sit and try and make this happen, Demo, I don't think it's going to happen. They need to push somewhere else. They need to try and get a kill and some pressure on.
Yeah, well, they're going to try and look for the hatch drop now as the util gets fired in, and they're inside the bomb site. Fantasy has the first one into the bomb site, but is very swiftly repelled, and still Cons is trying his best, and now he actually runs deep in for far in for the smoke, and that's not going to go anywhere. The util is working really well for 9Z, and with only 3 seconds left, diffuser cold in the ground. NIP now scrambling, and it's up to Wizard to try and hold on, but no, loses his first engagement, and Will comes in with that hard-hitting LMG and rips into NIP from behind. 9Z, they had their win con, they knew what they needed to do, and it just caused havoc for NIP.
It was, yeah, I mean, I sort of put it at the point where, based on the lineup, it was just, yep, let's let them in, and then let's just set fire to everything and swing on them when they come through. NIP, they just didn't quite have the tools for the job. They were sat there waiting. Even with the slows that potentially came through, they weren't really massively hindered outside of, you know, maybe a Tubarau making things a little bit uncomfortable on the hatch itself. It was just kind of free real estate there for 9Z in that final 30 seconds. NIP, false start. We've seen those before. And they try and drive themselves further in. It's obviously a very different vibe on this site. You're going to have to be a bit more active. There's going to be earlier firefights that come into the sort of lap of 9Z. They can't just keep doing that sort of dropping down. I keep chaining between 9Z and 9Z. It's an American desk, and then us doing the cast. How is it in Portuguese? How is it pronounced there? Z or Z?
I think you're barking up the wrong tree.
I know, yeah. Someone text Milos.
My Portuguese, yeah. Milos, surely, no, hold on. I've got Savage on the phone, don't worry, I've actually got a link up.
Yeah. Do they use Z or Z? I will use what they do, but I don't want to use what the Americans do based on the fact that they're just American.
Well, we can just ask what Lynx does and then do the opposite.
That's true, that's true. Well, they're American. 9Z. So we're probably Z. 9Z. Stacked up on the windows. Some fair pockets of destruction here, but they have the mute jammers to slow anything on that sort of backline janitor's wall. They've got the perspective and the concern of just getting control of the western windows. But otherwise, NIP's sitting and watching and waiting game is perpetual across the history of the roster. Some boots maybe in the ground at the bottom of lobby. I'm not sure if those outlines were entirely outside or not, but they're starting to stack their way here up towards the default wall. Get it popped open. Top square now is an angle and a problem. They've got the keybers to try and hold on to, but as soon as pressure comes now behind the army, they could find themselves in a bit of a sticky situation. This point now, the minute 40, and as I said, the firefight's going to start happening sooner. I look towards 9Z and I say, okay, when are you going to activate here?
The aggression in this game hasn't really shone through for, you know, a Latin American game. You know, typically it's the region where we see just constant gunfights all the time, but past 2 rounds, just whole lot of nothing from both sides. Nobody looking to go out of position. The attackers aren't really looking to try and challenge onto some of these defenders. It is just very passive from both teams, and I say that though, Fantasy able to open up with the first pick, and still with that Monty alive, that is going to be the danger operator that somehow 9Z need to try and get through.
Ooh, a Will disconnect is going to put them a little bit worse off now as well. They're going for the swing round. There's the cover onto the window drop. They're trying to get the hop through. They can't quite get the planter in time. The shield's up, but he's so dangerous. No! Drops the shield, gets a kill, gets traded, gets just the castle alone in a 1 versus 3. They were so close to stopping the Monty, and now one of the toughest retakes. They have the long watch. They were just waiting at that point.
Fantasy, great pause here as well. Prone, using those feet holes to his advantage, and easily gets his man. Yeah, look, Monty, power of the operator, just walks in. Can't really kill him. Really unfortunate, though. A disconnect, and an operator that you don't want to lose. The Echo would have been the perfect operator to deal with that Monty. But it's a shame. Disconnect happens, and yeah, very easy then for NIP to move in with that man advantage, losing out the Echo, having the shield, get the plant down. Easy post-plant. So hopefully we'll be able to try and get Will back, but have to stop the timer for the meantime.
That's it. We'll hopefully get them back in. It's rough, but it happens. And they'd already got, obviously, an opening kill. Maybe the castle would have been the one to stop the plant. It's impossible to gauge. Once a round is in progress, unfortunately, it's just the raw end of the stick there. You've got to play it out and see where you sort of end up. It's one apiece here at this point. I've realized as well, if we want to know the proper pronunciation, we could also just ask our producer if it's 9Z or 9Z in Portuguese.
But the Americans could pay him off.
They could. True. You can't trust anybody.
Issue.
It's right. You're right. You're right. Only person we can trust, Savage. One apiece.
Obviously for NIP, it's just 6 rounds. That's it.
Yep.
That's all they're after. And for NIP, you would like to think a team who have been able to come here early this stage and beat a side like Furia will be really confident going into, yet again, another bank. You know, a lot of teams after that Furia win, they didn't really want to take them to bank. That's one thing I noticed in a lot of the map bans. It's, you know, like directly after beating Furia, NIP had to go and play Liquid, and then they had to go and play Loud, both of which banned bank against NIP. So I do think it is a map that certainly teams know that NIP enjoy, and obviously have shown that they can play it well. I think the only time that we actually seen NIP have to ban bank this stage was just in one game, and that was June 28th. I think that was our 5th play day, and that was against Lost. Lost didn't ban it, but NIP did. So yeah, the league knows that this team's very good at bank, and I think 9Z going here. It's I know they want to as well, but I just think it's very, very risky.
It's the weird sort of comparison though, is 9Z, they also don't really ban this map. They are, I think, 0-6 in terms of banning it. Yes, they're also 0-2 in terms of actually playing it, but it is part of their rotation. It's part of their known maps. However, they haven't had the best season. So, unfortunately, even if you have a good map, there's always other teams that enjoy that map. As you've said, it's one for NIP. It's not that they're scared of it, but you know, they have it. There's other maps they'd prefer to go to, but it doesn't mean that they hate coming here. And if it gets them the 1 point, regardless of whether it's a win, as we said, like, that is all that they need. And at this point, they cannot get themselves into the top 2. They cannot get that bye. You just enter the best of 3s. Yeah, you've got to play one extra game, but to a team that is as experienced as they are, what's another best of 3 in the scale of the thousands that they have played? And that's not a promising last run of 5 games from this graphic of 9Z.
No. Not great in the, obviously, the recent form. But it does show how, you know, close the region is whenever nobody's had 5 wins in a row. Even FaZe, you know, the mighty FaZe. I mean, they've been okay, but certainly have suffered some losses that maybe we didn't expect.
There's always a kind of fear of it, right? And you always want competition. If you get through unscathed, it's very rare that you've truly been tested. Yes, sometimes that mantra is broken.
Shopify just an empty team then, aren't really?
Well,
if I don't count.
This is why I say sometimes it's broken, because there was also Furia's, when they were known as W7M's reign of absolute terror, where they were able to take, and we've had Falcons when they were known as BDS, and their reign, they were undefeated. But we've also had other teams that have gone through undefeated, and then they get into those sort of playoff situations, and things unfortunately just go away from them. It takes one bad day to ruin your chances at getting into certain positions and places. So there's always a possibility, and testing that and making sure that you are thoroughly tested yourselves. You want to hit SI eventually. That is the goal, and you want to get there tested, because if you not, and everybody else's, you are going to fail. You're going to flunk out of that class, and they're going to start posing questions you don't even begin to understand about your holds and your methods of approaching maps. Anyway, we're back in, if you somehow hadn't noticed. Cons might not be. They're having a moment. They're thinking about life.
No, it's just and seeing whenever you're kind of looking for these quick plays with the shields, don't move.
Yeah,
because you can hear the shield. So he wants to try and stay as quiet as he can. And I assume it's going to be either a stock jump in or straight in through square and trying to take janitor immediately. So yeah, Glitch just wants to try and get into the action as quick as he can. Obviously for 9Z, they will be extending in towards this top floor, but I know it's always risky, I think, roaming up here whenever you know that the windows can cut off your runaway areas so easily. And well, 9Z are going to be the first ones to take a bite out of NIP as they take down 2 and also have been able to injure 1.
So, 1 apiece now. And they've been able to get themselves off towards the 2 deficit. So it looks like 9Z might, after a very risky run there from Cons, gets them entirely executed. Okay, I was going to say it might be like 9Z have an easier time on the run out to this. Yeah, Demo. They have the easiest time. The Blitz throws themselves in, leaves just Pino in a 1 versus 5. 1 versus 4. Oh, I wanted him to get that kill so I could say 1 versus 3. 1 versus 3.
1 versus 3.
Is it going to be a 1 versus 2? There's the player
You're not
top
going to
white.
speak until he gets a kill, are you?
Yeah, well, the player from top white has left, and the Echo drone is just being a problem child.
We count that.
1 versus...
1.5.
1 versus 3.5. 1 versus 3.
Oh, other one.
There's a player just tucked behind, I think, the A chassis, so should get him when he swings out too wide here. Nope, they've pulled back. They just don't want the smoke. Okay, apart from them, they were watching the kit. They're back in. Okay. They're all gone.
Yep. Patience. Good stuff. 9Z, sit in their hands. Don't swing. Don't give them that chance. Don't give Fluke the opportunity to have a really good casting segment.
Never.
Yeah, NIP. Weird. Very, very weird. Not applying the correct pressure on those players inside of CO. Makes no sense how those players are just able to sit by the elevators with a shield. How that shield has not been assessed as an issue is beyond me. Yeah, very poor util work from NIP. Should not be getting beat on that bomb site via just a top floor hold. You very rarely would see that. NIP, just to kind of look at how they did against Furia in terms of their splits, they were able to get 3 attacks, or 4 attacks, sorry, and they got 3 defenses. So they were pretty good at attacking against Furia. They got 4 of them.
I think it's, you know, you sort of look at how teams have brought the energy into fights. There's a part of me that wants Lynx to be wrong. So wants NIP to sort of step things up a little bit more here. But at the same time, we've already had surprise results. We've already had surprise splits. So as much as sort of running the numbers on how things go, NIP, obviously, they suffered at the hands of a big loss, and that's really skewed some of their numbers. Or their sort of total split. But how much of it is what we can carry the weight on? How much of it is don't actually come together when, at this point, what they're playing for is, as it was in the previous game, just a bit of bragging rights in some regards. You've thrown everything out the window. You're including occasionally the statistics. They're in. They're over the top. And nobody to be found yet. They look like they might be close to getting the first engagement here. It's Wizard that just watches somebody drift away. Really not wanting any engagements on the roam here, Demo.
Yeah, I kind of mentioned it before the first 2 rounds. Neither team are looking to kind of clash heads with one another within that first minute. They're both trying to play just as reserved as they can. I think NIP, maybe it's more the fact of they don't want to put their Ying and Capitao at a risk of dying without using any of the util, and they just really want to play it as safe as they can. And make sure they can position the Blitz into more of a position to take those engagements, because again, that's what he's designed for. I have been able to clear out those roamers, though. Everyone is back downstairs into the basement. And this is good time as well from NIP. You know, a full clear out of the roamers, and you've still got half the round left. It's looking good. But as we know from last time they were here, the util, that was an issue for them. 9Z brought heaps of that. They have exchanged their Chachanka this time in favor of a Goyo, and have also brought in the Maestro as well as a bit of a plant denial potentially, and just general information. So it's all about how quickly NIP can clear away those Goyo canisters and also the Maestro cameras, and it leaves them enough time to still get through the smokes.
Now, the smokes were a big detriment last time round, but also was the play with the Tachanka, was the pressure before. The removal of the Maestro cams going to make things slightly slower, but not really the worst. There's the Goyo canisters to play against. There's different sort of alternate idea of maybe keeping their guns up a bit more aggressively. Tachanka's great, but tricky to swing around in some of these situations. They have the long watch, and now we get to that point we were sort of at before. 30 seconds, and the first smoke canister goes down. More than enough of these to carry the rest of it, so they're going to have to go deep. Oh no, the Maestro bubbles will be able to watch every single step that they take. You can see both of them are active. They're not using those to try and actually put pain or punishment in. They're trying to get the plant, but again, it's just a pre-done lineup cons. You cannot survive that. They're going to try and eke the breach on the other side. They're going to throw the third smoke canisters. It's already been actually done and deployed. It's all fire. There's Goyo canisters. Again, they've just left it too late. They've somehow found a way to plant it just inside the door. They're pushing on towards it. Look at their health of fantasy, though. They survive and get out. I don't really know how that's come together there. 9Z had everything going for them. 5 seconds, just had to break that one last plant, and now they're trying to retake, and it's easy pickup for Hates and Wizard and Fantasy. What?
Oh. Just about. I mean, it must have been, what, half a second left, and they just had to stick the plant. All they needed was just that little half a second. You know, as long as you have time to plant the diffuser, that's all that matters. 9Z, they didn't have anything left. They didn't have anything left. NIP learned from their mistakes, just barely. They were able to clear away the util early on. The Goyo canisters were popped in good enough time. The smoke, yes, as tricky as it may have been, still they were able to outlive those. And as long as they can get that plant down, they'll win that. They'll win that round. You know, we know how difficult that bomb site is to clutch up on. It's a very, very easy post plant. You're just gonna fall back, play with the hatches, play with the long angles. Really easy for the attackers, which again they demonstrated, but still, they had enough. That's all we can say. They had enough time. We can't fault them.
2 apiece, and okay, we find ourselves here. I mean, I'm curious where one of the smoke canisters went, because they had 3 and there was about 30 seconds left. And maybe they just got a bit concerned that they would drive deep and through the seconds to cover a bit more of the ground, but everyone was on a margin there. They couldn't have asked for a finer needle to try and put that thread through. They get themselves the locking round. It's 2 apiece. Now we're back towards the top itself. They're trading rounds back and forth. I guess it's an NIP paced map. Is that still fair to sort of describe it? The rounds are quite slow and quite chunk. Like, it's just how this roster has played, or had this under different rosters, which is where it doesn't ever really feel like they are as immediately in control as they might be.
I think that they're always looking for the plant. They're always after that final execute. That is why we maybe don't see them as aggressive as what other teams are inside of this region. It's they have that game plan. They don't want to risk losing out in that Grim early on, losing out in that Ying. They try and play as reserved as they can, so whenever it comes to that final minute, whenever we see the attackers move in and go for that plant, they have sufficient util to deal with what will be thrown at them.
Well, the util is starting to try and find its position. They've obviously got what they can try and utilize here. The Shot could be cool compared with all of the blinds, and they're in and off to the races here. Demo, the shield on the back, and they're just going to see if they can try and plant it. The blinds come over the top. They've got the cover. The calls are out as well. There was a bit of a break immediately on towards it, and there it is. A post plant. Sure, they lost Fantasy, but now they have a post plant. Now they have themselves positioned outside. They're going to go and watch on towards the lobby so they can try and put the pressure there. The buck is underneath. They're internal. There's a lot of individual positions here from NIP. Pino gets Will, and I mean, you said they're always looking for the plant demo. This time they just absolutely stole it. Tuku's going to go for the jump out. In fact, they might double up with the Mozzie. They were a bit concerned. You can see they're trying to run the numbers to get this perfect, but they don't have a lot of time for perfection here. There's the reveal of the buck underneath. There's Wizard getting one more from the window. There's a close fight round. They're on the defuse. There's a player on the top of the window. Wizard has just been able to lock this up.
Well, easy work for NIP again on that post plant. All they need is that plant. That's all that they are worried about. Nothing more. Nothing else than just getting that diffuser in the building. Then they win via the post plant. And again, very nice post plant setup. You have a lot of the guys in the windows. You have that all-important buck downstairs as well. That's a kicker. Because naturally, 9Z, you're thinking, okay, in this scenario where we have to try and retake this plant, they're always going to be in the windows. That's what we're focused on. Everyone's going to be in the top floor. And then whenever there's a buck downstairs, it's like, oh my word, now we have to go downstairs. That's going to waste even more time trying to clear out this buck. Yeah, very, very good from NIP. Really fought out, calculated really well. And yeah, 9Z, I think just kind of falling for the weakness of that top floor bomb site, isn't it? It's those windows. It's how easily you can get into that bomb site if those windows are not being covered.
10 seconds to go.
3-2, and it's still sort of this back and forth. But I like how I was talking about, obviously, the pace of this game and the pace of how things are going to go, and then suddenly NIP do their snatch and grab. I guess, like me, 9Z assumed something was going to happen. NIP were able to break that mold, but if they can get themselves the 4-2 split here and put themselves in a really good position to push this out on the opposite end. We took sort of attack and defensive win rates earlier. They're 55% on their defense, only 37 on their attack. Because unfortunately 9Z are about an even 39 on both their attack and their defense. They're going to have as much problem on the other side. So they kind of need to get this secured and evened out. The extension on towards janitors. They're just sort of fishing and waiting and baiting for anything on a chance of a swing, and it's being well read, fine, but you're giving drones to people that can just sort of move away a bit freely here.
So Pino on that Twitch, seeing if he can find some good information here for Fantasy, who's currently hunting the player inside of Tellers and Archives. It's going to be Tuku, who now will be forced out of that position. Pino also able to pick up one, and NIP have kind of went for a different change of pace. I mentioned before they're focusing the plant, but this time they're trying to hit 9Z from every little angle they can find, pushing him from multiple different areas, and it's worked out really well for them. Been able to snag pretty much free kills. I hope it's going to be free kills, and yeah, the nade thankfully will get Nitro's downed earlier, but damage has been done. Half the round still to go, and they lead 3 players to 2. And Tuku and Will gonna have to go big for their side.
That's it, but we've seen huge clutches today. It's a tricky one to do it in if you can get some awareness of where they're coming from, and unfortunately for them, there's a lot of time in the pockets here of NIP. Yes, you have a backline you can play on here towards this kitchen side. You've got the keeper barricades and the castle on the double door itself, so currently NIP is pretty well blinkered and sort of fenced in towards an approach, and maybe the hatch are swinging on towards beepers. That is what they're trying to build up here as well. More keepers. Keep it as a bit of a firing range in a straight line. Keep your focus on towards this approach here. Will, though, hooks themselves in, hoping to have moved away from being planted and predicted. Another keeper on the door itself. NIP, they're still droning and still positioning at this point. They haven't really moved from the 2 players on the stock itself. The other's gone their way through onto Archives. It is just a sort of trade here. There goes Will. Great pinch from Pino. And Tuku is not long for the follow through. They can now drop. They have the cover. from the archive side. Great take, but great pick back up.
Yeah, really good read into where else could he be if you've started grimming out everywhere inside open area. Really kitchen is what you look towards, and yeah, just had enough men on the board again to get that trade because they did so well in the early game there for NIP. I cannot stress how much I like the switch up of how they were playing the game so far. It was very slow, methodical, looking for that plant. And in the final round, they think, right, let's just go fast. Let's try and take as much map control as we can, hit them from all different angles. And that worked really well for them. Caught 9Z completely by surprise. So really good half from NIP. Same scoreline as what they were in that Furia game.
4-2. And now it's just the moment to see what else can be brought from the canisters. 9Z here. Almost an identical lineup to how this map opened up here with Chanka playing the Tubarao to try and slow down the hatches itself and just slow down the players themselves. You've got the smoke, and now they've even doubled down with the Goyo. If 9Z are not quick at getting to putting the pressure on towards server and on towards that plant spot, I mean, what's your time of sort of failure here for them with all that utility left to watch it?
For a second, you're probably looking at a good, half the round you can deny with util?
Yep.
Again, pacing is everything for 9Z. It is how quickly can you move in with that Twitch drone and destroy those Goyo canisters. That's obviously the first thing you need to get rid of. And the reason why I say that is the smoke and the Chanka, there's still ways around their util, and that is by simply dropping back hatches to put pressure in those players so they can't use their util. Whereas the Goyo canisters, they're always just going to stay where they are. They are, bits of util that you just plonk down, and that's where they sit. Whereas, like I said, the Chanka smoke, you drop behind, they're going to have to turn towards you with their gun. They just can't sit there with their lineups. Certainly, the Chanka can't do it with, a Shimika launcher. You don't kill anyone with that up close and personal. So there is ways to play around it, but the Goyo canisters, I always feel, that is the measure of how well you can attack bank. It's how quickly you can move in and destroy those canisters.
Yeah, definitely. And, well, the Twitch train's been able to get themselves very close. I'm going to assume it got a couple before it got away there because of how it got themselves in. We didn't really hear any explosions, or if we did, they were covered by the other sounds of this quick pace. Yeah, you can see the flames in the fire. Now it's going to bring some of the roamers back down towards the site, and it's been good. It's been pacey. Got themselves the clear. They've got all the NIP players down to the basement, apart from one flirting with the swing potential on the top of servers. But how long will they sort of stay around here? The break of the gate on top of the hatch just eats a bit of utility. And that is all that can really be done for.
Oh, now they have to go through all the util, still for the hatch. Don't forget, tub is up. And it's not, of course, going to be able to destroy the hard breach gadgets that go down, but certainly will just delay that hatch being opened up for the meantime. Will, on the fuse, has also plonked down a cluster charge and hopes that he can use that to remove the util inside of the site.
Ooh,
but half the round still left. Yeah, you've got the smoke, you've got the Chanka still, that's what you have to play against.
Not entirely sure why Will did that. But they did it. And now, well, they're pushing their way on towards the fight. They're able to get all of the hatches open from these pocket tin openers, but it's a minute. And now behind the Capitao smokes, a single grenade and a lot of bees. They're going to see if they can try and make their way through, because they also just brought an infinite amount of pocket breaches. Almost every single player had them. So the only smoke they have the cover here are Naza and then one in the pocket to Tuku. At this point, with all that is in the pockets, you favor NIP. As we said, they have about half of the game's worth of denial. The Chanka's got through about half of their gadgetry, but now they've got the 3 smoke canisters still. There's the roll of the grenade on towards the hatch itself. An EMP'd drone is picked up, and the cover of the smoke might start to come through. They're not quite aware where that bulletproof is, and unfortunately going to have to be dropped to get rid of 20 seconds. Drop. Yep, hatch drop with the kit, so they're going to try and get themselves tucked towards the reinforced wall. There goes the camera. There goes some of the pressure. There goes the cover of the smokes. Okay, They're in, they're active, and they're tucked. Going for the plant, hoping everything gets thrown over the top, which it is currently. The C4 doesn't catch. Now they have a ping on it, but they can't stop the player. They take damage of their own, but the shield is back deployed. Oh, the fuse does get caught in the end, but it's a post plant now. They can watch the verticality. Big damage done. Wizard caught out as well. A 4 versus 4. They've somehow found an angle. Not entirely sure why Fancy entirely turned his back. You know what he was doing, which was to rotate up the top, because you've got to do it. But 9Z, they've pulled themselves back and then popped themselves forward, baited into his teammate. I mean, I love the way they applied it. They realized that there was going to be too much pressure demo, but there was pings. NIP, they were caught a bit lacking there.
One missed C4. Simple as that. C4 misses. Should have killed the guy planting. That would have been round dead and buried, but no. 9Z get gifted a lifeline. NIP, one crucial bit of util, waste it. And that was enough to kill your round.
Protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow. NIP not looking to go back downstairs, which I think is a little bit surprising, because not as though 9Z completely obliterated that defense. You know, like I said, it came down to one miss util. You know, NIP had it in their hands to win that round. But they don't want to go down there again. They want to go straight towards the top floor. Find that interesting.
Attackers have located a bomb.
I mean, such narrow margins, right? 9Z able to sort of get that one locked in. As you said, a single C4 could have been the dictator there of the round. It really feels like throughout this entire series so far, there has never been a confrontation until the kit is being planted. And I guess it's just the way that these two teams like to play. We know NIP likes to play that way. Apparently it's the same from 9Z. Where there was all this talk and conversation of like they're stepping up, they're trying to match the pace of the game. But here the pace of the game is hands off until it's go time. And it's kind of changing who that seems to punish, right? It's, I'm not going to say a fear of wanting engagements before you need to have them for the sake of getting the bodies down. But there's definitely a resistance and a hesitance to it. Now, this, the flashes over the top, they have the Ossa and the Blackbeard. They're throwing absolutely everything in, and as they go for the swing, they got the deploy on the Ossa, and they're going to go for the plant as well. The Echo drone might slow things down a little, but it won't stop things. That sure will. Fantasy. Just in this cross position. I think he got a kill to get here, but at the same time, everything's kind of pulled apart now for the team. There's nobody that's in a position to actually catch him out. The Goyo does not have to go anywhere. He might be slowly surrounded. He's actually tucked himself safer and safer away. So he's not in the middle either side of a fight. What do you do here? Oh, I was going to say the 3 versus 3. Fantasy took a risky moment there to try and get the kill. He's gone, 1:30, but you've got a clash and an echo demo.
Yeah, I think the clash is obviously going to be the bigger issue. Got a nade and the EMP left. That's it. It's all the util that you've got. The sign of 9Z. You know, what he needs to try and do is just play off the information that Wizard can gain for him, but there's still tons of time though for 9Z to figure out what they want to do. And there goes the impact EMP to stop that clash, but Pino, and I said, had to be quick to play up the info for his teammate and gets a second one as well. Tuku up against the clash and will use the nade now, and that's going to be able to destroy that shield successfully. Ooh. But no, misses the DMR shots, and Wizard punishes him. NIP with a great 2v3, Pino especially, back up against the wall, had to make those kills happen for his teammate who, again, only had the shield to play with. Yeah, great work from Pino. NIP to get that 2-round gap back again.
And they've pulled the timeout out of 9Z. They are 1 round away, NIP now, from securing themselves in playoff contention. They obviously want to do better than that. They want to try and jump up a bit. But, oh no, wait, that won't change anything. Apart from their seeding, which we don't even know how the seeding will settle at this point, as this is the second game to be played. So, focusing on that single point. Now, it's not that the timeout is to stop that happening, but it does give them a really good moment to plan this out. It gives them a really good sort of aspect of going, look, we just need one more. We just need to push one more of these over. They knew how they lost the basement. They know what the bans are. Maybe that is where they want to go and try and settle things up. No, they're going to keep themselves rotating around. Go to staff open instead. Keep the rotations on the site. They don't think things are going to change too much. Instead, though, remember when I talked about we are only really getting fights around the kits being planted. This is a lineup from the defenders that makes me hope maybe that is about to change.
Well, it's a lot more aggressive. I think certainly with the way that 9Z have kind of went about things, it's... I think they've tried to go with the util, but I feel as though they've really lacked a lot of map control on some of their attacks. Like, of course, basement, yes, they're going to have map control naturally, that's just the way it plays out, but certainly if you look at the way that they handle that top floor, all they really had was, like, windows, and that was it, which I wouldn't exactly say you control the map too well, as long as they put anyone over towards lobby and tried to apply pressure via elevator or over towards marble stairs. I just want to see them move through the map at a very good controlled pace, kind of force NIP back into the bomb site, and then you can start looking for the execute.
Well, will the force start to happen here? Obviously, they have everything to waste as much time as possible, and you know, we've seen a fairly heavy drone game. There's a bit of the counter towards it with the Mozzie. A missed drone there, but a free pickup, and alongside the visual, it is a time-wasting approach. They obviously also have hates on the stretch there, the support, if they want to try and get themselves closer back towards the site. And all of the site-watching duty is actually currently just held by, I think, Wizard. Everybody else is not far away. Takes a second to drop a hatch, but sort of drawing all the attention here from 9Z up, making them have to come upstairs, have to try and clear these positions, have to drone and redrone and redrone. And as the Blackbeard enters onto a goo mine and is close enough in a fight that he doesn't want to take it out just yet, he's worried about being swung on towards stock, but he does need some support to come through at this point. There's a watch, and Nitro gets rid of the first. Great cover, great bait there from the Blackbeard. And there's at least one. But what else can they get? The Blackbeard is out and about. Off towards the opposite end as Fantasy is the next to suffer a big blow, and now Demo. NIP have decided, minute 30, let's pull back to site.
Yeah, but that's where 9Z kind of want them, though. They want them to be into the bomb site so they can start executing with their Ying, obviously with the Ram of the verticality. Dooku, able also to gain access to archives and tellers pretty free there with a good pickup. Now for NIP, it's again backs up against the wall. You're going to have to try and play together with what they have and see if they can get some of these kills back, but with still that Blackbeard up and the Ying, it's going to be difficult to try and go against those two operators when one's got a shield in front of their face and one, well, you can't really see whenever the Candelas start getting chucked at you.
No, that is a fair description of what happens when the Candelas go off. What's going to happen when Cons goes off? Rotates their way up. Just misses the slip past of one, gets the spray onto the second. Blackbeard a step too late, but that's the kit. Suddenly cold, picked almost instantly back up by Nitro. If they can secure this kill, the Blackbeard isn't going to try and take it as a direct engagement. They're waiting for the support to come round, which... Oh, they still lose it out! Blackbeard! Oh. Too little, too late! Cons! Massive triple kill there on the spiral stairs! Oh, there is now the death of Cons, a 2 versus 2, but with 10 seconds, no kit, and almost isolated engagements here. They're slipping their way in. They've got to just try and send it for the fights. NIP just doesn't really have to offer them to them. And I mean, what a flank from the Vigil, but what a mistake by the Blackbeard. What a way for NIP to guarantee themselves a playoffs position.
Oh, the Blackbeard. I mean, yes, he gets one on the flank, given, but he should never get two. He should never get three of them. Like, the Blackbeard, as soon as your teammate dies, why are you trying to shield bash him? Just kill him on ADS him. The whole thing about that operator is different other shields. He has a gun. He has a gun. Doesn't want to use the gun.
Rough way for it to land here. Now, obviously, they weren't really playing for anything other than the pride. They still could get themselves into OT. This was the site where they were able to find their first success. But where they sit now, with, in a weird way, the pressure off NIP a bit. They've done what they needed to do for the day. They're going to be playing a little bit loose, a little bit more fun. They've got the same amount of sort of slow and denial here. The sends is a sort of particular removal, yes. It's great at certain plays and certain angles. It's great in certain locations. Hasn't been played by 9Z in the opening 3 rounds, so it's just very specific hatred of sends.
Oh, I don't know where you go now if you're 9Z, because that's just a tiller. You know, losing that 5v3. Not good. Not good at all. Obviously for the basement, seen it here last time, it just came down to a missed bit of util from NIP. And also, don't even notice, they've actually brought in 2 C4 operators now instead of just the 1. The Warden makes an appearance, so you've got even more denial that 9Z have to try and go through. Still got that core of the Tachanka, the Smoke, and the Goyo. Will on that fuse again also. See if he can get over towards those hatches and try and find those Goyo canisters via the fuse pucks. But yeah, slow and steady at the moment as expected, of course. There's basement, no roam game from NIP. 9Z can just take the entire of the map and get to work.
Well, work is steadily making its way through. Obviously, it was the fuse that played a bit of this game last time. There's a good battle back with the Tubarao. And that'll slow that breach and slow the man themselves. First bit of work done here. Now they'll try and angle their way, obviously off towards the server side. They've got some presence here on towards green as well. Got to limit the rotate round, get the extra hatches, get themselves drone in. NIP, they know they don't need to offer a fight yet. They know the game. They know the game plan. And it seems like the game plan here is changing towards maybe an elevator vault drop. Phil's going on a bit of a long run around here. They're just sort of running the numbers and all their options. And here's the vault side. Obviously the shield, super audible. All of those movements and rotations would have been well read. And you can see the repositioning here from the side of the defenders. NIP. There's the push, there's the drop, there's the smoke on the vault to make sure nobody comes around the back, and the pressure down green itself. Right into the barbed wire, gets swung, but they can just see the barrel of the gun and pick up the player. 4 versus 3, and still, now unfortunately stuck watching, waiting as Wizard gets one more. Traded out though, huge work being done. Oh, and this is a kind of brutal way here for this to end demo. Yeah, 30 seconds, a man stuck in a vault. Waiting in the elevator with a kit through a door full of money. None of it his to claim. NIP get themselves the 3 points and get themselves well-rounded at the end of a well-rounded match.
Yeah, I seen him in the elevator. It's like, yeah, he's not getting out of that. He isn't John McClane. He's the only man I think I've seen get out of the elevator alive, and not the case for him. But yeah, NIP came in today. Done the job as I expect them to. Again, they're a side which do have a lot of experience with the players that they have on their team. Against a weaker opponent, the Shelby's coming in here, getting the 3 points, and move into playoffs.
Exactly that. They got themselves locked in. They needed to make a sort of statement after the game that we had earlier. Not every team's been able to do that today, regardless of position. And it gives them that good uplift. It gives them that good sort of mental idea of, okay, we know where we want to go, and where do we want to go? To the desk demo. So we'll hand it over to Jacob and Jacob's 2 friends.
Thanks, guys. My friends have names, by the way, so if you remember them next time, that'd be sick. But ultimately, here's the problem. NIP came in and basically just did NIP things, and we had a thought, an inkling, a feeling that maybe 9Z might be able to play Boogeyman today. Didn't end up happening, and I guess the hallmark of a team that came in without too much practice time together as a group, Gabe, is not being able to get any of your attacks oriented. They had some good ideas, but ultimately nothing panned out because that second half was a wash.
Yeah, I mean, I want to focus more on the defensive side of things first, is because me and Lynx were talking. We both had 2 ideas in terms of ban system. I was more focused on the shields. If they wanted to get rid of the shields, I would think that you would maybe want to get rid of the Blitz, you'd want to get rid of the Blackbeard and force a Monty, because Monty isn't applying as much pressure as those other two shield operators. But then again, there were multiple scenarios where I just think they misread the situation they were in. CEO, one player was going to Skylight to be able to jump outside the window. The other two were taking the focus and the gun and still continuing to take those gunfights. I just feel like there was a very lack of coordination and understanding how they can bring some of those rounds back. And then, yeah, fast forwarding onto their attack and half. I mean, it was kind of perplexing in some areas because NIP really allowed some success to follow through from 9Z, specifically in Tuku just being able to sneak into multiple scenarios, being able to play cutoffs like he usually do. So it makes me question in terms of 9Z of just, you know, it didn't really look like NIP did a lot of VOD review on you and they were just playing their game, which obviously that went into say. But then also for 9Z, they were just really failing to adapt and understand the proper way and how to execute in some of these rounds, where if they just buddied up, played a 2v1 in some of these scenarios, play that man advantage, do a better job pinching some of these individual players that NIP often was giving from time to time, that's really what was, that's really what was throwing them off more than anything, is they were just failing to play these trades. I mean, you see right here, the Blackbeard pushing up, gets the 2 kills. I mean, just there's many different scenarios here where if they just play those trades significantly better, we see 9Z make this a much more competitive game, and possibly you might see that reverse of them winning a 7-3.
Yeah, honestly, one of the most ironic things about that, because you mentioned the prep work that NIP didn't do, 9Z actually did do some pretty nice prep work. The first round that we saw 9Z make a change to the multiple basement lineups we've seen them play so far. They brought a Jaeger in, and they put all ADSs in gold, because Wizard, when NIP go for a server take, throws all his Candelas down the hallway, and anticipating that NIP wouldn't clear it, they then have the ADSs all there to catch them, and it tripped NIP up. Then after that, the strats get a little wonky, they're missing some util, but 9Z clearly did their homework. And like Gabe said, NIP were caught off guard by Tuku holding the same cutoffs in tellers and archives that he's always been holding, and yet they didn't need to do a lot of VOD review to win. They played the pretty standard bank game plan that every team runs. Goyos, Tachankas, 2 Brows on basement. Hold, play crossfires on CEO. They did switch things up once and want to run a roam on open area, and that new strat was the worst round that they had so far. So they just went back to the same thing they've been doing, the banks they played, the way all teams are playing bank, and closed out the game 7-3. So I want to commend 9Z for doing some pretty solid prep work.
Yeah.
It's just a shame that NIP didn't have to do any homework to close this out at any closed out at any wider margin they did.
There you go. Let's talk to Cons for a couple minutes about how this one went. Dude, congratulations on the win. You're qualified for playoffs now, even if it took a couple more games to get there. You finally closed it out, so we'll see you in the best of 3s, which is great. But talk to me about coming into today. There were those 2 losses back-to-back. It was the W7M game and then the FaZe game. Did either of those games dictate or maybe have you thinking differently about how you had to approach this game against 9Z today?
First, hello everyone. The last 2 matches was like we saw a problem that on the screens we wasn't seeing, and especially on the maps against like Consulate and Sky, like we haven't have good preparations for that map. So like today was Bank and we are very good in this map. So I think the last week showed us like a lot of mistakes that we are having on the screens in that map. So we fixed them in this week. So, but either we don't play these maps on this game. So I think that's it. Today was like Bank. We know how to play this map and very good. I think that's it.
Well, Cons, obviously, congratulations. You guys made playoffs. That's obviously got to feel good, obviously, from one stage to the next. I mean, I want to more focus on now that you guys go into your best of 3s. That's obviously where every pro player wants to find themselves. Everyone knows best of 1s aren't fun to play. I kind of want to know what your guys' approach, taking from best of 1, what is going to be different from this best of 1 stage now going into these best of 3 playoffs that we can expect coming out of NIP?
It's like the last thing I talk about the 2 last games, improving a lot, like our pool, especially on Sky and Consulate, is a map we wasn't play so good, and now the last week show us why we need to fix, and I think we are doing this right now. So I think that's it. Like we need to get more confidence, you know, on these maps. Like we have Kafe, Bank, Clubhouse is a really good map for us. So we need to see why we play so good on this map and don't play good in the Sky. And this week we are doing this. So I think that's it. It's
Right, so
much better play best of 3.
More, yeah, for sure, absolutely.
Yeah, like we improve our map pool.
For sure.
Again, congrats, Cons. I actually had a question for you specifically. You've been playing Shields, you know, Monty, Blitz for NIP for a long time now. But obviously with the changes you guys made, bringing on Fancy and Hates, I was curious how you felt your role in the team has changed. You're still playing the Shields, but do you feel that you have a bit more freedom that you had before? Do you feel things are different than they were before? Or are you still just kind of doing your thing on these same operators?
I think the most change I am facing right now is like play like IGL. I can take so many risks and something like that. And playing with shields, it's all time you need to like get some position fast and wait your team and start to planting. I hate this shit. I hate it, but it's like the meta. No, I can do nothing against this. So that's it. It's like a really slow game, and just it. I hate this, but I needed to play like this, so it's okay.
It's a necessary evil. Totally understand.
Yeah, yeah.
So, we're still going to have to wait a couple more days to figure out exactly who your first opponent in playoffs is right now. With that win, you're at 16 points, which means you're in third currently. You're up over Furia, which is great, but the day is still not quite over yet, so we'll see if that changes. So we'll see you next week when playoffs starts up again, man. Congratulations again.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone.
Playoff bound, even if it took a hot minute for them to finally get over the line, and congratulations to them for doing it, because again, that 2-game skid did have me worried for a bit, but Lynx, that second half was just immaculate, and it kind of looked like 9Z were really falling over themselves a bit too much.
Yeah, just falling over the utility NIP were throwing
exactly
at them.
What it was.
Yeah, honestly, yeah, in certain situations especially, but NIP just had a good game plan. The one round, they made things more complicated than they need to be, which, as we saw in the Furia game, it kind of makes sense why that 9Z Furia game went the way it was. Furia were always fighting for map control on Bank when they didn't necessarily need to. And NIP just showed us why why roaming is not always an inherent good. They just played utility, played the site. Could they have done more prep work? Sure. But they had a core game plan that was quite solid, and that just bears out in the statistics.
I think, you know, I even said this going into this game. It's really going to come down to those opening kills. Is slowing down those opening kills, not letting NIP walk away with it. And then you obviously look at the stats right here. NIP was completely running away with these opening kills. Sure, they might not have won every single round off that opening kill, but it definitely applies more pressure. And especially for a newer team, getting that experience and trying to play around that, it definitely makes it a lot more difficult when you find yourself more often than not down a man. So again, for 9Z, I would say the biggest takeaway for me from this game is just slowing things down, understanding priority in certain situations, playing off one another, and again, reading into your opponent. If you were, you know, we highlighted that they did have a lot of prep going into this, but you're looking at a team like NIP where you can immediately know off the rip, this team has always struggled time and time again when they lose that first pick, and even in some of the rounds, they would be completely discombobulated, not understanding what to do once they would go down a player. And it's just situations like these with, obviously, for being a brand new team, it's about reps, it's about understanding your opponent and applying that to the next game. So as much as I want to give them praise, I do also got to focus on NIP here. They played their game, they played into their strengths, and that's really what carried them through this game, with not even focusing too much on prep of 9Z and just playing into their biggest strengths.
Yeah, and honestly, one big thing I think NIP could really focus on going forward is their late round calling and late round adaptation, something you and I both talked about so far, Gabe, but it's something we actually saw 9Z do well. When they went for server executes and they got stalled out by util, they then rotated the small office hatch and dropped down. It's a pretty common play. One call we actually saw NIP fail to do on that first basement defense. So it's very clear that obviously 9Z has some strengths, but also that same strength that they have, the late round adaptation, which still needs some work, it's a very clear place NIP need to shore up, and I really hope we see that late round tightened up in the playoffs once we see NIP again.
Pino ends up being the only player who goes double digits. My guess is he's the one who claims MVP honors.
I'll do it.
Not super surprised. For NIP, to get this kind of close has to feel good. I think you probably want to shore up games against teams that are a lot higher up the standings than you, especially thinking that the two teams that are in the top two are the two teams that you faced in the games previous to this one, and you only won a combined 2 rounds between those 2 games, yet you came into this one and only allowed 9Z to get 3 rounds against you. Things are looking up, but again, these are the sorts of teams that I think NIP should be expecting to defeat at this point. At the very, very end of the day, they managed to get in. They're going to best of 3s. They survived the BO1, so for them, that looks great. Commiserations to 9Z. I think they were dealt a really hard hand, having to come in with very minimal overall practice time together as a team to find a way to make it work in what is overall the toughest region in Siege to be good in. So we won't see them again for a couple of months. They'll come back in Stage 2, hopefully with more practice, retooled, and we'll see what they're able to do in future competitions. But that's 1 playoff spot sorted. There's still 2 left, but we'll take a break from trying to figure out how those playoff spots are going to get sorted out, and we'll get to the game that we've been waiting all stage for, coming up after the break.
You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
This is the game we've been looking forward to all stage, and somehow, some way, by the luck of the draw, it's the very last day of the round robin. The top 2 teams in the league locked into the top 2 seeds in playoffs, 2 of the most legendary names in Rainbow Six history. I mean, the story writes itself. I wish we could just cut the desk and go right to it, but you're stuck with us for a hot second longer. I'm Jacob with Links and Laxing. I love this game on paper every time it shows up. FaZe, funny enough, have won the series and the map count over this W7M core, even when they were either Los or Los +1, or however that roster has been formed together so far. But it's always been close, Gabe. It's 5-4 in series count right now. So W7M could tie it up, but every time these 2 teams play, it's always a good one.
Yeah, and I think W7M has been far more convincing than we've ever seen them before. Even with this addition of adding Paulo, I really think it's sprung new life into this roster, where both these teams are the heavy-hitting teams. Obviously, you can see it within the standings here. One of these teams is now going to be claiming first over the other. That's just how it's going to end here. Someone has to lose, right? But for me, again, both these teams, it kind of reminds me of a similar matchup between Dark Zero and Shopify Rebellion. It's going to be a masterclass of a chess match. These are 2 teams that I think when you compare all the rest of the teams within the league, these 2 I think are the most meticulous when it comes to playing more methodically, more controlled aggression, more controlling tempo, more than any other team. And now you're having both of those play styles meet each other head on.
Yeah, I mean, excited is a bit of an understatement for me as well. This W7M roster, obviously, Jacob, as you mentioned, Hera being descended from that Los roster that made the Atlanta run years ago, to see a player like Lobin, who showed so much promise at that event. If you didn't watch that Atlanta run, the things he was doing were incredible. And now slowly, players have been forming around him. Volp's coming in, Palu coming in, obviously Dodez as well. Now, you know, coming in from E1 way back when, and now also having a lot of impact. Highest rated player in the stage so far, one of the highest rated at least. This W7M roster has been so impressive, but ultimately it is still FaZe at the top at the moment. They're both tied on 18. When it comes to EPS, well, FaZe might have a 2-point lead. KDS at the top of FaZe within that has been unbelievably impactful for FaZe so far, and W7M might have an excellent roster that they've tweaked over time. FaZe have been consistent since after SI23, and I still believe this is one of the best rosters ever assembled.
It feels like every time Brazil plays, we're not going to have a picture of who's going to be the most ready going into international competition until they play one another, regardless of what their roster compositions have looked like, regardless of what roster W7M as an org has been fielding over the past couple of years. They've managed to keep themselves in contention. They're always within the top 3 picture, and now they find themselves in top 2. Someone walks away with the number 1 seed. Even if you don't think it matters that much, you might as well play for pride because you've got no other reason to be playing this game between these two at this point. Let's start with FaZe for a second. When they played last week, last Sunday, 7-0, the first time Skyscraper ever got brought out, and Fox called it very early on, but ultimately it just looked like they won that map in the ban phase to me.
Skyscraper has always been one of FaZe's best maps. Going back to the SI24 Grand Final, they went down 5-1 against Furia, then won 6 rounds in a row on defense, the exact same number they won against NIP yesterday. It's always been one of the best maps for them, and this is a team that, when they get to play a strong defensive map, they are unbelievable. Last year, this team had a 75% defensive win rate over the course of the whole year. Right now, they're knocking on the door right under 70. I mean, to call this team a defensive masterclass would even itself be, I don't know. I really, really love this team, to be honest. Like, I've always been a big fan. I think the players they have are really incredible. And one player that I actually do want to highlight, even though KDS and Souls and Handy performing really well, is Cyber. The role he often plays is a bit of a fickle one because he is given the freedom to be as aggressive as he wants and plays how he wants. But if he's not hitting his shots, if he's having an off week, or he just gets countered really well, he's a pretty reliable opening pick. But when Cyber is alongside Handy, Souls, and KDS, that's when FaZe are really scary, because that means he's staying alive more consistently, or the rounds that he is getting kills, he is getting a lot of them. A lot of times at events, it'll be, weirdly enough, Vidiking and Cyber at the bottom, hovering around 190. So when Cyber's putting up numbers like this, that's when you really got to worry about FaZe Clan.
I love how you're like, yeah, I really want to highlight the best player historically on this FaZe Clan team, as if he wasn't already one of the top players anyway.
It's actually funny you say that. You think that, but if you go back and look at every international event, more often than not, Cyber is actually rated in the bottom 3. It's usually Handy, Souls, and KDS.
Yeah, I was about
that's
to say
something
Handy.
Yes, that's something I find really interesting about this roster. We all think Cyber is always the best, and to be fair, he's often one of the most flashy. But it's usually Handy, Souls, and KDS with a stranglehold on that top 3.
I think for W7M, they already knew exactly what they were facing coming into this matchup, but for FaZe, they have to look at a team that's been retooled with Palu coming in and wonder whether they've maybe accidentally bitten off a bit more than they can chew. W7M, by the way, Gabe, that 8-7 game on Chalet against Black Dragons, easily one of the most entertaining Chalet games you'll watch this year, but it's still the kind of close game that you would think a team in the top 2 probably shouldn't need to deal with like that.
Well, you know, I disagree with that, actually. Black Dragons has been actually performing exceptionally well compared to their previous stage. If anything, they've gotten significantly better. So I don't want to discredit anything from that game. I think that was just a very good matchup. 2 maps that, I mean, the one map both teams really enjoy. But again, for this to be the matchup today, this is the match that everyone has been wanting to see. There's not one player that you cannot highlight on this roster, very similar to FaZe. But if there was one player I'm going to pick out, just like Lynx did, I have to talk about Loban. Loban kind of plays that similar role to Cyber, where he's going to be lurking around that map. He's going to try to find that opening. And if you allow him to find the gap within that defense, he's going to take full advantage of it and tear it apart, similar to what Cyber does. But again, Volp's coming onto this roster, helping win that major in Montreal, being a big IGL. I mean, that is a significant factor too. He is also performing similar, where we don't see Vidiking having too much of success. Volps is always seeming to find success. They currently have 2 players within the top 10. As to FaZe, they do have 4. So, you know, they're obviously doing a little better in that front. But again, you also have to add the addition to Palu being able to come on this roster. It was a big question once we saw that split from Ness. We've talked about 100 times. You still got to talk about here. Palu is putting up numbers. He is performing. He is finding his home and comfort within this roster. And that is a very scary thing. And then Dotas, their best performer. I mean, Dotas has done remarkable things. He's the #1 player currently right now in the SAL. And to finally be able to have this matchup, I'm expecting this to be a similar match to what we saw with Black Dragons, but even a closer match also with Furia. I'm expecting, again, high octane. Both these teams like controlling the tempo. Both these teams are going to do the dance with one another. It's really who's just going to play their card right, who's going to move their piece to get that checkmate.
Both teams at this point currently sitting at 6-2. at this point, there's not really much left to say because they're both known commodities, so we'll jump to the map veto so we have an idea. Both teams thus far have been pretty all over the place with the maps that they've opted to play, but getting all the way through the ban phase, this one is wild.
Shut
In fact,
up.
the border wasn't like first banned by FaZe because they ban it almost every single series they can, and you're playing it against W7M of all teams? Like what?
That's strange. They've barely played this map in the past calendar year.
Listen.
One time since SI24.
I'm chalking this up that both teams know that they're first and second. They can show their hand. This doesn't necessarily have to be something serious. It's more of a testing ground for me with FaZe. I think they still want to make a statement match here and beat W7M and say that they're the best within the group stage. But at the end, I also can see this as they're just testing the waters here. They want to see if maybe we can throw something out. Maybe we can use this in a best 3. Or maybe we can deter teams from wanting to play it so then they don't have to ban it. They don't have to resort to it.
True.
So in some ways, I can see it making sense for FaZe. But then in other senses for W7M, I think they're going to find themselves very comfortable on this map.
Well, it might be an ego challenge from FaZe to W7M, but we're hopping right into this one because we just can't keep ourselves contained anymore. Fluke, demo, go nuts.
Oh, I think we will, Jacob. And Gabriel Laxing and Casting Links? We are so excited. Well, at least I'm going to speak for you at this point. You can fill in the blanks here, Demo. Are we so excited?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're so excited. Woo! I mean, FaZe versus W7M is always going to be a banger game. They're both in good form right now. And we come to Border, a surprising map pick. So surely something fun will happen. We might also get a stinker of a game, but that's just the fate of Siege. Welcome to Rainbow Six.
I do wish there was probably more on the line, though, for this game than what there is. Because, again, both of these teams are confirmed top 2. You would much rather have it where it's like, imagine if Furia were confirmed top 2 and then these two are battling out for the second spot. I think that would be a much cooler game to see, because based on the map selection, it's not as thought out as what maybe it should be. It's Border, map the FaZe don't play. W7M, they'll play this map, enjoy this map. So yeah, just based on that alone, I think both teams are happy just to kind of throw this map away and look, of course, towards their best of 3 campaigns, which is where it really starts to matter for both of these sides. So yeah, I think we'll just have a game. We'll see how it goes.
Have a game, see how it goes, and it starts with Cyber. I'm just trying to put some pressure here across top east. Ooh, misses out on the free catch on a player and against a muted wall. I do like how we've seen this single wall on long. Bad time, Vops. The single wall on long there as the smoke gets caught out. It starts to be a little bit of a holding ground, unfortunately for them. Not very good, but Dots gets rid of Handy with the C4. So 4 versus 4, and they try and retake office a little bit as they set up long angles, down long, a trade of Palu and Cyber. A lot of trades in the current build. And that is just one more for the tally. Souls on the long watch with the Kali. Unfortunately, won't get much there, but ooh. Tracer flies past the shoulder of KDS there, forces the player at least a step further back, but they're not really handing over the middle of this map. We hear another bit of preparation and the pressure outside. They're setting themselves up for this top east take, instead pushing on towards the walkway on box, towards break, swing maybe. Onto that position, tucked around on the corner above the hatch, but a minute, and it's just a swing all the way up break. Looks for the second, stuck behind a very narrow cabinet, trying to fight for the life. The surrounding players about to come. They knew that their sort of number was cooked. That leaves just Lobin standing. 45 seconds for the last players of FaZe to find where he is and probably just swarm him and kill him. Ooh, do they know he's down?
I assume so. I mean, where else could he be, really? And he hasn't shot back, so... And just try and find Lobin, who... Able to find Vita King. Still a 1v2, as we know, but KDS's HP, though, isn't too favorable for him. I wonder if maybe the Kali's going to be able to... pretty clean quick scope on Lobin, but... Oh my... Oh, they have no idea! What? How do you not know? Now KDS is... gone, and now Soul's gonna have to see if he can try and clutch up, and somehow he does! How does he win that one?
Okay. Everybody can't turn off your second monitors, maybe your third if you got them. Lock in on this. I think this is going to be a mad game.
Yeah.
The alarms are off. So they knew the player was down. They were trying to bait maybe the drive, maybe the rotate round. They did the run at the end. But to plant there and just send it... I mean, I guess that they thought that maybe Lobin would have gone in towards office, pulled away after getting that first kill. So then they just had the watch on 90, had the watch on the rotate between the A and the B site, and then could plant there. No. Lobin had already got the rotate. Because he immediately got the kill and then went, and they was just almost a second that looking down short, they saw it and then went from there. It's a way for the game to start, Demo, that's for sure.
A weird way for the game to start, you mean? It's Border. It is a very chaotic map, and I think that was kind of shown in the kind of first half of that map, where it was just kills galore and trading back as many kills, you know, as what FaZe could get. And it just so happened that, you know, comes down to the 1v1, and they had that extra man, because we've seen they've done a great job at clearing out that player inside of security really well, which is typically a pretty tricky position if you don't have the correct utility to deal with it, but we know FaZe, we know what they're capable of, and the gunners that they have on their side. Obviously, you heard the Dasper kind of mention about how, you know, who is the best player in FaZe, you know, is it Cyber, because he's the one who always drops the big digits. My personal favorite player is Souls. That's my guy, Souls 1.
You know, I left a bit of space there because last time that somebody propped up a player, they immediately died, and it was very funny. Not that it happened there, obviously. It's Cyber that gets Lobin, gets rid of the man who almost clutched out last time. A Smoke is playing a very narrow game here with a shotgun on a door, gets the drop on KDS. I mean, it's just such an aggressive position to sort of be locked in. Cyber gets Volps, immediately gets the trade back in. The Smoke was just making rash decisions, I think. Wrong time to look up. There's a 4 versus 2. Suddenly, neither of the players are on the site. They've got to try and get themselves back towards their own site. Slips in on Fountain behind a drone, which could be big for at least one kill, but it sounds like the drone might have just come back round. Nope. There's one. Back towards the site. 1:30. And about to find another fight immediately, but gets caught out. Dodes gets a double, gets surrounded.
Team deathmatch. That's all it is. There is no thought process behind these attacks. There is no thought process behind these defenses apart from kill. That's it. I can't really judge this border. It's not a border that you know, I'm used to seeing, where teams will set up these layers. They'll maybe play someone over towards east and hold it with a heavy util. You know, Jaegers, Wamai stacking up all their util and just make it really difficult, and they fall back and have this Azami fortress set up inside of security. C4's below. No, just both of these teams just headbutting each other.
Well, let's see if the TDM keeps developing, and let's see where it kind of ends up at this point. I mean, looking up to the angle, the swing, the great shutdown, just getting itself so well positioned. Here, W7M on the bit of a back foot. It's been very even generically across everybody apart from Cyber, who's been able to get himself in a couple of cheeky kills more than the other. I'm still kind of curious about some of the hyper-aggressive positions we're seeing W7M take. Are they going to continue those through as we go down towards the vent site, as we go down towards a ground floor site? You've got verticality. You want to try and hold on that... I was going to say maybe tempted by beelining their way in, but not the immediate presence. Handy on the blitz. Might try and get a slightly different aspect of their approach here. I mean, they were in exactly the same lineup 2 times in a row. And there's another opener there for FaZe. KDS gets this one instead of Cyber. W7M, they are 0-3 the entry game. They've usually been quite good at getting a body back, but not the first.
No trade. I think obviously for a map like Border, where whenever we've seen just a game so focused on killing each other, and those trades is going to be pretty crucial. Right now, FaZe do sit with that extra man right now, and you can see W7M are hungry to try and get a kill back, and Iron will keep lobbing at bay for the meantime. Volps will have a swing, have 2 swings as he finds Handy and Cyber, and Dodes finds Soulsy, jumps in through the window again. What's going on?
A 2 versus 4 demo. A 2 versus 4 with the double kill on the swing, the jump through the window. And now, well, after that opening kill, as I said, they were quite good at getting the trade back in. I didn't really mean this good. But Vidaking and KDS, everything to try and piece together here. They have some utility. Not sure if they've been able to steal anything as the Bravo, but to be honest, what really is there to steal here, Demo, outside of cameras and mute jammers and maybe a couple of Fenrirs, but those aren't going to be changing hands anytime soon. Waiting for the slow breach on towards break. W7M this time, they don't really have to give up the verticality. They have the man advantage. They know that there's a lot of pressures across both stories here, so at this point, FaZe, they're going to have to separate and try and have one take above, one take below. The kit has been recollected. They are out there. Okay, Dodes gets the drop on the passport custom side, and Parley gets the last.
Well, this time, defense have a win in the TDM. It's that round seemed a little bit weird though from FaZe. We missed the double kill, so I don't know what the fashion of what actually happened in that 2-piece. Was it great gun skill, or was it just really poorly played by the attackers? I don't know. And even Souls just jumping in just a window by himself gets picked off so easily by a guy sat in Brazil. It's a very, very messy game so far, but I suppose it's what we should expect though on this kind of map. Now this is weird. A timeout? You've just won a round? You went for a timeout?
Listen, maybe someone needs to just take a break for a moment. Yeah, I don't know. It's a strange one. It's a sort of early one to pull in here. You've got one round. It gives you a time, I guess, after that round to talk about, okay, this worked for us. Let's slow things down. Because to be honest, slowing things down worked for them in a bit there. They weren't as hyper aggressive. As weird as it is to say, obviously they had the double peek and the jump out. Yeah, okay, I get it. It's Border. But think about the positions that they were in last time on the previous site, and they were trying to hold, right? Trying to hold the waiting area alone as a smoke with nothing but softs whilst you're being actively droned. Crazy. With no one to support there as well. And those are the positions. That's the aggression where I think that was being punished. And maybe that's what W7M are going to talk about and try and rein in here. And it seems like with the lineup, it's something a little bit more controlled, but the smoke was banned anyway, so...
Okay, into our armory defense again. For FaZe, they've got an Ossa on side, so whenever you see the Ossa, you naturally would assume the Archives plant, wouldn't you? Because that's a bit of a classic where you just walk in, slam the shield in front of your face, and go for the plant, and get shot. Obviously, you can still get blown up by C4s, but it's just the one, though, on the side of Volps, on that bandit. But we'll see. See what, again, FaZe want to go for, who I just think are just playing off the cuff, aren't they? So wait, they're not even really thinking about what they're doing. They just, we'll go for this, and they do it.
I think it's the weird element of they get to be that kind of team, because they're a team that's done that very well for a long time. I remember when we first started getting into a very aggressive meta, they were always the team that would just kind of do stuff. But it was always a very well-orchestrated, just kind of do stuff. And it's sort of the line of what is a well-oiled team, right? And what a well-oiled machine is when you have that in your retinue, you technically have everything in your retinue. And here is a map that lends itself very well to a team that can set itself up in any sort of angle and seems to be in amorphous position. You called it. The Osa play off towards the side. And the burn of the gates. There's the destruction of the Goyo canisters with the Gon 6 and concern of a run out, but I think that was on the far side, trying to maybe win a fight here. FaZe, they're drawing attention away from this plant spot for now. There are still 2 players close by, so all of this audio will get read. They're concerned and aware of it, but they still have the ground, so they're happy to sort of sit in it with the C4 prepped and ready. Gonna have to bait out utility. You know this when you go for this attack, but how well can they do it? There's one, there's the play, there's the plant, there's the wait. And there is the drop of the C4. Doesn't quite get the kill, but, well, the 2 players do. Dodas hops out, gets 2. That is the win on the other side of the map. And now, we have 2 less bodies to try and get the same plant to stick with.
I mean, they don't have any util to get rid of the shield. All they have to do is try and run at him, and he's... It can die.
He did that. They did exactly the thing that you asked and shot him in the face.
Well. Okay. I mean, just what you said about this game so far, it's just nuts. I mean, that was a flawless defense, by the way.
As well as, I mean, great timeout.
Yeah, definitely. Woo.
100% successful rate.
Oh, weird game. I don't know what to make of it, because you don't really know who's playing at what strength. Because they know where they are on the table, they know where they both sit.
I think it's sort of this, you know, I guess there's always the compliment on a bragging, right? But there's also the argument to be had on the opposite end of this, of maybe FaZe wanted to come here because they just wanted to have a game like this. They wanted to have a game where things don't really matter. These teams both expect to beat each other in the finals of the of the sort of last playoffs moments to get the more SI points. That is the big thing they're playing for. It is a big chunk of change to get yourself sort of locked in alongside those SI points. This for them isn't the game to be measured. This for them isn't the game where they go, oh yeah, we need to play our best. We need to bring our A game. We need to make sure that we're locked in here. This is the game where you go, we ball. And W7M are starting to ball back into it. So it's not that they don't want to win. I don't think I'm saying that, but they want to do it in a different manner as to usual, I think.
Oh, W7M. See if they can lock down in towards their bathroom and teller site. And they went for a very large roam game, trying to control at least about 80% of the map, it feels like, as they've extended right the way across in towards CC on the other side of the map, in hopes that they can hold customs from there. Boss G is out on patrol from Lobbin as well. See if he can put that gun to good use. Cyber's actually slipped his way into customs, and nobody is on the wiser right now from W7M. They have no ID, and Handy also walking in for a wait. Just gonna try and jump in and plant. I mean, KDS is the guy with the diffuser. That's who they need to get over towards this side of the map and look for that plant. Cyber, there we go, gets his opening pick inside of customs. Now goes Dodaz, and now for FaZe again. It's just seeing if they can find these picks, and they do another one.
Too late on that East cam. And they didn't know that obviously he was coming over from that position. There was a player dead that could have been flicking for cams at that point and pulled all of that out, but getting himself into, as he said, the customs position, and then not going for the hop-in, but knowing that there was a player on that single wall and long. Here, there's at least one that's bitten back as Souls is gone. Oh! Lobin, almost got the pick there on towards Cyber, who's drifted their way out of danger and out of sort of trouble. They have themselves eyes onto the site. There goes Dots. Well, there goes Lobin. There goes Lobin! Gets himself Handy as well. It's a 2 versus 1 quad kill for Lobin. Are we gonna get our second ace? Lobin versus Vitter King. Lobin does it! Our second ace of the day for a familiar face to pull it off.
Oh, the SMG-12, whenever it is ringing true, it is a beauty to behold, and wow. Great aim, headshot after headshot. My goodness me, like, just craziest game we've had so far today. I mean, not as though we've had a massive amount of games, but certainly today it's been absolutely bonkers. just you don't know which way it's going to go. Because there's no real structure to this game. There really isn't. It is just team deathmatch through and through. That's all it is. Who can kill each other better?
Currently, W7M.
Thank you for the reminder.
I mean, that we've had 2 ace clutches today is very fun. They're not the most common. Lobin as well, obviously, he almost got the kill on towards the sledge. I'm wondering if he had been able to get that and was discovered, if he wouldn't have been able to then do the rest. Maybe FaZe's attention would have changed a little bit. There wasn't a huge amount of time left, but Lobin lent into the fire, put the pressure on, and made sure that they were always in that sort of danger spot. Preparing themselves for the run and the rotate if they wish to take it back towards the site with some vertical protection to put in. W7M, can they try and get that 1 extra round buffer here? Well, they do get the opening against Cyber. Cyber has been involved in every single enter engagement apart from 1. He's won 3 of them now and lost 2 of them.
W7M really starting to flow in this map. That's 3 defenses in a row that they've had. Could be number 4. Certainly with losing operator like Buck, who is, you know, great for this bomb site with plenty of verticality that you can apply. Losing out on that. The big blow to this FaZe lineup. ADS now looking to see if he can just slip in and find a pick, and he does so on Apollo's head, and very swiftly trade out by Volps. Great trade. And that's what W7M need to keep up, is that trade game of 1 player goes down, you need to make sure you take an enemy with you.
4-3. They've been able to put some of the pressure back in. They've removed somebody who can block some of the blinds, but with the lineup that they've got at this point, they're only going to be running that against maybe the Blitz itself, getting close and get punchy. They've pulled away some of the armory holes, but they still have Office. And I think only Office at this point. Oh, in fact, no, someone's moved back in towards Armory. They've gone for the retake. They've gone for the idea of where the positions is, and filled in where Parley was gone. With a minute 10, they're trying to work out exactly how they want to put the pressure here onto W7M. Only a single player on the site, but it takes a second to drop down, and that single player is Lobin. As the Blitz is about to find an Oryx. The cover is going to be the important part. Perfect removal of the half-wall player. And, oh yeah, as Army's off, they're dipping down and round. Can they make it? Demo, they're so worried. No! Baited into Volps, and Vidikin can only watch his team die. They know exactly where he's dropped. And W7M get their 4th. 4 in a row.
I have never. I can't believe it. What can you say? Just went for a run outside and
the run out.
180 the guy.
The game, all of this. All of today, Demo. Maybe it's the heat. Maybe it's the game. Maybe that's why I swore. But I'm at a loss. Like, I'm trying to think of comparisons of where I could say I've seen play like this or moves like this, and I can only think of like vintage Cyclops as like the stylistic comparison.
I think the surprising thing is look at the 2 teams that we're dealing with.
Yeah, right?
That's the way. It is such a cluster of a game. From these 2, like, you've referenced Japan, right? That's a different breed. The different league.
Not even just Japan, but like classic Cyclops, where they.
Yeah, you're talking Norangu vibes.
Oh my.
Maybe.
Yeah.
That's even further back where it was a bit, you know.
And it's fun, love watching this kind of siege, especially because again, this isn't a comment on how well these players are playing or not. They're all brilliant players. We all know this. But the style of game that they have opted for in this showdown is not their usual.
For people like me, this is breaking my heart, you know, because I love watching FaZe, I love watching W7M, but see whenever they run around like this, like, look what he's got in his hand. You know, it's just, come on. Waited so long for this game. I referenced this game at Playday 2, by the way.
You did. You did. And I don't think anybody expected it, but hey, there's still time to cook. Did destroy the sense there. Not entirely sure what that interaction was. But it's happened. The light wall, the ROU, will stay potentially tenable. Maybe it disappeared itself. There's some blinds on the players inside. CC, there's some cover from the swing on break door, and everything's being blinded in his go. Is the shotgun just going to make a move in towards Sandwich? More smoke, more blinds. Doda's gone. KDS gets the first. There was nothing that immediately opted behind it. The shield has made its dart and instantly just gets shredded. The shotgun's in, doesn't net anything. But it's still a 3 versus 2. Actually, Parley was able to get one out before they got dropped in. Now they've slipped their way in, trying to recollect the kit. They know where the sort of plant attack, just in the middle with the chance at a swing and a bait here. They've got the cross. They've been able to get themselves in. It's a post plant. There's, the drop on the window, a 3 versus 1. Can't quite get the cement on the last player in FaZe. Even with Vidaking down, hold it.
Now, that was probably the first round that we've had where that was actually not bad from an attacking perspective. Even though they lost the round, yes, still, there was a bit of mythology there compared to the mindless mentality of FaZe Clan. You can see that they actually wanted to establish that quick army control with the rush, which again works well. You've got the Ying, for example, very strong operator on that sandwich repel. You can just flash out anyone who could be inside of armory, in towards small box, and then a great operator to push in straight for that door is going to be the Blitz. Blitz just got picked off by this guy in small box who just wasn't blinded at that stage, where maybe he should have been. They used the sense as well to cover off the angle via archives, just behind the desk, where you can kill players walking in for armory. You block that off, you limit that retake potential. But sadly, it was just that small box player was able to kill that Blitz, stop that kind of initial firepower that W7 would love to have had, pushing in through small box, establish control, give that cover towards metal. You lose that operator, very, very tough to get back into the game at that point.
4-3. The deficit is one thinner here, and as you said, that was, the sort of tightest attempt at a bit of command there. Still a couple of slip-ups, the sort of hesitance of when they were going to make the operation, the bait on the C4s and hoping they would be thrown into the smokes, and the early sort of rotate background didn't quite reel in the FaZe Clan fishies that they were hoping for. W7M still rolling with the bye-bye Cyber. Went for the run around the side, well prepared for it. And there's that first engagement, still not haunting Cyber, but they're even on it now. Souls finds dots. There's a quick flash over the top, the Fenrir. There's somebody in armory. Oh, it is KDS waiting with Handy not too far away. They have the split push possibilities. There's the IQ trying to get the surround as well. There's pressure that is slowly surrounding that armory player. KDS is in a very tight spot here. He knows pressure's about to explode in towards his face. This Dodas swings on, gets rid of KDS, puts us into the 4 versus 3 here with 2 minutes left demo. Early 3 bodies removed.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of what we expect in this game, though, isn't it? It's just fine heads right from the word go, and well, it's W7M who's sitting in the lead for the meantime. I think the Dogby is a great pickup if you want to play this kind of style, isn't it? Just pop the call and go a bit crazy. FaZe Clan back up against the wall right now. They've all had to retreat over towards the bomb site. They've had to give up their control over towards Benton Workshop. Oh, that is a risky peek going for that, Souls, and quite rightly so. Paulie will punish you for it. Viking starts getting pressured from above and slips in towards Workshop. Nobody in the site at the moment, but again. Actually dabbling with the second peek, and just like his teammate earlier on instead of waiting, also gets punished for a boisterous peek, and goes the last. W7M, clean it up.
They keep themselves that buffer. They keep themselves moving, keep themselves a little bit ahead of the curve. But it's truly a flick of the coin how a round's going to pace itself out, right? There was obviously an immediate attempt from the peak, gone wrong from the side of Cyber. Great close down on the Armory player. They're sort of sniffing for a lead and full sending it.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused
Really
by
operate as well on every different site and different holds here. They've opted for slight changes. Dots still bringing the blitz, even though it hasn't really had the biggest impact with the team so far over the past 2 rounds. Obviously, it's nice to have a shield in some regards. If you know FaZe don't like it, they've banned the Blackbeard, but ultimately, what is the sort of case usage here of Dots?
Loading new magazine.
So I do think that blitz will definitely be a target for FaZe into the next round, because the blitz has been used by W7M just to have that initial early confrontation of fights. And great map for blitz. It's close quarter, action where you're always going to get value, getting up close and personal with the defenders. I mean, it's not as though that Shield's had any kills, I don't think, as of yet, so maybe blitz not doing it in that department. I just think that initial push gives them a lot of confidence to be able to send that shield flying at any point of the map. Oh, what a swing from Cyber. Rips his head right off, and down goes the gridlock.
Stunning swings from Cyber, but they're going for the plant. Cyber gets a second on the same angle. And they're inside the site trying to fight their way, but they can't see anything, so Dots does get that kill. But they've had to entirely reassess their position here. They've lost the Deimos. Another pickup, but a trade out immediately. And it's back and forth as Dots gets a 2 versus 2 for the same spot we left him in before. They're going to see if they can maybe try and get the plant once again. Getting in close. This is a shotgun. And there it is, popping around one and a post-plant situation, because even with the verticality, shield on the back made that a tricky pickup here for Vidaking right into track stingers, right round on 2. To rotate, has a blitz to contend with, and that's going to be the toughest thing. Now, could pop that pipe, which they do. Gonna buy them a moment, but it will just take, unfortunately, a moment for that to happen. Just needed to put the single bullet in. Would have been a little bit of a better. Unfortunately, they're worse for wear. Who isn't, though? W7M. That shifts them, Demo, on towards map point and the secure of top of the board before playoffs.
It does. Gives them a really good chance now. That nice free round buffer. I don't know what you can say about this game. It's just absolutely insane. I mean, Cyber did so well. They get 2 opening picks. There's that blitz span that I mentioned may come in. It's causing some issues. Just not the game we were expecting, but it's the game that we got, and we have to learn how to love it.
I mean, I've enjoyed it. I hate that skin for Warden. Look at his sad eyes.
Has that maybe ruined the game for you? Is that skin actually set you off? No, you hate the match.
It's like there's 2 skins in this game where the picture of them, they just look really, really sad. It's that Warden, and then it's the Rook. I don't know which era of Showdown Rook it is, where he has the helmet and he just got really sad eyes. It just looks like they're not having a good time. Anyway, it is a strange game. Point being, it's a game that you didn't really expect, but also with the context of everything, yes, it's 2 teams that love beating each other. Yes, it's 2 world-beating teams. Yes, it is a battle of first and second that is, there's nothing they could lose here. Neither of them is going to lose out their bye. They're just going to be on opposite ends of the bracket. Eventually, they will meet again. Probably in a final. Probably playing for those side points. And that first place position, this is an appetizer. This is that person that walks around a wedding with the little tray of just nibbles and bites. And things are a bit chaotic and everyone's a bit drunk. And you're just getting a little cocktail sausage, maybe a small quiche. That's what this is. And then in a week or two, however long it is until the playoffs play out, when we get whatever best of 3 final this will be between these two teams, that's your main course. And I think that's where their mentality is as well.
And you said I have some weird analogies.
Yeah, sometimes.
You've just mentioned quiche on broadcast, by the way.
It's a first.
Just,
I love a good quiche.
Put it out there. So, also, plan. Also gone. Never mind. That's out the window. These teams cannot play Ossa. Facts.
Bob's gone. Oh no, Bob's wasn't the Ossa. Oh, I thought that was a quick disconnect to swap round. It's a 4 versus 3 now. And they have now lost their Grim, which is obviously, you know, great at getting those pushes in, great at putting the pressure on towards it. They're left with a sort of stark elimination. Palu does find handy though. Levels things out. It's a fight that just locks itself towards the end. KDS gets one and gets out of there. Before Lobin could pick up the second, but they're close on the swing here to his right. Does he know? Yes is the answer. 2 versus 2. Now Parley's on the far side. They're in and they're out because the Bravo was able to steal that, and they have the cross watched, the pre-fire. King knows exactly where the cross is being watched. They're going to make their way, but it's a post-plant situation. And he still wins out the fight anyway, Demo. King gets it. It's a 1 versus 1. Once again, where is Palu? There he is, close on the right. He's going to get himself in, and he locks it out. W7M. They are your top seed for this opening split before playoffs, but they have not entirely obviously secured everything, the accolades that come with first, because, well, that's what we have playoffs for.
It has been a while since we have seen FaZe really get bested from not being the team coming out of the regular standings. It usually always is FaZe, and now we see W7M. All credit to them. Look, if this was a game which had very little impact for both of these sides, they still remain in the top 2 positions. Just who really wanted bragging rights? And well, W7M, they get that courtesy of being the #1 team going into playoffs. So yeah, credit to them. Weird game of Siege, not the way that we kind of built it up at the start of the season. I don't think we'll ever see anything like that again.
Maybe at some other day, maybe in some other moment, maybe at some other chance, but yeah, it was just a surprise. It was just a... It was not what we expected, I guess, is the fairest way of putting it. But hey, we'll see if our wonderful trio on the desk of Gabe, Lynx, and Jacob can work this one out.
Thanks, friends. I do kind of deserve that one. Though I will echo Demo's point, that was just a weird game of Siege. Kind of to the same idea that Laxing brought up from earlier, knowing that both teams are already going to be in top 2, in what order you could argue when you get to top 2 seeds almost doesn't matter for too much, and to play a map that neither team has really been able to do anything with or prioritize so far in stage 1, just makes sense to give it a whirl all the way at the very end of the stage. But for W7M to win in that fashion, I think FaZe might be thinking twice about trying to ego challenge Border against them again in the future.
Well, hold on. I'm gonna interrupt you. I'm gonna go back to me being a player. Forget me being an analyst here. I'm not gonna say this was a weird game. I think this is exactly what I thought and how it was gonna go. Am I surprised the fact that W7M got this win? No. Am I surprised at the results in it? No. This was a map for FaZe, but like we talked about, both teams in the standings, nothing was gonna change. There's no reason for FaZe to necessarily have to show anything off, prove their worth. Sure, you could argue bragging rights. At the end of the day, these rounds really were close. It wasn't like W7M just walked away with a 7-0. Sure, they got the win, but I mean, there were redeeming qualities from FaZe where they were still finding these openings. They were still playing really, really well together. It really came down to some of these rounds, really big plays coming out of W7M with big 2Ks, a big ace from Lobin. Dota's jumping out windows, getting 2Ks. So again, I don't think it was a weird match. I think this game really went kind of how you'd expect it to go. Sure, the hype wasn't there. I think that we can all agree that wasn't there. But there were definitely moments where you could still look at both teams giving it all, giving their effort. But ultimately, you don't need to show anything on FaZe's side. I think for W7M, they just showed a very convincing border where maybe going into best of threes, teams are going to be like, all right, let's not take W7M to border. So then they don't even have to worry about it going into the future, or they take a team to it. They fix some things up that maybe went wrong in FaZe, you know, don't allow some gaps, and they just play a better game of border.
Yeah. And I mean, the fact that I think every player from W7M had a highlight moment, we were literally like, oh my god, Loban's had a highlight. Dots has had a highlight. Dodes has a highlight. And I was like, well, Paulo's the only one who hasn't got some big multi-kill. Then he has a 1vx literally in the final round of the game. Like, everyone from W7M had their own unique, like, highlight-worthy play, montage-worthy play. And I think that speaks for itself. FaZe did have some good ideas. There's one particular round where we saw Handy find a gap in courtyard. He calls the rest of his team to support, and they're ready to execute on tellers. It was one of the best-looking attacks we'd seen from them.
Loban.
And then Loban literally retakes that round in customs and gets an ace. Like, even when FaZe were performing really well, in some of their best-looking moments, W7M were just performing extremely well mechanically, and honestly, for Border, I wouldn't expect anything less from them.
Well, we put the guy who got the ace on the phone for the interview, so we'll talk to Loban for a couple minutes here.
I know he's smiling before we
had the chance to talk to you last week, dude. Again, congrats. It's good to see you in the chair. When you saw Border made it all the way through to the very end of the pool, did that just look like, oh, we've got this. This is a map we love. This is easy. No problem. FaZe don't play this. Or what was your reaction when Border made it all the way through?
I think the FaZe clan, they think the same thing we did. Because we tried to play Lair today too. So like if you look at the last bans, Lair and Border was the last two. It's like both were trying to play the full ban. So it's a good match to practice in a map that you don't play too much. So when we got Border, I was like, oh, so they were thinking the same thing. And yeah, we were confident, and that's it.
Well, you certainly were confident, Loban. I mean, I want to say congratulations on the win you guys secure
Thank
first.
you.
You have the bragging rights. Obviously, you know, again, you said this was just, you know, getting more reps. You guys get to show off Border. Sure, you probably wanted Lair to just, you know, you don't necessarily need to show off anything. But now you lock yourself in to play out. Well, you've been locked in. What has been kind of, you know, when you look at the previous stage versus now, what's been the biggest takeaway from you guys, and what's just had so much success that carried you through and through each and every single game, being able to bounce back from 2 games, 2 weeks ago where you guys lost back-to-back, then to bounce back? I just kind of want to know, like, the big picture of what W7M has done to just create such a masterful class and success throughout this stage.
I think we've been, since the start of the roster, with that show and all of that, we've been really confident in, like, regional stage. That was something that we really weren't in lows, for example. Yeah. So like bringing VODs, Dodes, they really brought like this confidence to us in regional. And then coming up to this year, we had Paulo for reload, and just for the start we were so confident, and every match that we were playing just showed how good we were, because now we don't have like, it's not even that we had a weakest link or anything like that. Like we were pretty strong, but like Paulo is just so good, and now we have so many like star players in all the positions. Like we have someone that can just bring the game by all alone in every position in the roster. So we are really confident. And about the work for the stage, we're working on communication, because that's the only thing we saw as the flaw that made us lose those 2 games. And I think there's that, because the confidence is there, the skill is there. We just need to work on the rest.
Hey, give yourself some credit too. I mean, that ace you pulled off today was pretty disgusting.
Yeah, baby.
It was pretty good.
Yeah. Hi, Loban, what I wanted to ask you real quick, because you mentioned, obviously, you know, Volps, Dodes, Palu, these newer pickups having an impact, but you and Dots are the 2 remaining members of that Los roster from almost 2 years ago now that made that run in Atlanta. And Dots has been a really important player on this roster, and I think goes underappreciated, because he's been playing Shields for the past 2 years, and now we're at a moment in the game where those operators are really good and really important. What has been the value in having Dots not only be by your side the past couple years, but also having somebody who plays these ops that really are so important right now?
I maybe be like a little biased, but in my opinion, he's the best super one that I've played with, and the best super one in the world right now, because he's a guy that he can outfrag a lot of people. Like, of course, like he plays a lot of shields, and in my opinion, he's the best shield player in the world too. So Dots don't get a lot of credit. At least I think so. People are always gonna talk about like me, Dodes, or Paulo, whatever. But don't talk about dots. Like he's a hard support, always playing like hard breaches or the shields, and he plays perfection on that. And on defense too, the amount of clutches like he brought for us, especially on the tournaments like in Montreal, for example, the match against Liquid, he was clutching every time. So he's really fucking good. Really, like he's been my bro since 2018. We've played since Xbox, so it's been a long run for us too. And yeah, for me, he's the best support one, the best shoot player, everything.
We couldn't have asked for a better game to close out the regular season on. You get one day completely off now at this point while everybody else in the bracket plays themselves out before they get to you guys. So again, congrats on the win, man, but we'll see you in playoffs. You didn't let your foot off the gas for this game, so make sure you don't do it when you hit the bracket, man. We'll see you next week.
See you.
Number 1 seed locked in. They're all set. And for me, I just feel like that's more of a test case game for every other team worldwide. Don't take W7M to border if you know what's good for you. Because, Gabe, like you mentioned, it's not so much that FaZe were necessarily playing poorly or out of strengths for themselves, but now we have an actual real-world example of why this team on this map is as deadly as it is.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, 7-3 is pretty convincing again, you know. FaZe, you were obviously heard him talking. Like, both teams wanted to play a map that they ban all the time. It just happened to land on border for them, and they were okay with it. But I mean, it's still a stellar performance from all these players. Very, very high octane for in different moments from each and every single one of these individuals, where they had to step it up, they had to bring the round back, they had to play off of one another. I mean, they're a team of just nothing but consistency. And Loban said it himself, you know, everyone plays extremely well. Everyone plays their role to the highest level. They are the Swiss Army knife, you could say. They have every tool in the shed that they need to find success, and it's the reason why they're ending the stage here as number 1.
Yeah. And, I mean, W7M, in my, you know, relatively short esports career the past couple years, W7M are the team that I was probably have been the most wrong about. When this roster, or at least part of it, you know, Loban, Dodez, and Dots, first formed all the way back in early 2024. They obviously didn't qualify for Manchester, but I was like, I enjoyed watching them, but I wasn't really all that impressed. And I remember Jesse and I had get into a couple tense conversations where he loved W7M and I wasn't the biggest fan. But then once we hit stage 2 last year, I mean, this team, this core has just been unbelievable. Obviously, of course, then winning Montreal after that, and they are still not disappointing whatsoever after SAL. Sure, maybe SI wasn't what you wanted, but this team, even coming from Los a couple years ago to 1 year ago now, the progress this team has made in year after year is just unbelievable, and they continue to impress.
There was a point where early on when this team came up from that low score that we were maybe a bit concerned they wouldn't be able to have that same fervor, I suppose, because getting to a grand final at a major certainly looked like you were going to be at the top of the world for a while, and then it took them a bit to find their footing. And then you add arguably one of the best players in Brazil, if not one of the best players in the world, to that squad, but he's not even the guy we've been talking about for most of the stage. It's been Loban. It's been Dots for various reasons so far this stage, and Loban will grab the MVP again for game number 9. It almost feels as though this part for this new W7M core, this org simply can't get a roster that stinks. In almost any facet for the past several years, they're always going to have a team that performs well. And now they're number 1 seed. They're locked in. FaZe are number 2. They probably aren't going to be looking at this game as anything too special. But overall, that's our number 1 and our number 2 locked in. We still have some playoff spots that we have to lock in first before we do anything else. And somehow on day 9, we managed to wrangle ourselves somehow a do or die game coming up after the break.
You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Liquid's been holding on to the smallest shred of hope for the last few weeks, and somehow, some way, have managed to trap Loud into a do-or-die match. Loud, a team that's won 4 of their last 5, now stand just 1 regulation loss away from elimination, and look, we appreciate Liquid for saving all the drama for the very last playday, but I don't think any of us expected it was going to happen this way. I'm Jacob with Laxing and Lynx. Loud, again, have been doing super well, but somehow this 3-game win streak with all of the points you could possibly earn for Liquid, Gabe, somehow it is keeping them alive in this race, and they are not done yet.
Yeah, I mean, the horse is still in the race. They ain't a dead horse just yet. They gotta get this win. It's so important. And the fact that they've had a comeback, you know, in the beginning of the stage, looking at Liquid, you would have wrote them off. I wrote them off. I believe everyone on the desk was writing them off. But then they started to find their stride. They're on a 3-game win streak, and they can end it here with a 4 streak and qualify for the playoffs, where, again, we didn't think it was possible. No one thought it was possible, but here they are today. Everything is in their own hands, and it's off to thanks to a couple games where the big fumbling obviously happened. Even earlier today, a fumble happened. It's more important ever than it was before for Liquid. Again, like I said, I was eating my words, talking so much smack about these guys that they just couldn't find success. I don't know what the reason was. They just couldn't replicate what it was for so many years, that they can actually qualify for playoffs here. But again, it really starts with this matchup against Loud.
Yeah, and Loud in particular are a team that have looked, I think, surprisingly strong. I don't think any of us thought they'd be a bad team, but even though they have lost to Furia recently, that 7-4 victory over FaZe, I mean, a 4-game win streak in general throughout the middle of the stage, 7-3 over NIP, beating W7M as well. This is a team where, the bulk of their 5 victories are against most of the teams above them. That in and of itself is impressive, but again, a lot of early losses or close game against 9Z, Los. It hasn't exactly been the best record, but the performances they've had against the teams that are higher than them has been just very, very good.
This is a win and you're in scenario, but it's a bit more complicated than that. The scenario is pretty easy for Loud. All they need to do is make sure they get at least 1 point, and that vaults them up just the one little bit that they need to make sure that Liquid cannot overtake. But if Liquid were to win in regulation, it knocks them out. But if Liquid were also to win in overtime, there is still an opportunity if they were to, if the hate watch were to keep on working and for some reason BD were to lose in the last game of the day and Liquid got an overtime victory, then they will be fine. But Lynx, think about it like this. Liquid losing their first 5 games of the stage, now winning their last 3, they've been gifted with a chance to, all they have to do is win 1 map the normal way, and they're in playoffs despite how disastrous the first part of their stage was. This was a huge gift that you could argue they probably didn't deserve, but they still got it anyway.
It's also kind of surreal, because this is not the first time Liquid have been in this exact situation. In the last year, like stage 1 of last year, Liquid lost like 4 or 5 games at the start of the season, win all the next, qualify to the LCQ, and then make top 8 at Manchester. So yeah, it obviously is like a crazy position, but it is in very Liquid fashion. This is still not the first time that their playoff chances have come to this close a margin, but also not the first time that they have made it work and then made good on that promise and come back with future really good performances. So if you're a Liquid fan, you will not find this to be a new situation, but at least you may be able to take some solace that while the odds are slim, they have worked in your favor before.
Jumping to Liquid first then, right off the rip, the team that's trying to make the comeback happen and qualify to playoffs with a losing record. It is still possible. It's happened every stage in the Brazil League so far, so we'll see if the trend also continues in the SAL. And their comeback just continued against 9Z against Kafe last Sunday. It was a 7-5 win. Lax, they never fell into 9Z's trap. They stood against that storm and they got all 3 points to keep themselves in the hunt.
Yeah, they didn't fall into that trap, but that was a very close game. A lot closer than they needed it to be. I mean, one more round, they would have been in a situation where, again, I mean, they wouldn't even be in a situation of being able to qualify. They need to be far better than what they were against 9Z, because Loud is a significantly better team, has far more experience, and are more, I would say, evenly matched in a sense of when you just look at the skill from roster to roster. But something that's very interesting to me, just looking back at the stats, only like 3 games ago, Maya and Nesk were like some of the lowest rated players, like historically some of the worst stats. and they have climbed all the way to make it into the top 20. And then Diaz, out of all players, being one of the brand new players that's joined this roster, coming from NA, he's currently the 10th highest rated player. So Diaz is obviously paying dividends in terms of what this roster has been able to do. Ask again, you know, I was questioning his ability to IGL and you know, not finding success with this Liquid roster early on. But again, they're on a 3-game win streak. But what it really comes down to today is really being perfect. And what I mean by being perfect is players like Maya, players like Ness, players like Resets actually being able to play into their strengths of getting those opening kills, creating space, and then allowing players like Diaz to lurk around the map, find those openings, which then create an opening for Maya, create an opening for Ness, and then allow Ask, once it gets into that round, to just pick apart the situations and where they can have the win rate and the win condition be right in front of them and execute in sync together, because that's just where we didn't see it against 9Z, but they did get over that hurdle. They did get that win, but it really does need to be perfect today. I can't emphasize that enough.
Their win streak has been Los and 9Z and BD, not necessarily in that order, but if they want to get to playoffs, then they have to pull off the biggest challenge of the stage for them so far. A Loud squad that has won 4 out of their last 5, very nearly took a game off Furia last week and it wasn't to be, but still, this is going to be a big mountain to climb for Liquid overall.
Oh, 100%. And what has proven to be a shockingly tall one. Like you said, a few of those games, victory over FaZe in regulation. Victory over W7M as well. I mean, then you just add on NIP 7-3. This team has not disappointed whatsoever and is frankly quite impressed in how structured they've been. This team, I'm sure has been mentioned before, has planted the most in the SAL. They have successfully planted, in 40% of their rounds. That's just the plants they've gotten down successfully. Imagine how many attempts they've made, how close they've gotten. This is a team that lives and dies by the execute. And yet, as you can see, it is Basetto, their go-to planter, who is by far and away at the bottom. And that's often because he might find himself getting C4'd, getting shot. He's the lowest rated player in the league, with also one of the worst entry differentials in the world. I think he's 1 in 12 on the stage so far. And a lot of these opening kills for Loud are happening below a minute 30, below 30 seconds even. So while you have players like Perez, STK performing quite well, and generally the whole team performing quite well, Loud, they are so focused on the execute, and oftentimes they can spend a lot of time planning it, waiting to go until 40, 30, 20, even 10 seconds left. And maybe they can adapt a little better than NIP, Gabe, but I think we both agreed they kind of have some similar issues when it comes to pacing.
Gabe, the only thing I'm worried about, by the way, is the fact that Basetto was like 0-12 on entry to start with, and then finally got an entry kill last week. But he just needs to not be the first person in the engagement, and typically Loud are going to fare a lot better, right?
Well, I was going to say, not even Basetto. I mean, sure, that is a factor, but a bigger player than Basetto is STK. He did not have a performance against Furia, where we're typically used to seeing Perez and STK be at the top, lead that charge for this team, which honestly, you could have come that to their success overall was these two players in specific always popping off, always being the duo, always playing off one another extremely well, and finding success for this roster. And again, that's where they really fell short versus Furia. I mean, granted, it was a 7-5 loss, but you look at STK, he went 5-8, which sure, that's not like the craziest in terms of statistics, but that's not what it's typically been from him.
No, it's not. And frankly, if we do see great performances from STK and Perez, I think they'll fare really good on their attacking side. If they're able to get some of these entries, able to consistently win a lot of those gunfights early on, it'll mitigate a lot of those potential downsides that I mentioned.
Figure out our battleground for this potential do or die matchup. Loud so far have only played 4 maps. They've doubled up on maps twice over the course of the stage so far. Liquid's map pool is a little bit more expansive, but it's only gone to 5. And we'll take Lair for this potential decider game, which neither teams thus far in this stage with these lineups have played so far. I mean, Lynx, as far as I'm concerned, if you were to go to a map that neither team has played for the game that decides who goes to playoffs and who doesn't play for 2 months, you might as well do it on a map that neither team has tried yet.
That's what I was going to say. I mean, Gabe, how many times do we talk about Border? Oh, these teams are obviously not going to go to a map where they have things to show on. And then guess what? You get the opposite, where neither of these teams have played it. And Jacob, to answer your question, yeah, it makes perfect sense. Like, if you haven't played a map before, this is the time to bring it out.
You know, I'm going to want to say, when you look back at the old E1 roster, they, in my opinion, back then when Lair was still kind of, you know, being figured out by some teams, I don't think it's still fully figured out yet. I think we're still in that phase still, but I thought E1 was one of the best teams at Lair in terms of figuring out how to play it, at least within their region. And you still have players from that roster on this Loud team. So it goes to question, I mean, I don't think this is really a bad choice to be on if you're on the side of Loud versus on the side of Liquid, where you obviously are still coming off of 3 wins, but you haven't looked, you know, crystal perfect, and you're going to a map you haven't played yet this stage. It does leave me a little worrisome.
Well, let's see how this one fares. Liquid are trying to see if they can't get in at the very last second, but Loud are trying to prove that you can't just turn in the essay right before it's due and expect to get a passing grade. It'll be Demo and Fluke with the call.
Well, talk about turning it in just before we are in and we are off. Demo, all the bans have been secured, a double shield ban there. So Loud will be operating a little comfier against what they could assume to be a Liquid assault. And to be honest, Liquid are a team that can utilize shields well, Demo.
Yeah, I think it's something that they've shown. Certainly Blackbeard still being up, I think it's going to cause a lot of issues if they choose to go for that, just because Blackbeard has the nades, which the other shields don't have, which is just always going to be great for clearing little bits of util here and there. Obviously for Liquids, they have to win. They just go. If they lose this, they're out. Can't get top 6, and obviously for a team of their experience, size of the organization that they represent, if they don't get top 6, it's horrendous. It really is. Like, you have to think about it. This team made more changes this stage as well. You know, they made changes before coming into Reload. This is one of our partner teams. You know, they need to step up.
I think the thing as well is they have stepped up, but is it the question of too little, too late, right? If you're looking at this team and their fighting chances and the situation they were at, there's a perfect way to start as STK is removed on Rocket Stairs. They have got their wins of their last 3 games. They sort of could have put a bit more pressure in. Obviously, you're looking at the ones just before the jump, and it's what, a 7-4 loss to NIP, and then you go into an 8-7 loss against Furia, and you're sort of like, okay, well, these are huge teams. That could be, oh, an 8-7 loss to ENX as well. Okay, well, we've seen them play well. Those 2 results go their way. They might not be in this position where they're fighting for a full fat win. Well, they wouldn't be. They would be having the benefit of an extra point either side. They would be more level. They could just try and get themselves into OT and get the win that way. It's an unfortunate way, but too little, too late is sometimes the defining factor here in the league played. Live, under a huge sort of bout and pocket of pressure here. The prox alarm will go in. They are popping in the top and trying to encircle the R6 room and trying to encircle the back of the site itself. There's a roaming bout of pressure as they go back in again. The mirror window on the reverse. It's going to put them in a bit of pressure here, but if they can win that first engagement as the Deimos track comes through, they need to do something because they're just being surrounded. Surely, in a second, someone swings behind him. There's the grenade to force the motion. The Deimos pushes up. The pressure's still around. Nesk does find Perez in the meantime, so gets the trade in the cover. And there's Nesk just entirely exploding. Bass stops them before Basetto gets himself a second, and Ask steps into where Nesk was and gets the Liquid end.
Really good execute onto that mirror window. Great teamwork. Nade goes in. Collapse happens. Gets them out of that position. Forces them back. Yeah. Love it from Liquid. Really good execute. Nesk seems to be on one today, which, look, it's always a player who you look towards on this Liquid side. He's been here since the organization entered into the scene of R6. And again, he's broke records after records before. And he has had question marks, I think, around him for quite a few years, thinking, surely he's done. Oh, that has to be him now. Another tournament loss. Oh, is he going to retire? Is he? That's what you hear. A lot of nearly after every tournament, after every stage, the same thing gets said time and time again. But he's still here.
It's one of the sort of truths and constants about this game, right? Is it would be hard to imagine a world of not just sort of Brazilian Siege, but Siege in general, and without Nesk there. But at the same time, we have to look at the talent that's sort of come behind him and the talent that's sort of come after him as they're good. they're damn good. You can't rest on your laurels in this region. There's always new gunners, new phrases, and new sort of fresh ideas, and that's not the same for every single region. And it makes it tougher to get your eventual win, fine, but then he pulls out rounds like that, and you're like, oh yeah, this is why he's still here. And he's just always got that potential, and to be honest, at the start of the season, he wasn't really. He wasn't quite able to get himself in. He wasn't quite able to get himself locked, but talking of, starts angling some pressure towards lockers on the bottom of the basement as they see if there is anybody that is fishing for a fight. Live is above. They will actually come to try and fight all of these people above as well, but it is a very reinforced setup here with the mute jammers and the mirror windows.
Yeah, mute jammer's going to slow them down with their info gathering. But they'll be able to get through it, plenty of time. Feel that they're starting to approach in towards that mid floor. In terms of soft destruction, not a massive amount other than the breaching charges that a few operators have brought to the table, so not your traditional way where we would see an operator like a ram, for example, be taken into the lineup, but still, some steady progress for Liquid. Loud though, with some phone calls, and there's the Fenrir trap goes off, but Maya still somehow wins it out against the shotgun nonetheless. Surely Daff is going to be winning them.
I think it's there. You're sort of having your expectations of that engagement and how they can flip towards Daffodil, but as Live comes around the back, the calls are still going out. They haven't quite got control of anything yet, but now they have a man advantage. And they're going to use that to drop into the site. Reset swings onto Basetto. Huge take through the mirror window. That leaves just Live alone. They seem to have a good idea of where he is. And they've proved it via a gun.
This is looking sharp. Really, really sharp from Liquid. They have the game plan. They know what they want to do. I think they're picking the correct operators with the playstyle where they are lurking for those picks, using that Dokubi call to their advantage. Definitely think Daffo should have won that first one, though, against Maya. But, yeah, just didn't happen for them. And they have called a very early timeout after 2 rounds. I mean, this is, of course, the biggest game of the stage so far for both of these teams. And don't forget, if Liquid take the clean victory, where they get all 3 points, then it will be Loud who get knocked into 7th, and that's where they will remain. Doesn't even matter how Black Dragons get on later on. Loud, they need to have at least a point to keep themselves in the running. That's what they need. They need the point. Liquid need all 3. We know that. We've seen the graphic earlier on. A lot to play for, and Loud, they do not want to go into an early, heavy deficit. Try and stop it now before it snowballs out of control.
I think that's it, right? It's, as you said, another really early timeout, but it's also that idea of how teams like to hold themselves up here, how teams have sort of struggled. Liquid have usually been a bit cold when they get into these maps and have sort of struggled at points. Lair itself, across all the regions, prefers defenders. 56% is the average. Not a huge plant amount, but still something that it sort of sets itself into. If I can get the read on how it is
10 seconds to go.
in LATAM itself, but I think that is proving a little bit problematic on my stats thing. But I assume it's the same.
Don't fall into the Jesse J chick trap.
I'm trying
to. You take away that man's laptop and he crumbles.
He does. He was born with that laptop. Terrible for his mother. Liquid 2-0. They have themselves the read on, and they now have a timeout from the courtesy of Loud. So Loud only have the game ahead of them to play at this point. They have to try and shake the approach here. If Liquid get themselves an even attack split, they're already statistically better than what most teams have managed here on this site. And at this point, Loud, they've opted to not go back towards the top. Gonna see if they can try and make it stick elsewhere this time round. Bunks and briefing as they've got the hold. A quick break and an impact will break it right back. Now is another smoke canister just to try and stop them being able to get a clean impact. It's much harder to get that trick at this point. There's just pressure being put through, and they will get it breached open, but that's just step one, Demo.
And just need to be careful, of course, because there is a glass on the side of Liquid, and he isn't aware of those smoke grenades get tossed in. Then yeah, it will cause them some issues. Maya will start placing in some of those smokes. It will be able to have the cover, and like I said, there's the glass. Not aware. He will be good for at least one kill, and that diffuser will get stuck. And wow, this is clinical from Liquid. They have that game plan. Look at Maya, by the way, just in a complete random corner inside the site. No one is going to expect him to be there, so surely he'll be get at least one kill.
Well, this is it now. The 5 versus 4 is actually balanced back out as Daffodil does get Maya. I don't even know if it's Daffodil. It's just Daffo. But the flower that is in bloom is everything in Dyer's scope here. Falls apart too. Ness gets another. And the timeout. Oh, unfortunately, nets them nothing. Diaz does as Diaz must. And causes others to die, has.
Very, very good. Again, Liquid. Again, a different approach than what they've done previously. Look at that basement attack. It was slow. It was just looking for those opportunities. That was just, let's just go direct. Let's just bring in the Ying, the Capitao, the Glads, these operators, which work really well in conjunction with one another, and just go for the plant. Just hope it works. And Loud just getting caught out. I mean, this Loud team, I think, has struggled sometimes to really get themselves back into games. You know, I think they shown it during the early stages of the play days. If Plan A didn't work for Loud, that was it. They've really struggled, I think, to think on their feet and come up with what's presented, or to try and come up against what's been presented in front of them.
I think it's sort of this strange split here of there's almost more pressure in a weird way on Loud because they had such a good run. And then it's all potentially crumbled here at the very end. They've had their early timeout. Now they've lost the round either side of it. Liquid have just looked solid. Fully of a better phrase, all the takes have looked really good. The middle one had a bit of, you know, maybe a bit of back and forth scrappy moments, but they sort of read entirely what the hold was, found ways to break through, and has done that time and time again. The pressure, when we were up here, on towards R6, the sitting, the waiting, the close down on that mirror position, with the grenades, with the Deimos, was just really, really well put together. And then it built panic in Loud, who kept on trying to swing in. We saw it there as well in that last round. They did everything they needed to do, and then didn't do anything extra, because that's where mistakes happen. That's where things can get punished. And then not giving Loud those ins, they have to try and make them themselves. Blackbeard of resets isn't quite going to go make friends on the Skybridge yet. Seeing who is home. A couple of players that will peel their way back towards green and get a bit closer towards the site. Liquid seeing if they can just kind of Sherpa them without being immediately in the firing fight.
Was that Ying ban? It has left that Blackbeard open. We mentioned that certainly Liquid can play those shields, and resets is straight on that Blackbeard now because of it. And we know the strength of this operator. I think we've harped on about how it's way too much sometimes. Just, I mean, he is still kind of new in a way, because it's not like he's been out for like a crazy long time. It's still fairly fresh, and certainly in this current meta where all the shields are just really, really strong, as they have been, I suppose, for the past 2 years, it's, yeah, still always a hot topic. And for resets, what he can do, take that early ground over towards Skybridge, and seeing if he can work his way over towards these two defenders who are just outside of sight, just quarters outside of it. The Chanka trying to hold him back, though, at the moment, but so he's going to be chased away as that Deimos is lurking below.
Find themselves a little bit more time with the Keepers, tucking themselves back into the site, and even going for the reinforce. Oh, the Blackbeard! Oh, he wasn't too late, because somebody was underneath Ask! Picked up the freebie there. They thought they'd done a little bit of daylight robbery, but Live was the one with their pockets picked. Now, with 50 seconds and a knock on the door here, Liquid, they have that first read once again, an alternate take. It's had some structural sort of pushback from it. They've forced the players further and further away, but where are they going to try and stick the plant? Resets, he's tucked himself all the way across the divide. Perez is watched! I'm not entirely... Oh, from the window! From outside, and Dafo cannot swing that without being caught himself. There's Ness getting it anyway. Another for Diaz. And Ness must have been on that rappel for a long time. Could contribute with his gadget and with his gun. Brilliant.
I mean, you just sit in the window, just do what you want to do, Nask. I mean, the team just so clean, pushing in, using that util, looking for that plant. I mean, very close though for Loud. You know, they had plenty of util. The Echo drone, I think, was able to connect with one hit. And then that was it. He had none left. He had to play with guns up. So yeah, very close from Loud. But again, Liquid just are on top of the game today. They really are. And like we mentioned, Loud, they used their timeout incredibly early. And it was, they used that timeout to try and stop what was happening to them right now. That's the issue.
I think that's it, is, you know, Liquid have already done more than enough on their attacks, but they're doing them so well. And this is a Liquid that we have rarely seen throughout this season. You know, obviously we weren't doing the last and the most recent sort of play days, but when we had the opportunity to sort of cast Liquid, there were moments, there were mistakes, but a lot of the rounds came in off of huge plays, right? They came off of a
just by watching them.
Yeah, at times, sure, but also like they would have big clutch moments, but it would come off the back of a player going crazy. This has been so orchestrated, Loud. They're being played like a fiddle, and you know, without their timeout, without their ability to break the momentum, now 2 rounds down, it's almost like they're just sort of holding out hope that they can get to the half with at least some limbs still attached.
Everyone from Liquid stepping up, doing their part. Loud struggling for kills massively. Nobody above 3 kills. Estes 2. That's all they've had in 4 rounds. Liquid looking hot. And we head into this basement again. Last time for Liquid, it was abusing that Dokkaebi. See if they could find these picks off the back of the information. Now they've changed it up again. They've went a little bit more traditional. The Ram comes in. Great for clearing out that verticality. Hold above. Looks to be 4 players actually roaming right now. Only 1 player inside the bomb site. So Loud are committing a lot of eggs into their basket here. And will it pay off? Not at the moment, as they lose that first opening engagement.
Again, things slipping away from Loud's grasp here. It's an 100% entry statistic into the favor of Liquid. It's been picked up by mainly Maya. 3 different Liquid players have been able to get that opening into their favor. That is 50% of the total kills that Loud have been able to get across these opening rounds here. Now, as I said, this one had a couple of moments, but it came down to a 1 versus 3, so Liquid still had a very good read. STK that is on the roam, on the flank. His position might be one that puts on some pressure as the breach comes towards the site itself. How much control are Liquid trying to get? As I said, they've been really, really good at getting what they need. And then that's about it. But as Dafo gets ready to swing on the close angle, I'm wondering where this first engagement might pop, and the sort of Perez that suffers a lot, but does get Maya. Why are they just in fire from a Capital bolt, you assume, which is why they took so much damage, but they have the trade in 20 seconds. Us just screams in. Basso gets 1 as well on the split. There's Diaz with another. Just putting pressure on now. One of the players is loose, misses their moment. It's another 3 versus 1. Tries to find their way, but above. The Long Watch has the kit, goes to the other site. Blinds the player, gets themselves all the way in. And there's the plant going down, connected. They have the pings. Plays the hatch. Has to be watched from the range. The Ram moves out, extends the gunfight. Covered by the smoke on the other side. Liquid They predicted it all! They read the future, the tarot cards, and the future is 5 liquid rounds.
Really good smoke. Not only is it allowing him to plant, so he's not gonna just get killed while he's going for the plant, but also allows him to reposition out of that. Actually, pretty much saved him from getting into that better position. Liquid, just on it again. I mean, Diaz, big plays. Same with Ask. Really great stuff from these Liquid players who, I mean, especially Diaz started off the stage really struggling, you know, and I think for a player obviously coming into this region where, you know, we've seen him for the past, I don't know how many years inside of NA, it was a big change for him, especially playing for, you know, big organization over here in Brazil. It'll be a different feeling than, you know, playing for the likes of Exet, which is where he started off, and then obviously we see him at stints in M80 and Oxygen. Just different mojo that you get for playing with Liquid compared to those organizations that we see inside of NA. And you know, he struggled to get a grip of it, and yeah, he's played really well in that round. And one thing as well I will say about Liquid, the roles that he has to play are sometimes really difficult roles. Like, it could be the case of playing those shields, which, yes, as strong as they are, you have to be really careful whenever you play them, because one false misstep with shields, you know, dodging C4s, you know, turning your back at the wrong time, you can all be punished by playing that operator, you know, those kind of operators. So, yeah, it's not been easy for him, but finally, we're starting to see a Liquid team mesh and gel. And like I said, the biggest game of the season for them, they're finally showing up.
5-0. Just did not expect it. At this point, they could just hit the tertiary twice and have this wrapped up. But guaranteed that is not going to be satisfying enough for them. A well-oiled machine seems to be Liquid's game today. I don't think I would have guessed this. Now, the impact does put the break in, but this time, you know, they have those angles. They worked with the glass last time. They snuck in a plant on the cover. There's the follow through of that Selma. We'll get the break in the middle. Now, there's always the opportunity of doing this and not quite knowing what you're going to have. There could be some problematic lines in the hard breach. They also start to get some awareness of the top of green. Get some control of the back of the site this time around Pillar. Force out a smoke canister. See a long rotate on towards Skybridge as well. The gridlock of resets is in a position here, but they don't have any more control of greens. They don't have anyone underneath. And that's that worry that somebody just decides to pop a head up and find a fight. You can see they're tempted by the ideal. It's a game of chicken almost.
It's tense. Very, very tense. I think first blood may be crucial here for both of these sides. Liquid now starting to move in and use that util and see if they can gather around that pushing force. But no, seems to be stalling out with that smoke. A quick jiggle peek from SDK is not for the down, but Liquid, their focus has been towards the staircase, but they've been eliminated. And Nesk now has a 1v3, more or less. He has to try and clutch up for, unless he chooses to go for the revive on the Diaz, who will now get taken up by STK, but Nesk still able to get one, and 2 more to find with 40 seconds. Is it doable?
Well, he pushes his way in towards the smoke and... oh, just misses a big moment in the smoke. Swaps to the other side, pre-fires the shotgun. Oh, it's such a delicate game here. You can see the supporters trying to get itself close. Oh, either side of the shotgun, but SDK does fine at the end. 5-1, they have a single round of breathing room. But there were moments there. You couldn't believe he could do it.
Again, it's just so tense. You really cannot call how some of these rounds will go. You know, close again. I feel definitely for Loud, they really need at least something. You know, one's better than 0. I think everyone knows that. Again, no brain comment there. Off it. It gives them maybe the opportunity, but it's still such a slim chance. You know, Liquid move on to the defense, and certainly it's a side which they'll be happy with. You kind of look at the stats off this map. You look at Lair. We've only just seen it, I believe, the one time during this stage, and we've seen 6 defensive wins on it. So, by that logic, you would say that Liquid at least get 2.
I mean, at this point, as I said, they only need to lock in the weakest of their sort of sites here, but
5 seconds to go.
they also have a lot more that can go into their favor. Loud. Everything has to be flawless. And, you know, it's just such a thin margin. 2 shields banned. Basetto brings the blitz, brings that gap. With Ask on the clash as well, they're going to try and make this first round uncomfortable. Stress them out, stretch them out. Is the MO. Loud have to try and rebuild their pace, rebuild their pressure, and rebuild their hopes. After having such big wins against the top 2 teams of the region, to potentially falling here at the last hurdle.
Here we go. Loud. First attack. And they're going to need to win it. They want to set really good tempo for the rounds to come. Their lineup. Got a bit of spice in there with the blitz. Of course, the Grim, which will help up massively whenever you're looking at taking rooms, such as, of course, the art window. And I think mezzanine as well is always an area where I think the shields really do excel, because it is kind of corridor where you can get swung from 2 different angles. Having the shield for that little bit of info will be great. Of course, you have to get there. But, however, actually looking for the opposite side. Not opting for, you know, the kind of traditional take where you like to jump in towards bathroom, for example. At the buck below as well. See if he can root out some players, but resets towards the R6 room. Moment is going to try and be the first line of defense for them. C4 though will be wasted, so that is good news for the shield. But this is a deadly crossfire, almost 3 players kind of looking at the one direction. So for the blitz, needs to really pick his moment.
Ooh. Again, thin fights, trying to fish out underneath, but they're more than happy to try and fight live in these engagements. And now with half health, the next one live takes has to be a lot more controlled, a lot more sort of angled to the right situation. Defo! Rotten timing on the blind of a teammate, but Basetto's able to get one. Defo picks up the second. Suddenly the clash is over here, trying to piece things back together. It's a similar sort of take from the players underneath, but oh, where can you go? Nowhere. That was an execution. Got on cam, and that puts us in the 5 versus 2. Loud. Finally show themselves in. Show up. As they get Ask and leave just Maya alive. They're going for the plant. Won't be a flawless. But at this point, with them watching the verticality, with them watching every single door and swing chance, Loud get themselves a second.
That's what they needed. They needed to get that first attack and builds that momentum early for them, and they need to keep it going. Yeah, using the operators in the correct positions. Again, the shield working well, the util dump. Yeah, everything for Loud. Good, solid first start for them. Liquid, I don't know, maybe did they need to try and retake below, maybe try and put more pressure onto that Buck, who again was causing them issues, and there's a hefty amount of verticality, of course, that you can have on this map for both top floor to mid floor and this bottom floor. But anyway, we digress and we move into our basement now for Liquid, who have went for a certainly seems to be a bit of a mix in terms of the defense that they have, because it looks as though they're going to go above, probably with castle barricades, set up a hefty hold above, maybe even taking some mirror windows if needed. But then they still have that plant denial. You've got the smoke, you've got the Chanka, so you're kind of hoping that you're going to waste a lot of time upstairs, and whenever finally Loud have been able to clear above, which you hope inevitably they will do, then you're just trying to hit them in that final minute. Whenever they're looking for that plant, you have that util ready to go.
It was a very, very good procedural destruction of the hold there. And at this point, they're maybe not going to allow them to get that same vertical pressure they applied, or at least force it in a different manner on a different site here. But Loud did everything they needed to. The longer they can keep Liquid off of map point, the less pressure they have to live under, but also a 5-1, terrifying. 5-2, still kind of scary. 5-3, suddenly you're close to touching distance at that point. If they can get themselves this sort of perfect opening rotation, maybe the one on the addition, at what point then do Liquid take their time out? Because if they wait, if they lose this round and then wait, then suddenly if they lose the next round, they're within touching distance. And they've given Loud that opportunity to have that conversation. Loud just need to get to overtime. Liquid need the full 3.
No kills as of yet. Loud will just be taking their time. See if they can clear out this roam game, of course. That shield. But not a lot happening at the moment. So that now they're going to start focusing over towards the site. These castle barricades will be swiftly dealt with by the Hibana. Now, just based on where you can kind of see the Loud players positioned, it looks as though that they want to try and take in towards Boiler. But that's kind of where you think Liquid would want them to kind of play in towards. And oh my, not a lot of damage well done by Perez. Looks still pretty healthy. And now I think Ash, maybe it's the time to fall back.
Yeah, I mean, he's got it right. He's still going to sit in the smoke for a little bit longer. He's trying to draw as much attention as possible. He's about to get some from a shield. The call comes out, and oh, the shield got separated. And he still gets one on the back, but does get traded out. Live gone, the buck gone. Maybe they're done all the work they needed to, and the Tachanka fire stopped somebody else screaming in behind. Did the buck get a bit distracted? There's a couple of holes open. At this point now, 30 seconds. The Tachanka wasting time. Diaz gets Basetto. And it's a back and forth blow. Perez
Tachanka
sneaks their way in, and the Tachanka's gone. There goes Nesk as well. The mirror's off the border. 2 versus 3, 15 seconds. But the kit still above the hatch. Daffo takes the drop. Slips his way around the back. 8 seconds. SDK. He's trying to find a fight before the timer's on. He knows if they swing at the last second, it's an easier fight. It's a 2 versus 1. Either side of him. There's the drop. There's the planter. That is Liquid securing themselves OT. That is not what they want. They have 4 chances, 4 opportunities to get themselves in playoffs and remove the chance for Loud.
Wow, Liquid, so close to losing it. I thought for a minute maybe they kind of botched it. You know, you've allowed that player to drop the hatch and get in for that plant. The 2 players remaining there for Loud, they were so separated from one another. One guy in sight, one guy still above the hatch. I don't know how they were able to kind of meet up in the middle there and one cover, one go for the plant, but just that crucial, that first spray from the Dokkaebi. He needs to kill that man, because as soon as they knew where he was, the jig was up, and it was so easy for them to clean up house at that point. So just one little engagement didn't go their way, and yeah, Loud will get punished for it, and Liquid on the cusp of doing it and sending themselves into that playoff spot. 1 round. You have 4 chances to do it.
Can they go this final distance of a long, long season? All of them have stepped up in this game. All of them sitting positive. All of them having these moments. And we complimented their attacks on how sharp they were, how consistent they were, how well orchestrated they seemed to be. And at the same time, Loud I mean, they've had some amazing performances against some of the biggest teams of the region, but against the teams that they should be beating, not saying this is one of those, but against the games where they have it in their favor, unfortunately, that isn't where they are their best.
Oh, here we go. Loud. Sacked off the shield entirely. Which did work for him the first round, but the second round, not as much, because they had a few issues with the smoke. Now, this operator here, the Clash, that's a tricky one. Because really, what do Loud have? A Capitao? Is it the greatest counter to a Clash? Maybe, but I think, in my eyes, maybe not. I think you'd much rather have your Zoph, your Callies, or your Nomads, the actual hard counters to the shield. For Live is actually downstairs, almost catching out Nesk, who just sat on top of the vertical holes and almost gets picked off, but now Live, he will make himself known, and the double peek from Nesk. Somehow Live doesn't kill him again. What's going on?
Massively hurt once again, the Buck, and you know how instrumental the Buck could be in this situation. Was so great at defining their play, getting Loud to win the last time we were here, to the point where if this round actually goes away from Liquid, there's a chance they just ban the Buck. But here, cover of the smoke, the pressure on towards Walkway, they've tucked themselves in on Ops, and the Clash, are you aware? Seemingly not. They're swinging down on rocket stairs, trying to find a fight elsewhere, and they're about to be blinded and stunned and shocked. There's the coverage of the smoke. We roll onto the Clash. The Clash just tries to get out of there. It's a break on towards Bathroom in the top of our 6 room, but that gets them a little bit of control. They got them the first step. Are they going to try and move behind it? There's the breach onto the wall. There's an Azami. Nesk. They are that problem person right now in a fight that might happen on the bottom of the stairs as Maya is trying to flank their way up behind Live. Live is not fully aware. Maya gets one, and the Clash is tempted to move in. Swings with the shield on their back. Resets and Ask. Get one apiece, and there's another for the Clash. Spinning and circling as everything starts to fall apart. Basetto, all that is left. All that is circling is the drain as they are being washed away here. Liquid get to playoffs. Loud falls short, and what a way. What a difference of fortunes and favors and fates for these two teams. But Liquid, for today, are the victors.
Liquid, very impressive, especially on their attacking half. That's where they've done a lot of the hard work. For Loud, bad day at the office on the day that really mattered for them. They just faltered at the end. But look, Loud, they tried, but Liquid today just were on top gear. You know, they were on really good form. I thought they played the better Siege. Of course they did. A 7-2 is a whitewash. You know, that's an easy victory for them. So all credit to Liquid. They show up at the end of the season, because at the start of the season we were really worried about this team. We just thought, where is this win going to come from? Is it ever going to come from Liquid? And they've really turned that second half of the stage around, and they've got their rewards from it. They've got into that top 6. And now we will be seeing them inside of playoffs.
And now we take a moment to breathe. I mean, you can see on those sort of cams at the end of the game how much it meant for them, how much they sort of worked towards it as well. And as I said, it was some of the best, if not the best Siege that they have played all season. And that was something that took, I think, Loud a bit by surprise. They were in a good stead, a good start, and then things fell apart. But unfortunately, it's Liquid's day today, so we're going to throw to a slightly smaller desk now. Please take it away, Jacob and Lynx.
Thanks, friends. We just need to set the stage here accordingly. Loud had a 4 out of 5 game winning record over the past couple of games. A little bit of a problem at the beginning of the stage, trying to get going with what this team was going to look like without Flastery. Liquid are now in playoffs. with a positive round differential and a losing record, and Loud are going to finish the stage having won more games than Liquid did, yet are in 7th place because of the result of this matchup and the luck of the draw on the schedule overall. Lynx, there is no other way of saying it. They literally did the quiz without studying for it and managed to get in all the way at the very, very end, despite losing 5 games in a row. That is insane that Liquid were able to pull this off.
Yeah, that's why they offer remedial math. They give the kids that are struggling a chance to recover and get ahead, and that's exactly what we got from Liquid. And I mean, could you ask for a better game plan? Loud banned both the shields to start because I think, as we all remember, this Liquid comeback started with that Black Dragons game where they heavily abused not just 1, 2, but 3 shields. Then in the interim, while they got those wins, it was a bit shaky, you know, maybe bringing a little Deimos, Dokkaebi, maybe a couple other things, but no clear game plan. This time, Liquid clearly anticipated Loud might gun for the shield bans because it was all Ying, Grim, Glaz, Deimos, and even in some cases, the one remaining shield, Blackbeard. Liquid clearly anticipated that Loud would want to take the shields off the board, and they prepared an excellent execute-based lineup abusing all the cheesy stuff we've seen that have gained prominence in the attacking meta so far. And when you get 6 opening picks on a half, 5 rounds from it, whether you're getting the diffuser down or you're trying to do a roam clear, but every time you set up, it works out successfully. That was the story of Liquid's attacks. Unbridled success.
The tone was set from the get-go, too. 3 different players on Liquid with a multi-kill apiece. Ness with a 3K, then Maya with a 3K, then DS with a 3K, and it forced Liquid to take a timeout after just the first 2 rounds. They already knew there was a problem, and yet barreled forward almost as if there was no issue, and just kept going forward to a 5-1 half. Now, at a pro level, at a tier 1 level, I've said this before, I expect that pro teams are going to be able to pull that sort of thing back. At a tier 2 level, maybe not the same level of confidence. But overall, if you're in tier 1, you see a 5-1 half, it's not the end of the world. It's just an additional challenge to come back from. Yet Loud had no answer because Liquid, with the exception of 1 round, got every single opening pick, and that was the tone setter for this entire game.
Yeah, and it's pretty clear the pressure was getting to them too on that first half. And by the time you get to the second half, I mean, what? All you really need is a DS and resets 2v2 in round 8, and then just one more clean round, and that's the game over the line. Whether it was 7-3, 7-4, 7-5, it doesn't matter. Liquid had run up the score so well early on that just one clutch and one good performance all the way through was enough. It didn't matter what the scoreline was.
Let's talk to Sensi real quick. We've talked to him literally all stage so far about how this has gone for Liquid, but we'll pull him back in one more time. Just to confirm what we've been thinking all along, dude, congratulations on managing to pull this off. 4 games in a row was all it took, but the fact that it came with 5 losses in a row right before it, this is an incredible turnaround. What did you say mentally to your team before this game even got going?
I think it's just a matter of fighting ourselves in the game. We were practicing really, really nicely. The team has a very, very solid unity, and I think it was just a matter of time to make them click together for the regular season. We've seen them perform very, very nicely at Reload as well, but you know, it's no secret to anyone that there's too many drama around after Reload, and maybe that had some impact on them, but I don't think was basically it. After all, I'm very happy that the team is finding themselves in game. We've been through some ups and downs this season. Actually worth mentioning that the first matches was against W7M, FaZe Clan, Furia. All of these are very, very strong teams. One recently won DSI, the other won Reload. So I'm not giving coward speeches here, but I think it just makes sense that it's like we didn't click. I think that losing to those teams in a row just made us mentally strong as well. I think that having support from Team Liquid, our staff, our performance coaching staff as well, I think it just made sense that everything is coming together. But job's not done yet. We still have the playoffs to go through with those very strong teams as well. So it's going to be a very, very nice series, I guess.
I'd absolutely agree with that. And I kind of wanted to ask you something you touched on. You guys had so many hard games at the start of the stage that forced you to improve. Do you really feel like that's a blessing that going into playoffs now, you've already been through the gauntlet, you've already had to kind of go back to the drawing board a couple times? Does it feel like this is like the most improved version of Liquid you could possibly have going into playoffs? And do you think you've really found out all those mistakes you might have been making?
I don't like to say that we found out our mistakes because nobody's perfect, no team is perfect. So I don't want to jinx it, but I think that we just need to keep following the same path. You know, we've seen Furia losing to ENX today, which was a huge surprise to everybody. So it just makes sense that not everyone. There is no easy game in South America League, you know, and I just want to keep my players on the same route, on the same path. They are doing amazing. The communication has been awesome for this match. I think finally we had a very, very strong victory, and it was the one with the playoff spot. So we just show that there's no such a thing as pressured when the moment really needs it. But yeah.
One more before you let you go. How much more preparation do you think you need to do behind the scenes before you're ready to go into BO3 environments? It's a little bit different, but you haven't done it so far with this team. You didn't get the chance to play any BO3s during reload, so it might be slightly uncharted territory, but how much more prep do you think you need to do before you get to playoffs next weekend?
It's still a very, very a lot of job to be done. Again, the job is not over. We just went through the phase 1, and there's no secret. Boys will need to keep working, improving, taking Scrim seriously. This is something that Brazilians do very well, and we just gotta keep focused. Yeah, that's all.
You had a game plan down to a T on Lara, man. Congratulations on this. It's got to feel good, but you said it yourself, job's not done, so we'll see you next weekend, and hopefully you keep the streak going. Congratulations, man.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
That's just the kind of hard work that I feel like a lot of teams probably don't see turnarounds happen nearly that fast. Considering, I mean, he had a good point. The first couple of games that they played were against some super tough teams, and I think a lot of people were probably coming into the stage or seeing their roster reload and thinking they may not be contenders immediately, but they've got a lot of talent, and we just need to see like how it's all going to play together. But yeah, congratulations to Liquid, commiserations to Loud, man. That is the absolute worst way to go out. But there's still one more game left to be played this stage. We'll go ahead and knock it out. Black Dragons have to face Los in our final game of the best of one, so we'll do that right after this break.
They say it's not the destination, it's the journey.
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right. They say it's not the destination, it's the journey.
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step.
how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
So you might be wondering, what's even the point of having a game once all the playoff spots are already confirmed? Well, it's pretty simple. Black Dragons are still trying to prove that the way that this new roster has come together is worthy of going forth in playoffs and doing great things. But for Los, this is the last time we're going to see them because there isn't an LCQ to play for this time, which means after today, we're not going to spot them for at least the next 2 months up until Stage 2 begins. But we'll just go ahead and keep going on the process and figuring out whether Los still have something worthwhile in the can, or if Black Dragons coming in are absolutely the favorites. I'm Jacob, this is Lynx, and I think what we've seen so far is a BD team that's come together very quickly, and it's worked out phenomenally, and a Los team that in another league is still at the bottom of a bracket, unfortunately. It's some things just never change.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Los, we mentioned, obviously, you know, Los the org having a really good run at Atlanta a year ago, but even then, for this organization, that was a miracle run when they were the last place team in Brazil. I don't know if you remember, in 2023, Stage 2 LCQ, the final to qualify was between the 2 last place teams in each group, and Los ended up making it. Since then, they've changed rosters, they've changed regions, and this org is like the antithesis of W7M. They just cannot find a 5 that is working. And the same cannot be said for Black Dragons, because this is arguably the most successful time in this org's history since the beginning of the game. They obviously had that Ask-led roster qualify back in Montreal, and while that had a lot of ups and downs, this one has really, really impressed me, Jacob. Obviously bringing in Muzi after a long break, but keeping some extremely good players like Hornetau, for example. And then, of course, you've also got like Machina coming in, just having a really, really strong debut. This roster has... I mean, sure, there have been disappointments, but this roster has not disappointed.
I feel like there's a super high ceiling for this team overall. For a whole roster of guys to come in having had very minimal to no play experience with one another, unless it was on previous teams a long time ago, and to get a guy like Muzi in an environment where it's very clearly showcasing that he's got a lot left to prove, or he still has more left in the tank, that's ultimately the more impressive part. And what they've been able to do this stage is impressive on its own, but whether they can do that through playoffs is going to be the biggest litmus test. So they're just going to get one more trial before they walk into playoffs next weekend, and that's against Los. But we'll start with Black Dragons overall, because it was a relatively short time frame that they had to be able to put the roster together, wondering whether they were going to be able to incorporate a guy like Muzi with his legendary pedigree into a game like this. It was going to take some time. It hasn't taken nearly as much time as we've thought, and for them to sit at 6th place but still have the possibility of getting a winning record heading into playoffs, it's not lost on me how quickly they've been able to make this work out.
No, and I think a lot of that obviously comes down to the success of Muzi, but honestly, I think it just comes down to the success of these 5 players too. Hornetau, obviously the highest rated player so far, who's been grinding for years inside a pro league for like 4 years before this, and his first international event was Montreal. And he's still going, still performing incredible. Flash3, who has had some up and down moments this stage, towards the end, or at least overall, has had a lot more ups than downs than, of course, Rare and Machina, putting in some really, really strong things as well. There's not a massive weakness on this team at the moment, at least when it comes to the individual performances. And yet they find themselves in this position, obviously, because they are currently on a 3-game losing streak. The first, they got baptized by Liquid when they abused 3 shields, and nobody was really anticipating Liquid to pull that out. We'll give them that one. We all get caught off guard. And then it's been 2 extremely close games since then. A 7-5 loss to Furia, and a 7-8 loss to the first place team in SAL after W7M beat FaZe earlier. So, sure, they're on a 3-game losing streak. One of them, honestly, was kind of like, from their perspective, probably an act of God more than anything. But the other 2 have been really close games against extremely strong opponents. I, myself, am not too worried, especially against, I hate to say it, Jacob, their opponents I have a lot of issues with.
You're allowed to say it in a nice way or an angry way. It totally makes sense. For BD, they're the third highest ranked defensive team in the league. There's W7M, there's FaZe, and then there's BD. So that's what Los have to walk into today, who themselves on both attack and defense are within the bottom two. Their struggles have been pretty pronounced, even coming into the league with 3 players who were in the NAL all at the same time, with a lot more time to figure out how they were going to structure themselves and make sure that they came into the league ready. They gave it a good try against a couple of teams, but ultimately they haven't been able to keep games close. Their struggles have been very obvious to anybody who's watched them closely, and it feels like for a team that's got this much raw talent, they should theoretically be doing better, but at the end of the day, if it's an NA or SA, it's the same old for Los.
Yes, and even though they had a really, really strong win last week against ENX, a big part of it was a huge individual performance from Mr. Outlaw, getting double digits, I think over 15 or 16 kills by the end of the game, or at least somewhere around that. And ENX also making a lot of mistakes. But that isn't to take anything away from Los. It is still one of, if not the best they have looked the whole stage. But a player I want to highlight, who I've mentioned on Cast a couple times, is Arthur. And it feels like in every single region right now, from SA to North America to EML, there is a team that loves playing Shields. In America, that's C9. Here, it's Los. And one problem we see in all of these regions and between C9 and Los is constantly mispositioning the shields. Arthur's top 3 most played ops in this order are Blitz, Blackbeard, and Montaigne. He is the lowest rated player on the team, the second lowest rated player in the league, and has one of the worst entry differentials on his team at 3 and 12. And the sad part about the shields is, for all I know, this is not Arthur's fault. Because, Jacob, I remember when I first saw Arthur play Shields, was in E1's debut, and he was lights out with the Shields on that roster a little over a year ago. And now he's having this much trouble. With the Shield players, it very rarely, or it can be an individual problem, but a lot of the times it's how the team is setting them up and using them, and they kind of get punished for it. And this seems to be the case with Arthur, and you just can't have somebody playing such a pivotal role getting shut down so often.
The sad part of that whole statement is you might look at a really good performance from all that long ago, and then you realize exactly how long ago it was, and you might say pretty safely that was a flash in the pan, but there's just some things you're not able to translate from even being good at it from one point. I mean, it very clearly is still having struggles now. But we'll talk maps real fast. It may not all be doom and gloom for Los. They did get 2 wins so far this stage. For BD, they're still trying to see if they can't get into playoffs having 1 more games than they've lost, because that, like you mentioned, that 3-game losing streak still looks like it's been a bit of a problem for them so far. But because there aren't that many stakes in this matchup, theoretically you could play almost whatever you want and it shouldn't be that big a deal. Last time we saw BD play Kafe, it was that 7-5 game against Furia. It was down to the wire. It was close until it wasn't overall. Los haven't been able to prove that any map so far in their pool in South America is good, so why not try Kafe and just see if that manifests with anything?
That is true, but I will say an interesting asterisk here. Black Dragons have played this map twice in SAL, and Los have played it once, and all 3 of those games went to at least 12 rounds. 2 of them, full OT, 8-7. Black Dragons beat ENX on this map, 8-7, and Los lost to NIP, 7-8. This is a map where Los not only got a point out of it, but also looked quite good against a slow NIP team, and also on that attacking side, Los actually had a lot of good ideas, some very nice set plays, especially on attacking the top floor position against NIP. So of all of the maps that actually, I mean, obviously, you know, you 7-1 ENX on Clubhouse, that would be great, but of all the maps against good teams that I could have got from this map ban phase, I'm actually feeling pretty good if I'm Los.
I'm down for a close matchup because I feel like that's probably the only real way that Los can get a win over a team that's demonstrated that they're this good. When they beat ENX on Clubhouse last week, it was a shock to everybody, but it was also an ENX team that definitely had a lower set of expectations. If they're able to have close games on this map, and they're going to it, and BD have also had close games, I'd like to think that we end up getting a last game in the round robin that ends up at least staying the course, so to speak. But even if it didn't happen that way, I'm just looking for Los to get as many reps as possible so that when they come in stage 2 with games that are far more meaningful when they're not already knocked out of the playoff picture, they're able to use this game more as practice, and BD can use it as practice for playoffs going into next week. That's ultimately what I'm looking for here.
What, you don't want another 7-2 in the most important game of the day?
What do you mean,
another dominant victory?
Again? We've had that already. We've had that 2
know.
games in a row. I mean, it wasn't a 7-2 for game 3, but still, it was practically the same vibe.
But that one didn't have playoff stakes. That was, that was nonsense. That was just because we like watching good Siege, and both those teams were like, we understand that, but we don't want to show anything, so we're gonna play Border. I don't know. For me personally, I mean, obviously, I did kind of give a little bit of hope for Los right there, especially while I have a lot of criticisms for them. This was a map that did serve them very well. But Black Dragons are looking like a shockingly well put together unit when they haven't had all that much time together, which is a theme we've seen from a lot of these teams. I mean, ENX brought it up, haven't been a team for long. Los haven't been a team for long. Black Dragons also have not been a team all that long, and yet that same excuse, which, to be fair, by the way, I think is a very valid one, but that same factor has not affected them whatsoever, and it's not like we've seen one player carrying them the whole stage or gimmicks that have been making things work. This has been a team performance with a very strong core of Hornet, Machina, and Muzi, and then, of course, Flash 3 Rare as well. This is a really, really solid 5-man squad, and even though they've all had close games on Kafe, and maybe Los does pull it out, I just have to believe Black Dragons have it in them to clinch the playoffs here. Sorry.
Let's drag Harry and Emmy back in. Just real quick, because I'm curious. Because this game already doesn't have a super high set of stakes, overall, in general, I know more specifically what I'm looking for from this, just as a BO1 on the surface after both their fates are already set in stone at this point. If we can bring them back in, I am curious what their takes are, if they have any particular goals for this game.
I don't want that.
You don't want? Why not? What the heck?
It's just,
He's right there. He can hear you in the call.
Bad vibes. He gets too much. He plays too much Yu-Gi-Oh. Oh, I mean. Oh, hey Harry, what's up, man? How you doing?
I don't want to be in the middle of this.
Don't you speak to me like that.
That timing is
just what you
diabolical.
said.
Oh my god.
Who are you speaking to?
It's Pizza Boy.
It's a king of games you're speaking to right here, and we sort that attitude out.
King of what game? What game, Harry?
I can't mention the game, don't I? I can only talk about Steve.
I would say I think Demo slams you in a 1 versus 1.
Oh, 100%. Absolutely.
In what game, though?
In Siege.
In most games.
Any
Demo's
That's
a
probably
gamer.
true.
Look, Link's brought up Yu-Gi-Oh, so I don't know if he's trying to fight or what, but...
No. That's... I left those days behind long ago.
So what's the scenario where Black Dragons don't make it? They have to get 7-0'd.
It's just a round diff thing, but at this point, BD also, I think, have the tiebreaker on the head-to-head over Loud too, so it's basically all but confirmed.
BD a +5, Loud a -1. So I think if it's a 7-0, they fall to -2, and they would go underneath Loud.
Surely BD don't fall that hard. Surely it doesn't go that poorly, right?
Round.
Right?
All right, Mr. Outlaw's got the game of the century, and I'm coming up.
He played pretty decently in that ENX game, if I recall.
He did.
But that's the only game I recall him playing okay. So.
Okay, well, that's a little mean, Jacob. I could recall a couple games where he at least
Just
did
look at the stats, man. I can't be mean if the facts just spill it out for me.
Yeah, that's fair. I don't know, Emmy. What do you think? Who's gonna win?
The viewers.
Okay. So
are they?
Let's try that again.
See,
who's gonna win, Emmy?
I don't know if you've got this as well, Lynx. Obviously, you work with my former guy now.
Yeah, shout out.
He also always said that, and then Fluke's doing the same. I cannot see these two people I've had to cast with. This whole who's gonna win? Nah, I've had. Luke,
Okay,
I'll tell you that. I've dealt with that.
That's
well,
you,
I
the
don't know
sort of
how long.
star player.
Harry,
XR Trick you're talking about.
Harry, who's gonna win? Who's gonna win?
Black Dragons.
There we go.
Cool. That's all we were looking for. The fighting is done. We only have one more best of one that we have to get through. Have fun with Kafe.
Ooh, we are going to Kafe this time. Yeah, we will. Yay! I'm super excited to get into Kafe. I like how I was like, I proposed this close to impossible thing of happening. But it's still possible. And that makes things exciting. Black Dragons need 1 round.
They get defense start as well, by the way. That ain't happening.
Yeah. So they need 1 round. So we could settle this game. And yeah, they could change where they would be in the seeding. I don't know if it's been...
So we could literally cast for 1 round, and then that's us, cut stream.
I'm going to have a quick look and see how the seed would work. So if they got 6... Okay, so if they lost but got their round difference and they were in 6th place, they would be up against NIP into W7M on the top of the bracket currently. If they were to get 3 points, and they would jump up above NIP, I believe, into 3rd place, then they would have Team Liquid, and they would have to play Team Liquid before W7M. If they get anywhere in OT, they are then on the FaZe clan side of the bracket. So that's the only difference here that could happen unless Black Dragons get 0 rounds. So, clean win or a clean loss, they're on the W7M side. OT, they're on the FaZe side. That's kind of all that matters right now. Pick your poison.
Let's get stuck into it, shall we?
Yeah.
As obviously for Black Dragons, you have the full choice of where you want to go to. Not going for the top floor, straight into their kitchen defense is what they're gonna attempt. I always think the basement, certainly with what we've seen inside of Europe, and you know it's caused me quite a headache. A lot of teams have been very lazy with really, I think, how they want to attack it. Why do you keep doing that tonight? I say something, you're like, that's crazy. Damn, that's crazy.
Whoa, that's crazy.
Yeah, especially in EU, teams have just tried to ignore a lot of power positions that defenders are in, where traditionally they would always be, you know, pushed out, and you know, attackers would take that time to get that kill and then set them up for an easy plant into the freezer. A lot of teams now are just ignoring the guy over towards VIP, and we've seen teams suffer because of that. Mr. Outlaw, somebody Links mentions. Opening pick. Takes down the Aruni. Not the greatest operators that you would want to take out. Certainly the Echo would be a much tastier prize. Still, a kill is a kill. Now the big thing, of course, for Loss here is going to be that Monty. That's going to be their main operator to get them into that box.
Yeah, they're just going to see if they can try and, you know, get control of the pocket of space. Ooh, eke their way in, but Mr. Outlaw suffers from the opposite swing. That's just the back of the kitchen site themselves and doesn't want to entirely be removed yet. The Deimos has a lot of case usage of just forcing these players out of this position. There's more of a track. Hoping they can get someone on the other side of the soft, but just feeding that info for the buck. You can see he's chasing the tail, but it's a C4. Gets rid of the Twitch instead. So far the Deimos is into somebody else's death here. It's a fairly sort of driven idea of let's try and catch someone on the verticality, but it's a well-practiced hide-and-seek game here, Demo. You know the angles where you can go. You know where you can be safe.
Also, just want to reference as well, Hornet, Chad just named Hudson Hornet. Top tier. Absolutely. I could not think of a better name change, by the way. Just wanted to point that out. Minute left. Monty alive. Still can make things happen, of course, with that shield. And I think it's more going to be how well can they deal with this plant. What kind of denial do they have still available? I doubt they're going to have any Goyos in great positions. They still have the Yokai, though. Oh, no, never mind. The Yokai has just been eliminated. Deimos is actually be frozen off, and also will remove the track momentarily away from Hornet. But the defuse is going to go down. Is anyone there to answer? Doesn't look like it.
I mean, that's it, right? We've had a couple of deaths quite quickly, but it's a post-plant situation. They've gone for the retake on the vertical, and they lose it out to Mr. Outlaw. And they said it before, obviously. There's a chance of them popping off and going quite big. The Monty's just going to bully them off the site. Fortunately, with this round, Black Dragons get one step closer to falling short. It's loud just counting, like, that's one, that's one.
Yeah. Six more. Yeah, no denial, really, for Black Dragons. Look, they had the Echo cams were taken out, couldn't stop the Monty from planting. I just think really good pacing, though, from Loss in the early portion of that round. Being able to get in upstairs early, take good map control, start working the staircases. Outlaw got gifted with the opening pick via that. A little bit pacing, I think, on Kafe. Give yourself as much time as possible. Whenever we know that you're looking at that kitchen, you know, Goyos, Echoes, Smokes, the denial operators are going to be pretty frequent for those bomb site setups. You need to work against the clock. Yeah, good start for them. Black Dragons immediately thinking, you know what? Let's not go down there again. Let's see if we can take it into the mid floor, and they will go for their reading room defense now. And as typical, upstairs they go to try and fortify the top floor.
So, Bit of a start here. I was gonna make a comment there. Obviously, you said you love the name Hudson Hornet. Do you like they're playing Warden as well, who has similarities to?
Is it because he has a mustache? They made.
He has the mustache.
Isn't it crazy that they gave a car a mustache?
I don't know. I think crazier things happened in the Cars films. Maybe
Such as
the entirety of the second Cars film.
Oh, where he turned into a secret agent. Yeah, that was
where he's a secret agent suddenly, and then he just isn't again.
James Bond as a car.
Yeah, they
what was his name? Something McMissile? I don't know his first name. It was like McMissile was his last name.
Yeah, it wasn't very ka-chow of them.
Oh.
I'm gonna just wait until I make a Piston Cup reference.
Was it Finn McMissile? Was that his name?
Something like that. It's been a while since I've watched the architecture of cinema that is Cars 2. Quick break. Onto pixel position. So they're just gonna leave it behind. Zofia used 3 of the 4 of their gadgets to get rid of that. They weren't gonna mess around. And yeah, there was all my discs and ADSs and the risk of it. But ultimately, with the Monty, they can just sort of strong-arm their position up at this point as well, and they're in. How secure do they feel? And to be honest, that shield might have been a bit of a bait shield to this shield. Ooh, they've just crouched their way across. They know about the man to their close left. The Jaeger is about to get...
No.
Oh! A freebie. There is one. There is also a lot of blood that happens in Piano, and at least a trade out from White Window. But suddenly Mr. Outlaw again pops in. A close swing here with the Deimos. They drop out. There's a good swing round there from the cover. Furious. Suddenly a 3 versus 2 after what was the first 2 bodies falling into the favor of Black Dragons. They then lost the next 3, but look at who they've lost from loss. The Monty, the Sledge, and now the Deimos. They are going to struggle with the soft destruction requirements of this site. It's going to turn into a gun game. They also don't really have a huge amount of time, and now they don't know where the players are. They have both escaped.
Yeah, it looks like info is very short for both teams right now. Certainly, you look at Mr. Outlaw, just walks in to the line of sight of the Jaeger. No idea that he was just sat on long bar. Like you mentioned about the verticality with losing out that Sledge. Yeah, that's going to be the issue right now for Lost. It's not going to give them easy picks into the bomb site. Black Dragons can just sit and wait, but what are you doing? Flashtree swings onto the vert for what reason, I don't know. Now it's left Rare. A difficult position, the 1v2, but both of them are going to line up, but it doesn't matter, Legacy. It's the headshot and loss. There's 2.
How many more rounds, damn it?
5.
5 more rounds. They slip. Oh, Black Dragons have called the side. This is like, I think our 3rd round 2 timeout in a row. I don't think we had a timeout in the very first game, which was one of the most important games for it. Or if we did, we had it really late. If I remember. I mean, they'll still. I'm just gonna keep saying it. They'll still get the 1 round. Obviously, Black Dragons. This puts them at a +3 round difference currently. Imagine though.
I can't. I just don't
It's
see it
all I'm
happening.
gonna be. All I'm gonna be thinking about.
Happening.
I know. I don't see it happening, but you know, there's been miracles.
1 round.
before.
Wait, come on. 1 round on Kafe,
1 round.
surely.
She just needs 1 round on Kafe. I love that as a skin.
Attackers need to locate and defuse.
I knew.
It's on the list of ones to cosplay, but
I just off cowboy.
Yeah. Yeehaw. You do a good cowboy voice?
I can, but I'm not gonna do it on broadcast.
All right.
That may ruin me, to be honest. I do have what you would call street cred, and don't want to see that ruined.
I forget that everything you do gets clipped by your friend group and
utilized. You don't, honestly.
Yeah, no. I
Fresh
do get,
is still making money off me.
Yeah. It's literally Fresh's money-making sound.
I'm not giving him another one.
That's so good.
Oh, stop, please.
All right. So, timeout called. Black Dragons. Their MO has not changed. Win one round, guarantee themselves playoffs. And then from then on, see if they can get better in the playoffs. But either way, you've probably got to face very terrifying teams to get there. At this point, lost. They're just playing for pride. They could sort of, you know, if they win this, they would jump E and X, depending on the round difference that they win it by at least 2 rounds. If they win it by at least 2 rounds, they would jump E and X and get themselves 8th place overall. Slightly nicer than having 9th place overall. But that does not net them any difference. I don't even think it nets them a monetary difference as well. I don't know. Usually it doesn't. Ooh, goodbye, Mr. Outlaw. Your last half and been removed from the board. Lions go. And now as the pressure comes round, Furious almost suffers as well.
Monty, though, still alive, can still make Moosey's job very difficult whenever that shield starts bearing down on you. And Kurtz, I think, did he just drop in through Skylight and took down Flasher? I think he did, and now Loss are jumping on that opportunity that he has created. Loss in the bomb site. However, I believe that the player he dropped from Skylight is then also took a tumble down in through Pillar also. Now Black Dragons have been able to stabilize, and there's another kill on their side. The Echo giving good information that a guy is downed in Long Barn. Now the Monty is all by himself, though. Look where Legacy is in the other side of the map. Somehow gets a nade kill, though, on the Hornet. But it's going to be hard for him that he was in the bad position. Yeah, by himself. He gets taken out, and that's a 1v2 for Legacy.
I mean, the kill on the guy on the Echo drone, who was so distracted by the push coming elsewhere, but now he's concerned that he's being watched from whatever location. Put themselves around into the new balk. And actually back round to shop as well. There's 40 seconds. They just want to make sure that they can play this one on contact. And, well, Black Dragons. Claps for Black Dragons. They have secured themselves at least a round. By my maths, that secures them into playoffs.
Yeah, there we go. Lock it up. We know where we are.
Done it.
Black Dragons into the playoff spot. I mean, for Loss, or not for Loss, for Loud. But all they had to do was win their game, of course, so that's kind of on them, isn't it? You can't be sitting here and thinking, you know, we still have a chance. All Black Dragons need to do is get 7-0'd, which that just doesn't fill you with a lot of hope. So yeah, there we have it. We have W7M, FaZe, NIP, Furia, Liquid, and Black Dragon. So it's Loud who don't make the cut out of all those big teams. They're the one who have to sit in 7th. And to be fair, I mean, if you kind of look at how the regions have went, there has been a partner team in, I think in each, well, I don't know about APAC, but certainly inside of LATAM, NA, and EML, there has been a partner team who's missed out. 2 inside of Europe, don't forget.
I mean, you can't promise success. Think about how many times that we have seen small unknown entities or teams that have just had blinding runs fight their way through. And, you know, occasionally it's happened at a whole major. You think about sort of Team 1 winning Mexico back then and how nobody sort of predicted that, and they came in hot and they came in and completely took control of it, and then the players sort of separated a bit and things changed. But there's that history of a spark igniting at the right time, with the right place, with the right meta for a team, and it doesn't matter how much you've got behind you, it doesn't matter how much support you have. Sometimes the underdog's gonna win, and it's always the case, really. Still, now with Black Dragons through and at least secured, they're gonna see if they can try and get themselves a bit safer. As I said, they have a little bit of a handle on their fate, but they're probably also just playing this game. I mean, again, you know in this region there's no easy sides to anything. There's no easy side to a bracket. It is all tough.
So now for Black Dragons, it's a case of playing to see if they can finish higher in the standings, of course. And for Lost, it's just trying to play spoiler and again, end your season at least with a win. Now we head back down into our kitchen, and last time for Black Dragons, just the denial just really wasn't there. And I think it's because Lost were pretty swift in how they were able to move through just the entire map and gain early control, which then just set them up nicely to start picking off bits of util, such as the Goyo, of course, which is always going to be the one you have to look towards. Or for also prepping some sense gadgets as well. That's actually going to block off the head holes over towards Coat. That'll come in pretty handy if they want to try and maybe walk down red stairs and then Indico just establish that little bit of a sneaky play where obviously the head holes players inside a kitchen would cause you a bit of a headache. Right now they're having issues though getting the hatch open. The tub is there to freeze it out.
I think that's it. It's just going to sort of slow down the roll here. We've seen this take quite a few times. Throw the sense gadget over, get the coverage, make sure they can't just swing on from sort of cocktail position and then hope it will land. The Tub is still trying to slow things down as best as they can. They miss out the Brava drone that's probably going to go and try and find a delicious Maestro cam to get control of. Final pop of the pipe, and there's the ROU ready to roll. Finds its way perfectly out through that drone hole, but it just takes one read, one beat with this C4. Get the timing right, and with 30 seconds, the timing right becomes a much easier ask. At this point, Loss, have they left it a little bit too late? They're actually going to swap round their positions. The Deimos is trying to find a fight on the back with the grenades, force the player out. Great catch there. That gives them at least one on the lead-in, but still only 15 seconds. There's one in Coat. The drop of the C4 is too late. They've slipped their way through, and have they stolen anything that might be watching this position? There's Hudson Hornet. Getting themselves one more, two more. In fact, doubling it down, a 1 versus 3, and just a shotgun Brava left. But no dice.
Yeah, much better that time from Black Dragons. See that they just brought in just a little bit more to cause this. I think certainly the Tub slowed them down a decent amount of time. Just for Loss, it's just kind of let the game get away from them just a little bit. You know, you start losing some bodies here and there, and you think, what do we do now? But certainly, again, just the timer more than anything. You know, it's one thing you're always going to be up against on the attacking side, no matter what. It's that 6th man. That clock is always ticking against you. Defender's best friend is the clock. Oh yeah, we have 2-2 now. Black Dragons, that timeout has worked pretty well for them. We go over to our reading, and this again was another bomb site that they did not win. So you can see that they're also just trying to see if they can adapt and learn from their mistakes, which is certainly what happened to them in that last round. They learned from what went wrong the last time they were in the basement. Let's see if they can learn from now their mid-floor defense again.
2 apiece, and the timeout has worked, which is also kind of what has happened from time to time, rarely today, really. I think most of the time we've seen the timeouts, and I think it worked very well in an early game where someone came back, I can't remember who it was, and then we had a couple of back-to-backs of it just not really netting anything. Here, now they have obviously some chance, some growth, some to play with. They're on their defense on Kafe, and they've built in some momentum. They've built in some joy in towards their hold. Loss. Sure, they're having these collapses these times, but they seem to have slowed down their energy over the past 2 rounds, and it's only given BD more to work with.
Bit of early damage there from the window repel, but still alive. Cameras as well, always a strong operator to bring on Kafe whenever we know that there is a vast amount of destructible flooring, and through C4s along with the camera do pack quite the combo. But slow and steady as it goes. I just think Lost are just almost in their probing phase where they're on these windows, trying to get the drum work in, seeing if they can catch somebody unaware, and oh, the sledge! Oh, what? Smashes the window and still finds a kill from. I thought he was going to be a dead man, but no. Takes down Hornet. There's a trade though. Lion's gone, but then Outlaw's just been able to push in through Pillar. He smoked off the door into raiding to then find that player lurking towards that train door. But again, we keep going back and forth. Looks as though Black Dragons though they will go into this next half of the round with the man advantage. Yes, certainly now it's going to be a 1v2. The last player does reveal himself on these windows.
Yeah, I think they've sort of cemented themselves this swing unless BD try and do something a bit silly here. Got one above, one below. They're ready to drop the hatch if they want to. They're sort of double stacked. Trying to bait the player above to swing into the fight itself, but doesn't know he's tucked right behind him. Okay, okay. All right, that's how that's going to end. Fine, sure, whatever.
Oh, dear. I mean, I have no words. Should we just,
I like the
just move on?
knife at the end. Someone had it needs the Assassin's Creed, like, eagle screech. Get the Flores Elite on. Okay, 3-2. And a scrappy way for it to end, but it was good positional biting back. They didn't seem to really know about where Black Dragons had stuck themselves for those chances, those opportunities. Obviously, I think it was one around Whiskey that got the wide swing. There was a bit of an unknown factor around Pillar as well that seems like both is grasping with information or lack thereof. See, now you've got the Valkyrie to sort of run around. The IQs are consistent. It just will be whilst Valkyrie's up on the board on a map like this. But 3-2-2. From where we were to where we are now, Black Dragons so much more in control of this game.
Yeah, again, it looks as though that they're able to stabilize off one another. You know, one guy dies, they then go and get another kill back. I think their trade game has been really good right now. Well, I mean, I don't think loss has been bad either. I think both teams have been pretty okay in that department. It just came down to fine margins. It's a rough one. Not getting that spawn peak. So I think that Kurtz will be lucky that he hasn't died there. That would have been quite the blunder right from the get-go. Lost now onto their final attack. The window is going to be their name in the game, and hey, look, we're in towards this top floor, which again, it's all about the window game. It's all about that piano hold, isn't it?
Yep, it's all about just seeing how long you can sort of bait them out there. Obviously, you know, doubled it down there with the Wamai, with the ADS. For a while, this position fell a bit out of favor. It's sort of come back in. See, we've seen some fun clash plays with this position as well, and how you can sort of counter it. Not going to get them this time, because obviously she's been banned, but it's just great at baiting this attention, baiting that utility drive, and making the drop on the rest of it really hard to get put together. Musi suffers a little bit as they slip their way out. But otherwise, no immediate follow through, and a minute 40, they've forced a player from that position, but they are still trying to fish for the other positions.
After the round gone, still no kills, but as I say that, Outlaw again with another opening pick. He's been great in that department, and 2 for him as the push up red stairs has not worked. That's probably down to all that flank protection. If you're bringing in the gridlock and the Nomad. Oh no, almost a Vapo knife from Outlaw, but still gets away with it nonetheless, and also will try and use the track stingers to root at that player. Tucked inside a pixel, maybe the nade might be better for him, and we'll try and chuck them in, but the ADSs are there, they're strong. There's no line of sight though over towards New Bulk. That player should be dead, but you see that Muzi is struggling massively. Outlaw rips into him with a super shorty, a drop from Skylight, and flash straight up against it all. 4 players to find. He gets hit from every angle going. Loss. Get 1 round back. The final end of the half. Pull it in. Equal footing. 3 rounds apiece.
Well, 3 rounds apiece, and I mean, it still feels, it feels like a game now at this point that doesn't have the, I guess, which is fair to say, it doesn't have the weight and the tension of other games, because it's already been settled at this point. It doesn't mean the teams aren't going to give it their all and try and win it out, but there's almost a moment of this where you can see blueprints being drawn and designed from some of their takes and some of their holds. You can see them working things out about each other, but in a more sort of, I guess, educational manner, if that's the fairest way to put it. Because at this point, Black Dragons, they know what they're up against, as do lost, but they sort of knew that coming into this. And it's the way we sort of talked about the W7M FaZe Clan brawl on border earlier. You know, I think it's a breath of fresh air, a release for BD, and then the focus themselves on towards the rest of the progression of the map demo. Onto their Kafe attack, though. 3 apiece. And again, all that is to play for now. If Black Dragons win or lose in regular time, they're on, I believe, the top of the bracket. If it is at any sort of overtime, they're on the bottom of the bracket. Isn't that fun?
So fun.
So fun. What's your preferred first site on Kafe nowadays?
Probably top floor still.
Still? Well, I mean, it fell out of favor for a long time, top floor.
Yeah, I think just with the way the bans are at the moment, well, again, don't forget I'm playing via ranked mode where you do one at a time.
Oh yeah, it's
different. No matter what, you're gonna have, you know, Flash, Mira, Azami up. 2 of those are gonna be available, and they just make holding piano and top floor really easy. That's dependent, of course, if the enemy team ban that, and you might have all 3 and it's just cooked.
I mean, I was gonna say that the Flash needed army sort of obvious and consistent. The mirror seems to be a bit take or leave. To be fair, actually, the mirror is sometimes often swapped with the clash.
As if you have the demo mirrors.
Yeah, okay. So people see you in the server and they're like, we got a bad mirror.
Yep.
Like, what are we doing?
Yep. Usually the demo ban blitz, to be fair. That's what happens a lot.
I have actually played Blitz with you. Oops. It goes better than that C4 throw does.
Yep.
It doesn't just gets a bit stuck. A wasted bit of very powerful utility, especially on the site that they're going to be approaching from.
Yeah. Mm.
But time here for Black Dragons. Now they have the verticality to start trying to open up some angles, maybe draw out another C4. They've still got a bit of a hole there. I think that's towards Wedding. There's somebody. They're still quite confident around the bakery side. Which, well, we'll see if that's something that sticks around. Some concern of the bottom of Brown Stairs, but otherwise, as I said, it was a very late push last time. Oh, we saw a push down here.
That angle, just in case anyone isn't familiar, that angle will just give you a clear line of sight down in towards kitchen, which is very, very strong. So being able to open up that wall is kind of why it gets reinforced, is always strong. Gives them another option whenever they go in for that execute, but see if they can even get into the bomb site, because that, hello, that Tub's causing issues, but then Tub just thinks, oh, I'll just go for a wander. I'll just go for a wander out of my safety zone, why not? What's he doing, the maniac?
Yeah, well, there's someone else that's now moved into that position, so if that goes untested, maybe they'll think, oh, we cleared it, there's not going to be no... Oh, suddenly they've been caught out. I'm not sure who it is, but 30 seconds now. They're still trying to force the player out from Kojak, who I think has already gone behind the bar as well. It feels like Black Dragons are operating on slightly low intel. No, they've actually dropped themselves onto the double door. It's still a very aggressive hold here. And for all the opening and pressure Black Dragons put above the site, Lost are currently entirely out of it. They've given themselves 10 seconds. They're not taking the hatch drop. They're just trying to take these engagements instead. That's a hop fight and to attract player as Hudson goes, I mean, you're never going to win that.
Yeah, I mean, what can you say? Black Dragons just didn't have the time with them again. Almost, I thought they were gifted away in with that Tub making that play, but still, time against them. I know Black Dragons just a little bit limp. Also, I mean, I've been pleasantly surprised with Lost here today, considering that they're a team towards the bottom end of our table, only having 2 wins in the stage.
Need to locate and defuse as many bombs
Pretty good so far. They are leading 4 rounds to 3 now. And don't forget, this game doesn't really have any weight to it. Black Dragons already got the round that they needed to secure themselves into that playoffs. That's just all for seeding, which I don't think Black Dragons will be too worried about, in all honesty. You play who you play, you have to beat them all if you want to be the best team in the league. So, round number 8 we head into, and we're also going to go for the mining defense here. Here's the lineup that they have, the Maestro. We've actually seen Maestro have really good value, I think, for this bomb site. Whenever it is a bomb site that is kind of centric around how well you can play out of the bomb site, it's good to have that kind of remote info. You can also use that as a bit of plant denial. So it's very, very strong in that regard.
At this point, Loss, they've wrested some of the control back from the game. It was 2 rounds, then a block of 3 for Black Dragons, but now it's been another 2 back in from Loss. So they've restolen control of momentum here, either side of the turn of the half, and at the same point as well, Black Dragons obviously long since used their tack timeout. They have no way to stop the progression of this game to its natural point unless things start to go wrong, and something that Loss do instead. So even though it was a very last second sort of attempt on a push, if they can find a little bit more pace on a slightly more forgiving site. This flash we tried to do a bit of crime. Didn't get away with it though. Crime only occasionally partly pays. Because they stole 1 Melusi Banshee. Not a whole Melusi.
Hold on.
Imagine if you could do that to an operator.
Just kidnap.
Yep. Scopos. I know you can break them, but
yeah. I mean, what do you want, like next operator, where it's just a man in a mask and he just kidnaps? One defender, he just kidnaps him. It's like a sin bin in rugby. You get timed out in 30 seconds. You can't do anything.
Yeah. What you do is you hack. Oh, Mr. Outlaw kills a Hornet. Gets the first. Gets the sledge as well. I mean, if you're looking at this vertical site, you're looking at now a bit more problems. Yeah, you probably have the secondary shotgun on the Brava, but well, there's 2 crit kills back for Black Dragons, and all right, they flipped the momentum back to their favor. Not entirely sure the adventure that they were trying to go on there. They've kind of handed them an opportunity, especially with a minute left as well. Just being that aggressive around shot, you've really got to feel like something's going wrong. The drop down, the rotate by the washroom is about to be met by the rotate up the stairs. It's a 3-2 for Flastry. And then with the lockout on the top, Black Dragons respond to losing their first attack.
Good stuff. Good team play. Double swing into Freezer. Always nice to see. Just bury him under an avalanche of bullets. And again, don't forget that was, of course, our mining defense. We didn't really see a whole lot of action in the actual bomb site. You know, the final kill happened in Freezer upstairs, for goodness sake. Yeah, weird Kafe anyway. Certainly that round was. But we press onward still. For Black Dragons, it's... I mean, really for both teams, I don't think either side has had massive firm control. I think they've had moments where they've each kind of went on a little bit of runs here and there with how many rounds they take. I think Black Dragons took 3 in a row, and that's really the max that we've had. So it is certainly a close affair. Very back and forth. Go into our other mid-floor bomb site now for Loss, and let's hope that they can actually try and defend this bomb site a lot better than what they did the previous one. I mean, they put a lot of heavy emphasis in towards that top floor. They want to try and deny access to the map entirely away from Black Dragons. I think with the util that Black Dragons can bring in, where you can clear players out of those strong power positions. Think about Pixel, for example. Just a few nades. That's really all you'll need to clear away that player. They certainly do have nades. They've got 6 of them, primed and ready to go.
I think that's the thing of, you know, full sending it on towards that position, full sending it onto the lockout of anyone that might be there, and almost an opposite hold here from the side of Loss, who don't really bring anything to catch that pressure, right? We saw the doubling down of both the Wamai and the Jaeger from the side of Black Dragon's defense. They obviously have a very big focus on juggling positions or juggling those sort of catches with grenades that aren't the big worry for Loss at all. They'll play into the game when they need to, but on their defense, they get to drive that game, and instead, now with those frag grenades, you're missing the limitation of any real cover on any of those motions. You're just gonna have to try and blind swing. There's no smokes or flashes to give yourself that advantage. Drop down round as well of single C4 player here. That's obviously going to be a big potential part towards the end of this round with all the possibilities of soft, but as everything gets opened above and they miss bullets either side of them, kept their cool. The fight starts to come out here on towards 90. Pulls themselves back in. The first of 50 grenades is thrown. Oh, in fact, the third, actually. Both Maquinas have gone somewhere.
They'll take their time and see if they can breach into the site. Make themselves a rotate in through fireplace. There's going to have to be a retake at some point here from Losso. They just can't sit and allow them to walk in as freely as they can. And this is a really good play, though, from Rare in towards Pillar, opening up those double walls. Means that Raiden is no longer a safe haven, and Rare can have to start ripping into them, and he will do so. And what an angle as well onto the white stairs, where there's currently 2 of them sitting. And a great pause for Rare to go into, but he doesn't know about Kurtz. Kurtz is pushed out in towards Pillar. It should be a freebie, and it will be for Kurtz. Now they've lost their Pillar pressure. Like a Black Dragons regain control of that area.
He's in such a risky position here, though, Kurtz, and there's the proof of why. Very easy to close down from the verticalities, 30 seconds, and it seems like Mr. Outlaw wants to step in. They know the kit's around this position, but they've more than enough time to get it picked up and put elsewhere, and Mr. Outlaw got tracked and then destroyed. Flash through gets 1, but he's got to find 3 more, and he can't get any of them. Black Dragons, once again, wrest some of the control of this game. They've sort of taken their rounds in bursts with a break of loss in the middle, but they are in the lead. Not too far away from getting themselves that sort of secure of an OT. Who will they ban next here?
Good question. I think maybe if you look towards the kitchen, maybe the Goyo. No, a mute ban actually is going to come into play.
Okay.
One we don't see all too often. I mean, mute is a very strong operator. You know, it's good, and I would say an all-rounder. Good at a lot of different things. Can obviously bring in the drone denial, which is pretty good. Has the shotgun for the rotate. Has a C4 for denial. SMG is a fan. I mean, that shotgun and SMG is a fan favorite combination for a lot of different pro players, and it's a combination that we've seen clutch up many a times. So yeah, for Black Dragons, good operator take off the board. Just does a lot of stuff. Lost on the other hand, the Grim ban. So Ying and Grim both gone. This will limit the options for Black Dragons in terms of clearing out strong positions. To really only your Capitao would be your next one up. Looking at their lineup though, Black Dragons, double shields come in. How are they going to work this though on the kitchen? If you're dealing with obviously the Goyos, that will slow down the shield's fast approach, you'd say. Certainly the smoke will do a lot of damage, and even the L is actually a really good counter to the shields, because if you hit one of those concussion mines, that shield will fly away from your body and you are a sitting duck.
Yeah, Ella's really just sort of reappeared across all spectrums, I think, in the game recently, with the buffs to shields, with how they've been playing, with how much there's been a bit of a swing evolution in the game right now as well. I'm curious about the Rara. They're just going to probably try and aim that through, but they're worried about this fight. They don't want to lose their life to it. As Muzi just sort of sends a few traces in the direction. If they can, get that secured on towards the wedding door, cover it off. Might get blown up and waste a bit, but as the Monty screams through, it means that the players can enter behind without worrying about anyone swinging onto them. There's the support. They get 1, but 2 shields to look at. The spray across. They have this position now. Arthur's under a huge amount of pressure, and Mr. Outlaw's moved out underneath that Rora. So with that destroyed, they're going to pull back, make sure they have the cross, the support to offer. As another shield shows up. There's Arthur, though, getting flash-3. Things are starting to peel away. That Monty is in a tricky spot, but they don't want to entirely full send because it only takes a second for somebody to swing around either side. A smoke canister leads the bait round as Akina goes down, leaves just Muzi. Hobson gets 1, but 1 versus 3, they know exactly where he is. And then lock it out. Lost. Tie us right back up.
Yeah, they had the info on the last guy. Easy enough for a good swing. High five. I mean, very back and forth game for, like I said, a game which doesn't mean a whole lot. Both these teams want to end the regular stage on a high. Obviously, for loss, I think the fact that they've kind of went for that very clever ban with the Grim and obviously the Ying, it means that they can kind of leave their players in those hard-to-get positions. And certainly in Kafe, like, you know, we know there's a number of them. Just think for Black Dragons, obviously risking the double shield. I think if you know you're up against double shields, you adapt very, very quickly, and then you kind of play thinking, right, if they've got 2 shields, that's 2 less guns. That's 2 less people realistically holding crossfires, and it gives you more freedom, I believe, to really move about the map. I think there's obviously pros and cons for each, and I just think that time Lost read it very, very well, and made sure they played tight as well, played close with one another.
Well, with that done now and 5 apiece for all the games that we've had today, this one's felt almost the most neck and neck. I know I said it didn't really pace itself the same as the others, but I still sort of stand by it. It doesn't mean they're not putting the same into it. There's a sort of level bounce of weighing up of what each other's trying to do. There's the occasional attempt at a sort of pop and play and a push on. That works sometimes. Here though, a Maestro free to roam and rain, but there's always the worry about Brava, obviously. Both of them have seen a big resurgence. Brava more than anything, to be honest. From where she sort of sat when she first came out to drifting away in the meta for a while.
Minute gone. Black Dragons. Let's see if they can find a pick in the windows. Let's look where Rare is as well, by the way. On the rooftop, as the Monty currently droning. And we're looking to see if he can drop in free red and gain early control in towards Cigar Shop. And this is the power that you have with the shield. And anyone without the shield walking into that area is a bit of a death trap. But as is the bathroom, just been absolutely obliterated by about 4 nades that look like, and a whole bunch of bullets. Takes down the Izami, a strong operator we know to take off the board. How strong she is, and just continually just creating barricades inside of Piano. With that being dealt with, it gives a lot of map control over the Black Dragons.
I mean, that's it, right? We talk about utility usage, we talk about how much can be taken out, and we also talk about how much can be brought back in, and she is an active operator to not only slow the approaches of shields or those quick sort of flashy moves that like to be made by the attackers. Just a perfect sort of removal. She'll only get stronger as a round goes on as well. Now Kurt's on the hunt underneath to see if they can maybe try and punch up the back of red stairs. The Monty just patiently reads this all out. It's sort of watching and waiting. I think Makina's watching for somebody to try and come underneath as well. They seem to have a vague awareness of Kurt, but nothing more than that. As Muzi is the next to suffer. The Monty moves up, not wasting any time, finds their way and fights their way in towards bathroom and back. At some point, you've got to come off the sort of cams. There's Muzi catching Mr. Outlaw. Monty pushes further and further as Flastry gets caught. There's the swing round, though, and now the Monty's a bit isolated. Hit in the smoke, and that buys Rare a second, but only one. Suddenly just collapsed.
Yeah. Just honestly, like bowling pins. Strike, all of them fall. Very surprising, though, considering the setup that they had. I mean, you get really early control of Piano. You have the shield. At that stage, it should just be start putting pressure on the other side using the windows in towards Cocktail. You have the Monty then, who can maybe just start sending down White. And you start calling out, there's guy on White stairs, there's guy Planks. More util comes in. It should be so easy at that point with that Monty. And they're trying to push in through bathroom, though, and I mean, some great shots, though, as well, coming out from Lost, as we said. You know, winning big engagements. Really good info as well. I think they had a lot of info on where Black Dragons players were going there. And again, I think that is that's the plus of bringing in, Valkyries in your Maestros as well. So those info operators are going to be crucial. Nowadays, a lot of teams will just bring a few bulletproofs. Back, year 2, year 3, year 4, we didn't have VPs back then. You had to bring in operators like your Valkyrie, like your Maestro. Maestro as well back then was crazy. Like, remember the Alpha with the ACOG and just nuts. Valkyrie could place outside cameras back then as well.
I had one extra
Times have changed. Well. Yeah, times have changed for these two operators. But really, why we seeing the Valkyrie and the Maestro come in this map, it is kind of rolling back the years because that always used to happen. But like I said, BPs, it just made things a lot easier for teams.
Yeah. I think it's also, external Valkyries on maps how they used to be, like Consulate especially, with the 4 flat walls and people on.
Good some on this map as well, which are quite good.
Yeah, on Border, I remember there being some pretty brutal ones, preparing yourself for jump outs, and there's a brutal way to start. Tried to just scream their way up the white corridor and only found pellets in the face. Now, the Mozzie pass will just stop the information game here from BD, and I guess obviously there was the limitation of the mute, means that it's going to be a bit more awkward, but it's far from impossible. And Mozzie themselves, if you talk about other operators having things removed, they gained a pest not too long ago.
Yeah, they lost ammo on the Rooney, didn't they?
Yeah.
How many bullets the guy has? 16. What's that gonna kill?
Yeah. Is it the lowest of the price? I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, Habana's like 21 in the.
Yeah. It is the lowest. Excluding shotguns, of course, but that's shotguns.
Yeah, well. Different guns, different kettle. Okay. 6 to 5, a minute 30. You've lost your IQ, so those cams. That cam,
nice.
Unless you were just doing that to burn. Just traded for a pest. That.
Yeah, sadly, Mozzie just can't just go and use the Terrortrone to try and blow up attackers. That's not how that works. Would be cool though if it could, but still. Maybe a buff, who knows? Maybe they're listening to us. But it looks as though they're trying to just trip walk their way up into sight. Like this, all it is from Black Dragons, just solo, trying to walk into sight, and they're getting pelted back every moment.
Yeah, I'm a bit lost, I think, but to be fair, so are seemingly they. At this point, the smoke out on the stairs, less than a minute to go. They're just having to charge and fight their way up the stairs themselves, but they're about to find face-to-face with the shotgun. In fact, no. They peel away, head up Brown, but there's Muzi actually winning out on the rotating player. Oh, there's a dangerous take, and Rare wins it against Arthur. Didn't really need to go for that swing at that position. 25 seconds now, and suddenly it's a 2 versus 2. From where we were to where we are, it's back and forth, but Loss get a bit of cementing. He's in the middle of 2 players here. 18 seconds. Clever tries to pop that, but without the kit, Clever will only get you so far. It limits half of a firefight, but 8 seconds demo, it's already over.
He tried to block off one, but like you mentioned, no diffuser. So he can't really do anything. He has to push into the other defender. A little bit worried there for Loss as well. I mentioned that it looked to be very solo from Black Dragons. And then Loss started peeking into them and giving these individual engagements that seem very, very strange. But still, Loss able to get over the line. I thought it was a good performance for them today. Like I said, pleasantly surprised with how they played. Black Dragons, again, is it the case of they got that one round and they just think, it is what it is, whatever. Black Dragons don't think we're extremely impressive today, but still, they got what they were after.
I think it's that sort of split there is, yeah, that was all they needed. And, they took an early timeout as well. For them, their game lasted until they got that round. And then the game was sort of done. And, they've got to look towards the games that they've got ahead. We will have a full bracket, which I'm sure they'll talk about at the next section. We have all of that sort of setup here at this situation. But they played well. And they did what needed to be done. And so have we, Demo. So for that one last time tonight, and for the playdays, I will throw it over to our wonderful desk to take us towards the end.
Thank you, friends. Very well done today. And BD did not need this win under their belt. All they needed to do was make sure that they didn't get surpassed on round diff. They did that very early on. They made sure they locked it in, so they are still going to playoffs. But Gabe, for Los to get 2 wins in the last 2 games of the stage, I'm just a little bit sad that this version of Los wasn't one that we saw much earlier when they may have still have had a chance to win a couple more games off the back of performances like this.
Well, I wouldn't be too sad because you got to look at it from one end. When they were back in the NAL, they found no success whatsoever. So you got to feel good back in your own region, far more competitive. Sure, you couldn't make playoffs, but the fact you're improving each and every single game, especially towards the end, ending on a high note, ending on a win, ending with far more points than they've had since becoming Los, being in the NAL, and then again resorting back to the SAL. I would say there's a lot of strides that they're making here, and it is important to note for any team, even if you can't make playoffs, to at least finish strong, knowing that you are confident, bring that confidence into the offseason, and correct your wrongs going into stage 2.
I mean, it's also worth pointing out that with that victory from Los, that means SAL, I mean, people have always talked about why, SAL is a super competitive region, and it is not only in terms of the quality of the teams, but also something about these group stage in Brazil or South America generally. It feels like any team can beat anybody on any given day.
Absolutely.
This means that 9 teams will finish with at least 10 points or more. That's the most in any league. I believe both NA and EML all had 3 teams in the single digits. So just goes to show that whether or not Brazil necessarily has every team is really all that good, it is certainly showing that at least in the best of ones, these teams can come to play at a moment's notice.
3 wins overall for Los, and this ended up being the only one that was over a team that was going to playoffs. They defeated Loud earlier in the stage, and we obviously didn't know that Loud wasn't going to make it until just a couple of hours ago. And then they also knocked off ENX just last week in that 7-1 on Clubhouse. Now to come in and have the sort of end of the stage that they did overall, it did work out very well. But I just want to talk to Legacy for a couple of seconds first before we really let them go off into stage 2, into the sunset. Dude, congratulations on the victory. Obviously, it's great to get the chance to figure out how this Los team came to this sort of conclusion. But one thing for me that I'm ultimately like the most curious about, I think, these last 2 games were super impactful. The one against ENX and then the win on Kafe today. Do you have any idea in the back of your head or why it took this team so long to wake up overall?
Yes.
Yeah, you're live right now.
Yes.
Hey, I can definitely hear you. Can the broadcast hear you?
I can hear.
Yeah,
I can hear you loud and clear.
Question? I was
Maybe?
with delay.
I'm hearing something. Have I got Legacy?
There we go.
There he is.
He asked to repeat the question, so.
Sorry, no problem. So, do you have any... Obviously, hold on. We'll go all the way back to the beginning. Congrats on the win, dude. That was a very well-played game against BD overall. Do you have any idea why it took all the way until the last 2 games of the stage for Los to really get into a groove? Because you looked good over these last 2 games, but if you had ID one reason why you think it took so long, what do you think that would be?
I think that just will be the pressure, because every time we come here to play against those teams, we just be too nervous, and we can just play our game, basically.
Well, on that note, again, congrats, but one focal point of your guys' strategy has been running the shields every single time, and Arthur especially playing those ops, but I think we could both agree that, unfortunately on your attacks, oftentimes the shield would kind of fall early on, maybe in an isolated position. Did you guys feel that was a particular issue you had, and if so, how did you guys try to overcome that as the stage went on?
Hey, we already played with them on scrims. They made the same bans on shield, so we scream again with those bans and just say like, oh guys, we need to play with more strong operators because we don't have the shield, so we'll get more, how can I say, like later. Oh, sorry, I forgot how to say, but we just play with more strong operators because we know the
like Ying,
shoots. Yeah.
Well, Legacy, again, congratulations. Sure, the win doesn't mean anything for playoffs, but I'm sure, obviously, for your guys, it does feel good to get these wins underneath your belt, to know that you can end the stage on a confident note. I also want to talk about the confidence. I know what it's like being a player. I know what it's like having that pressure, especially being on a brand new team, teaching players things as well. I kind of just want to take from your point of view, how do you break that confidence? How do you get over that hurdle? So when you go into this next stage, when you take these new practices leading into stage 2, how do you overcome that hurdle?
Yeah, like with those wins against ENX and Black Dragons, it shows us we can come here and make playoffs for sure. And we just need to know what we did wrong on all those matches and come here and make our game.
Absolutely. One more question. You've now played a full stage in SAL. You've also now played 2 full stages in NAL. If you had to go one way or the other, which league do you think is tougher to succeed in?
I'm watching you, Legacy. I'm watching you hard with this answer. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, like with this team right now is completely different. Playing the last year here, Outlaw and Kurtz come here and make us feel other team. Hellraiser too. Playing with other stuff is really good. For now is awesome.
So would you say SAL or NAL is harder?
NAL for sure, yeah.
Oh, let's go, baby!
Ooh.
I'll take it.
I don't know if them's fighting words, but maybe we'll find out later on. Dude, congratulations on the win. Apologies that the stage didn't go the way that you were hoping for, but we will see you in stage 2, and we certainly hope that you're able to figure things out by that point. Take care, brother.
Thank you, bro. Take care.
Los got it done, but again, not a win that Black Dragons were super concerned about. They had the points. All they needed was a couple of rounds, and they did lock that in. So they are still going to playoffs. Los having a strong showing at the very back end of the stage. Certainly not something you ever don't want to see. That's a great thing to see, even if it came out of the very back end. But still, BD are in there. They're in the 6th seed, and we do now finally, after all 9 play days, it took this long, but the playoff bracket's all set. So next weekend, as we start approaching what is finally into the BO3 territory, it's going to look like this. The number 3 seed and the number 6 seed play one another, and the number 4 and number 5 seed play one another in standard formatting. NIP is going to be Black Dragon's first opponent in said bracket, which means that Liquid and Furia is up on deck for game number 2. Ooh. Both of those quarterfinals will lead into games against W7M and FaZe Clan on Sunday, but that top 6 is now locked, and I don't really think there's any game there that could possibly be a bad one.
I mean, Gabe, I'm kind of having a hard time figuring out what first round matchup I'm more excited about. I mean, NIP BD might be especially if it's the BD we saw today, might be a bit of a slow affair when it comes to these teams' attacks, but surely it's got to be Furia Liquid, right?
I think that's the one for me as well. I think that should be a good one. Obviously, Liquid is looking on form. Liquid's looking like what we saw back in the day. Ooh. But it's a question of, are they going to maintain that in a best of 3? As we know with Furia, it has been a little bit of a troll this stage. They haven't been all there. KZ has been their MVP. But what we absolutely do know at an international level where it is best of 3s, they do perform, and you are going to be in a situation where, again, you find yourself in a best of 3. This is where we really see teams come alive and can actually show their strengths of being able to wipe off one map and focus on the next, and where other teams just simply can't have that endurance.
And it's got to be pointed out that the winner of that Furia Liquid game will go on to play FaZe in the bracket, and if Furia wins, even though that SI24 final was over a year ago, it is still, many consider to be, and I think this is pretty irrefutable, the greatest match in Rainbow Six history whenever those two teams meet, and especially when those two teams meet in a best of 3 or a best of 5, but obviously in this case a BO3, that's going to be a series that you have to watch out of any game you see in the whole stage. Obviously, Furia have to beat Liquid, and that might be harder given the Liquid we've just seen, but Furia and FaZe are on the same side of the bracket, and I know everybody's going to be excited about that.
I was going to say, just to make it a bit more tantalizing, NIP and BD, the winner of that plays W7M, Furia and Liquid, the winner of that plays FaZe Clan. You really couldn't have asked for one better half of the bracket against some of the most notable orgs, and not just in Brazil, but in the entire world. So that's all next weekend, but let's wrap up what we've got here for the moment. there were a couple of aces on the day. We opened the day with Bach getting an ace of his own, but if we had to nail down one ace that we thought was just king above everything else, game 3, it's gotta be Loben on border, because the only thing, I think we captured most of the kills on that one too. Predator, thank you very much for giving us the spotlight on this one, because Loben absolutely deserves it. This play was insane.
I mean, this was an insane round. He gets the kill up top at first, and then me and Lynx were watching it, and then we see him blunder a kill through the floor hole into customs, and we're like, oh, okay, this round is falling apart. Lynx was already talking about phases, taking the map control, beautifully going through customs, getting the bottom floor pressure, and they were about to pressure site, and Loben comes out of nowhere like a bat out of hell and just gets an instant 2K, follows it up with the 3K, killing the player in con, and then challenges, has the aggressiveness to just continue going on to close out that round. I mean, the sheer confidence coming out of Loben here, like I said, to get this kill, not to stop, to immediately aggress onto the player in bathroom, knowing that he can bleed that clock. He doesn't have to do anything. He's still in the winning situation. He continues to get aggressive and close it out with an ace. It was a beautiful masterclass round from him.
Yeah, it was so good. And I really appreciated your comparison at the beginning of that game, comparing the way Loben plays to the way Cyber plays. And I think the fact that Loben, who was the lowest rated player on W7M going into today, which obviously we know those stats aren't representative of Loben.
Yes,
there was a reason he had one of the most unbelievable individual performances alongside Maya at Atlanta a couple years ago. It might have been a slower stage for him, but with plays like that, it very much seems to be the case that when you have people like Dodez, like Volps, that, and especially,
Palu.
I mean, like Palu today too, just being able, that's the thing. Like, you could say
Name
all 5 of those players.
Absolutely.
No,
we also
like,
talked about, they all popped off that game.
Yeah, exactly. Like, what? We had the Loben ace. We had Volps getting multiple double kills over the course of the game. Palu with the 1vx at the end. Dots with that shield play on the vent rush. I mean, what could you not want?
Everything went right for W7M. They closed out a win over FaZe Clan. Predator play of the day is Loben all 5 kills against FaZe in their last game before playoffs. That's all we have to worry about for the best of ones, by the way. Worldwide, we are now completely finished with all of those. It is best of 3s from here on out, but multiple regions are already either in their playoff stage or are about to get there. So the bracket for South America is already set. We've already talked about Furia and Liquid just leading right into FaZe. Everything that happens from that is going to be insane. But there are still going to be like 5th place matches and an entire lower bracket to get through. So if you're trying to come out champions of the stage, you have to win your first game if you were either of those teams from the upper bracket quarterfinal links. Because if for some reason you lose that one, then you just have one 5th place game that doesn't matter for anything. And you're trying to advance, so you have to win that first BO3.
Yeah, and knockout rounds are so brutal in an upper bracket, especially with Furia and Liquid being on one side of it. Like, I really feel bad for, I mean, not to be honest, like, obviously, you know, NIP Black Dragons, you'd hate to see one of those teams' playoff journeys end there. But Furia, the reputation and just the notoriety they have, but then Liquid as well with the comeback story that they have had. I mean, you've got not only arguably the most famous team out of the 4 going against the most improved, and one of them only gets one chance at this BO3, and then they go out. That's just so rough. It's unforgiving.
Single Elim, baby. You've already gotten all of your chances at this point. You had the ability to lose multiple maps in the round robin. That chance is now gone. So that's what's coming up for next weekend. But playoff action still continues because the EML begins its playoff run starting tomorrow with the best of 3 scenario. They finished up their round robin earlier in the week. Match 1, Matchco against Virtus Pro, and then Falcons and Gen G. Those, for me, Gabe, I wasn't expecting Falcons to be in a first win. If you were to lose that first game scenario, then you're already gone. But now they have to go the long way around the bracket and win one more game before they get a second life, as does everybody else in that first portion of the bracket.
Again, you know, I'm putting my analysis aside. I'm looking at it as a player. The fact that you clench playoffs, every player knows, as long as you make playoffs, that is where you need to find yourself. Scrape whatever happened in best of 1. Now you're in your prime. Now you're in best of 3s. You're in the territory where you belong, where you will thrive in. So teams like Virtus Pro, teams like Falcons, teams like G2, teams like even Secret, they know what best of 3 really takes. And like I said, it really comes down to endurance here and having that mental warfare, knowing that you can wipe an entire map off, focus on the next game, possibly push it to a last map, That is the important key here. So seeing Falcons here possibly knocked down into the lower bracket, I don't really see it happening. Again, they have that experience. They know what it's like being here. Same with Virtus Pro. It's really more on Genji and Makio more than anything that they are going to need to be able to dig deep in these games, because we already know that those teams that they're going against can go the distance.
And honestly, for me, like, I'm very bad about brackets, because like the first round matchups are set, but for both of them, I'm like, oh, but there's a second round matchup that looks so cool. And the fact that we might get a Virtus Pro G2 rematch, which was inarguably the best game of all of the EML stage so far, obviously, if VP beat Matchco. But if they do, the fact that we might get that rematch immediately in the second round of the upper bracket is really exciting for me, especially one, I love VP, but also G2 have looked so impressive this stage, and arguably the best incarnation of this roster we've seen in the past year and a half or so.
EML playoffs start tomorrow, 12 Eastern, 9 Pacific, same time, same place, because that's ultimately going to be, I think, one of the more interesting brackets once we start getting G2 and Secret into the mix. There's just so much volatility when you start getting into double elim, especially when those guys are the first and second seed. Same thing in Brazil, though, because FaZe and W7M getting an off day, waiting to see what their opponents are going to do first, and then getting a chance to figure out how they want to counter it. SAL just continues to ramp up, and we will get to our playoffs next weekend. But we're all done with the round robin. Thank you, boys, very much for jumping on the desk with me. It means a lot to be able to do this with you guys. And that's it for everybody here. Thanks a lot. We will get to playoffs for South America starting next weekend. But until then, take care.
You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step.